Welcome to Politics and Tactics. We have a great show for you today. PJ, can you introduce our distinguished guest?
We have a guest today that has continuously been fighting for our health by fighting against corporations for over 40 years. He is someone who is not afraid to rock the boat. He's been so successful against corporate America, the media and the government have worked very hard to silence him, which has not worked out so well. So now they attack his character. These attacks have not stopped him, but yes, has impacted the public opinion of our guest today. Today is our high honor to have Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on our show, a man whose unwavering commitment to the environment, science, and upholding our founding principles enshrined in the First Amendment has left a permanent mark on our nation. Born into a legacy of public service, RFK Jr. faced significant adversity and challenges throughout his life, but yet he has persevered with remarkable resilience. His fight to clean up America's rivers and hold chemical companies accountable for their pollution required not only immense political courage, but also an unyielding dedication to the well-being of our communities and natural resources. RFK Jr. encourages healthy debate and honest conversation. He was involved with one of our friends, attorney Rob Bulat, who held DuPont accountable for the deception of the environmental and health impacts from PFAS. This fight was highlighted in the movie Dark Waters. RFK Jr. has also demonstrated immense courage in questioning political narratives, pushing back against those who pervert science for their own advantage. His staunch defense of the First Amendment and his relentless advocacy for transparency and truth have further solidified his reputation as a fearless champion for America. Through his tireless efforts, RFK Jr. has shown that one person's perseverance can indeed make America a better place. RFK Jr., thank you for joining us today. As president, please highlight what is your vision for your administration and how does that vision benefit members of the fire service?
PJ, and thanks, Frank, for having me on this show. I've been looking forward to this. As you know, I represented a lot of the firefighters during the pandemic on mandate issues in Los Angeles. We helped out in Chicago. We won the case in New York. And I've worked across the country on the PFAS issues, and beginning with Rob Bulat's case, and then one of my organizations, the Tennessee Riverkeeper, brought the case against 3M. And 3M is now agreed next year to stop producing PFAS and PFOAs and all these forever chemicals that it's been selling to us and poisoning firefighters for many years. The firefighters now have probably the highest cancer rate of any profession. 67% of firefighters will get cancer. It's astronomical, and clearly a lot of that is from the PFAS. I hope we get to talk more about that later in the show. In terms of my presidency, I ran for president. I didn't intend to run for president. I wasn't sitting around waiting for an opportunity to run for the White House. I ran because I saw our country abandoning its values, particularly during COVID, when we saw this use for the first time of government-forced censorship. We saw the violation of the First Amendment right to worship when all the churches were closed for a year with no due process, no just compensation, no scientific citation. We saw property rights in the Fifth Amendment abandoned as the government closed down 3.3 million businesses, again, with no public hearings, no environmental impact statements, no scientific citations, and then they got rid of jury trials. The Seventh Amendment guarantee of jury trials and the Fourth Amendment prohibition against warrantless searches and seizures with all this track and trace surveillance. And firefighters across the country were at the front line, firefighters and cops, and we had this wonderful police chief, John Catanza, in Chicago, who said, my men and women are not going to get vaccinated. And 1,500 of them threatened to walk off the job, and the city just backed down and said, okay, cops and firefighters don't have to take the jab. So I saw that happening, and then I saw so many other things. I saw my party, the Democratic Party, that I've been a lifelong member, abandon the middle class, abandon cops, abandon firefighters, abandon the labor unions, and become the party of big tech and these kind of global elites. I saw the destruction of the middle class in this country, particularly during COVID, when we kept Walmart open, we kept Amazon open, we closed down all these 3.3 million businesses. 41% of Black-owned businesses will never reopen. And I saw this explosion of chronic disease that we're seeing now in our country. When my uncle was president, 6% of American kids had chronic disease. Today, it's 60%. When I was a little boy, a typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes in his lifetime, in a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is pre-diabetic or diabetic, and nobody's asking, why is this happening? The autism rates, you all know kids with autism, our parents of kids with autism, we didn't know that when I was a kid. I knew nobody, and I was at the spear tip of the battle to get rights for people with intellectual disabilities. My aunt Eunice Shriver founded Special Olympics. I worked in Special Olympics from when I was 8 years old. We never saw any autistic kid. In fact, in my age group, 70-year-old men, the autism rates today are 1 in 10,000 today. In my kids' generation, it's 1 in every 34 kids, according to CDC, 1 in every 22 boys. Something happened where we're mass poisoning this generation of kids with autoimmune disease, neurological disease, obesity. Kids didn't suddenly get lazy and start liking food. It's the poisoning that's happening, and we are killing them, and we're killing our firefighters with the turnout gear, with the aqueous foams, with the burning furniture that is loaded with PFOA. So I want to end this toxic assault on the American public and the chronic disease epidemic that's now costing us $4.3 trillion a year, 5 times our military. Speaking of the military, I want to wind down our military commitments abroad. The forever wars are destroying our country. They're destroying our economy. They're destroying the safety and undermining the safety of and the reputation, the moral authority of America across the globe. When my uncle was president, he made the resolution not to get America into wars, but instead to project economic power abroad. And that's what we're going to do under the new Kennedy administration. There is no more, because of my uncle's commitment. He told his best friend, Ben Bradley, who asked him, what do you want in your gravestone? And my uncle said he kept the peace. He said the primary job of the president of the United States is to keep the country out of war. And, he kept us out of Laos in 1961. He kept us out of Cuba in 1961, out of Berlin during the Checkpoint Charlie crisis in 62. He kept us out of Cuba again in 63. He refused to send combat troops to Vietnam, despite the demands of everybody in his administration, the intelligence apparatus, the brass at the Pentagon. They said that we needed 250,000 combat troops in Vietnam. The government was going to collapse, and he said, it's their government. He ended up under pressure sending 16,000 military advisors, mainly Green Berets, and they weren't allowed to participate under the rules of engagement in fighting, but they did anyway. And in October of 1963, he learned that a Green Beret had been killed, and he asked Walt Rostow to give a full casualty list. And Walt Rostow brought him a casualty list that showed that 75 Americans had died. And he said, "That's too many. I'm bringing them all home." And that afternoon, October 22nd, 1963, he signed National Security Order 263, ordering all U.S. military personnel home from Vietnam by the end of 65, with the first 1,000 coming home in November. So the next month, the end of November, just before that evacuation happened on November 22nd, 1 month after he signed that order, he was murdered. President Johnson came in, remanded the order, sent 250,000 troops to Vietnam, and it became our war. And Nixon brought that up to 560,000. My father ran against the war in 68. He was killed. Martin Luther King, who became a primary peace activist in our country, was killed a month before my father. And we sent all the 560,000 Americans over there. 56,000 never came back, including my cousin George Skakel, who died in the Tet Offensive. But my uncle refused to send troops abroad anytime, combat troops abroad anytime during his administration. But he said he didn't want African kids and Latin American kids, when they heard the United States of America, to think of a man in a military uniform. He said he wanted them to think of a Peace Corps volunteer and the Alliance for Progress, USAID, which he started to raise up to end run the oligarchs and raise up the military to give aid directly to the poor, to build the middle classes in those countries and the economic stability that would create the foundation for a middle class, for stable middle class in those countries. As a result of that, there's now more statues to my uncle, more boulevards named after him, more hospitals, schools, universities, parks, neighborhoods in Africa, Latin America, and Asia than any other U.S. president, probably more than any other president, all the other presidents combined. And that, was the power, moral authority of our foreign policy when we project economic power abroad and not military power. Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to end the chronic disease epidemic. I'm going to get every American kid into a home. I'm going to build 10 million homes a year. We've got a housing shortage now, and that is really the death knell of the American middle class. If our kids can't get into homes, that means they can't get equity, which means they can't borrow money and they can't start a business. They can't pursue their entrepreneurial impulses. And we go from being an ownership society to a rental society. And that's a colonial model. It's a feudal model. And it's not what America is supposed to be. We need to get all of these kids into homes. And that is going to be the primary thing that I do, and to end the chronic disease epidemic. And we need to stop spending money on the military. We now have $34 trillion in debt. We're paying more for the service of that debt than our entire military budget. Within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar that we collect in taxes is going to go to servicing that debt. Within 10 years, 100%. And the two guys who are running for president against me, they can't fix this because they're the ones who ran up the debt. President Trump said he's going to balance the budget. Instead, he spent more money, $8 trillion in 4 years, more money than every president in the United States history combined since George Washington to George W. Bush, 283 years of history. And President Biden is in a race to catch up with him. President Biden is now running up another $1 trillion every 90 days. So, we're dead. This is existential to our country, and neither of these guys can fix it. I'm going to fix it. So those are, I'd say, I also want to end the division in this country, to end the polarization. I think my campaign has been all about that, and that's why I attract roughly a third Republicans, a third Democrats, and a third independents, because I've refused to engage in the vitriol hatred, the polarization, the finger pointing. I said when I gave my announcement speech, if I'm successful at the end of this campaign, a lot of Americans are going to forget they're Republicans or Democrats and just remember that they're Americans. And that's one of my objectives.
Bobby, I applaud you for talking to everybody. And here today, you're talking to the American Fire Service. You're talking to career firefighters and volunteers. So here you took time from your campaign to speak to the middle class, because firefighters make up that middle class. You look at the men and women of the fire service, they would make their spouse a widow and their kids orphans for the community they serve. They're out there answering the call every day. And I always say that the American Fire Service represents the very best in America. You call 911 and they just show up. No paperwork, just ready to help. But yet we find chemicals in our gear that were put in there not to help us, but what I believe was to give chemical companies to protect their advantage and to reduce competition. So PJ, can you ask a question about Forever Chemicals and kind of bring this in focus? Because what I really appreciate and admire about Bobby Kennedy is that you give the little guy the voice. Like David Whiteside, it's about the fisherman on the side of the river who's depending on that water. The mom who has to give their kids breakfast in the morning. It's about clean water, and you give a voice to those who wouldn't have a voice, the middle class, the ones that couldn't afford to get that high dollar law firm. PJ?
Yeah, Bobby, thank you. And, as you've already mentioned, and we've talked about in your intro, you fought really hard to clean up our rivers, especially with your work with Tennessee River Keepers and David Whiteside, who even sued DuPont for PFAS issues, and they won. As firefighters, we know the cancer rate is automatically higher than the average citizen. What we did not know is the mere gear, the protective clothing that we wear, is also loaded with those same PFASs, contributing to those high cancer rates that you already mentioned. Thankfully, through a mutual friend, Diane Cotter, and her quest to make sense of her husband Paul's cancer diagnosis, today PFAS is a daily conversation in firehouses across America. You have already put a lot of work in on this, but as President of the United States, what would you do to further eliminate PFAS, and how will that directly impact our firefighters?
Yeah, here, first of all, let me just talk about PFAS for a while. We brought, I think it was 2015 or 2016, we brought the case that was Balad, who was my law partner, brought the case against in Cleveland, Ohio, or Cincinnati, Ohio, on the original PFAS case, and Mark Ruffalo made the movie about him, Dark Waters. We took that case at Waterkeeper Line. Waterkeeper is the group I co-founded, and it began on the Hudson River in 1966 with a blue-collar coalition of commercial and recreational fishermen who mobilized to reclaim the Hudson River from its polluters. And when I started working there in the early 80s, the Hudson was catching fire. It was turning colors every week, depending on what color they were painting the trucks at the GM plant in Terrytown. It was dead water for 20-mile stretches north of New York City, south of Albany, zero dissolved oxygen in the water. The fish were gone. Today, it's the richest waterway in the North Atlantic. It produces more pounds of fish per acre, more biomass per gallon than any other waterway in the Atlantic Ocean north of the equator. And the miraculous resurrection of the Hudson inspired the creation of river keepers all over our country and the rest of the world. We now have 350 water keepers, river keepers, sound keepers, bay keepers, lake keepers. We own the keeper name. We license these groups to get started. Each one has to have a patrol boat. They each have to be willing to sue polluters, and they each have to have a full-time water keeper. We have one of those on the Tennessee River in Nashville, the gentleman that you mentioned, David Whiteside. And David discovered high levels of PFAS in the fish in the river. And in the southern states, particularly Tennessee, have the highest levels of fish consumption in the country. They have big recreational fishing communities and people and eat the fish. It's subsistence fishery. And people are being poisoned, methodically, systematically poisoned by the 3M plant, and then DuPont is the other big maker. Well, this is a huge profit center for them, and they market it as a flame retardant. So they put it in. It's the basis for the aqueous foams that firefighters get hit in three different ways. One, it's in all of our furniture, beginning in the 80s, and it's in all of our, it's in foam rubber, it's in our childhood pajamas, children's pajamas. And when firefighters go into those buildings, they are breathing, when it incinerates, that stuff gets in the air. That's one. Number two, it's in the aqueous foams that the firefighters use, particularly at airports, et cetera, but they practice with those foams. So and it volatilizes out of those foams very easily. So they're breathing it, and it's getting on their skin, and there's dermal penetration, and there's all these other kind of vectors for getting into your body. It's highly, highly carcinogenic. The last place, and probably the largest vector, is the turnout gear. And you mentioned Paul Cotter and Diane Cotter. Diane has been an incredible activist who went to war when her husband got testicular cancer. And this is a very active, life-loving man who is engaged in everything. And he got these terrible cancers, which are now very common with firefighters. Cancer is most associated with PFAS. Testicular cancer, kidney cancers, bladder cancers, prostate cancers, and ultimately brain cancer as well. And firefighters have the highest cancer rate of any profession right now. Cancer is the second biggest killer of firefighters after cardiac arrest, and it's approaching cardiac arrest. And it's, we believe, and the science shows, firefighters have other factors through cancer because they're breathing smoke all the time. There's all kinds of carcinogens in incinerated material. Probably the biggest, and you're looking at these particular kind of cancers, testicular cancer, and a lot of times firefighters will notice that there's a deterioration in their crotch area of the turnout gear, that these little holes form, and those are those PFAS volatilizing, deteriorating, and they're going into your skin. So with that turnout gear that's supposed to protect your life, it's actually killing you. And Diane has been this extraordinary activist exposing this to the American public, and people are waking up to this. And 3M, because of the litigation, 3M has pledged they're getting out of the business. But if you look at they've known for a long time that this is carcinogenic. And Diane's been great, really great about exposing that to the American public. What I'm going to do as president, I recognize the power that these industries have over Congress, over they own the regulatory agencies. All of these agencies have been captured by the industries they're supposed to regulate. There's been this corrupt merger of state and corporate power. And I've sued all these agencies. I've sued CDC, NIH, probably I've probably sued CDC more than any other attorney. I've sued EPA repeatedly. I've sued FDA. I've sued the USDA, which is giving us, the Department of Agriculture, all this poison process. There's 1,000 ingredients in our food in this country that are illegal in Europe. Illegal, and we have the highest chronic disease epidemic, and nobody else has anything like this. In fact, during COVID, we had the highest death rate of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths in the United States. We only have 4% 2.2% of the global population. We literally had the worst record of any country in the world. Whatever we were doing in this country was wrong. People should run away from it. CDC, when you ask them, they say, oh, it wasn't our fault. It was because Americans are so sick, which is weird because they're the ones who are in charge of that. Oh, they presided over this. They said the average person who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic disease. So they had asthma, they had maybe obesity, they maybe had asthma, and one other thing. Why no other country in the world is anything like this? We are literally the sickest country in the world. We spend more on healthcare than any other country, and we have the sickest population. And it's because they're mass poisoning us. And so how do you stop that? It's very difficult to do it through legislation because, when I brought the Monsanto cases, we had 40,000 clients who were home gardeners mainly, who got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from using Roundup, which the active ingredient of Roundup is a chemical called glyphosate. And everybody said, even if you can prove that glyphosate caused these cancer, you can never get rid of it because 95% of the herbicides in the world are that one Roundup. And they own the corn industry, they own Cargill, they own Monsanto, these the biggest corporations in the world, and they own the agricultural committees, and it's impossible to challenge them. They own the regulatory agency. Here's how we did it. We had 40,000 people who got home gardeners who got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma from using Roundup. We brought multi-district litigation against them. We had enough science by that time, about 15 or 20 studies that all said they were animal studies, epidemiological studies, clinical study, observational studies, bench trial studies, all of these different mishmash of studies that all said the same thing, that this causes non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Once you get that critical mass of studies, you can surpass the threshold that's called the Daubert threshold in federal courts, where a federal judge, before he lets you go to a jury with a case in which you're saying a chemical exposure caused such and such an effect, he has to make an independent determination that sufficient science, a sufficient threshold of science, a critical mass of a whole different blend of studies is out there that supports this. That's called the Daubert threshold, and we just surpassed that with Monsanto. Once we did that, we were able to go to court. The way that multi-district litigation works is you get a whole bunch of cases, and then you try them one at a time till somebody says uncle. The first case we tried in San Francisco, we won $289 million. The second case, and that was a gardener, a superintendent, school superintendent, African American, who had been forced against his will to spray Roundup with a leaky backpack. He got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma all over his body. The second case we tried in Oakland, we won $89 million. The third case was a couple, home gardeners that have been spraying together for years. First, their Labrador retriever, who was with them every day in the garden, died of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. And the two of them got it at the exact same time. And we asked the jury in that case for $1 billion. And they came back with $2.2 billion. And at that point, Monsanto came to the negotiating table and said, we're done. Let's settle this. They settled it for $13 billion, and they agreed to take Roundup or to take glyphosate out of Roundup for home gardening purposes. So that's how you beat them. You get enough science out there. And right now, CDC, is looking at all these chronic diseases. What's causing rheumatoid arthritis epidemic? What's causing the juvenile diabetes epidemic? What's causing food allergies? Why did food allergies suddenly appear in 1989? Peanut allergies and all these other allergies, anaphylaxis, eczema, all of them appear like around 1989. Something happened. All these neurological disorders that appeared around 1989. speech delay, language delay, tics, Tourette syndrome, ASD, autism, narcolepsy, all of these things that we never heard of when I was a kid suddenly exploded around 1989. Kids who were born after 1989, they're epidemic. What happened? And so, there's a whole bunch of different exposures that could explain it. There's high fructose corn syrup. There's PFOAs and PFAS, the forever chemicals that are not only in firefighter gear, they're in Teflon. They're in that we started cooking with around that time. They're in all of our pots and pans.
Bobby, they're in polar bears, and polar bears haven't been eating firefighters, but they just put more of it in the firefighting gear. And I just got to echo what you say. Thank God and bless Paul and Diane for bringing this forward, because at the time, and I applaud the unions for what they're doing now, but at the time, she had to face some of that tough adversity that you faced in your life, but without the family legacy, without the law on her side, and just pushing and persistence and just trying to bring this issue to the forefront. And everybody questioned her, but her persistence brought it through. So we really thank Diane for bringing this up. And we thank you for always questioning science, because that's what science is, looking at the data. We looked at Detroit, LA, New York City, New Haven, and we're like, well, why aren't the cancer rates higher in these cities where firefighters are exposed more often to the products of combustion? And we know, because of those flame retardants, that we're breathing in a chemical cocktail of hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen sulfide, acrolein, all of these nasty actors, but yet our cancer rates are across the board from paid and career firefighters. And it was Diane who really made us look and said, well, what's the commonality between all these firefighters that have these PFAS and these forever chemicals in their bloodstream? It's we all wear turnout gear. So I think your voice is very important for not only the fire service, but for America. Now, I'm sitting here in beautiful Wallingford, Connecticut, blue collar town, a little connection to your family. President Kennedy went to Choate Rosemary Hall in our town. So that's a source of pride in Wallingford, Connecticut. But he was also part of the first televised debate between Richard Nixon and himself. And I think the debates are so important to the fabric of America. And we've seen this we kind of witnessed this institutional norm diminished a little bit when we found out through emails that Donna Brazile was caught giving Hillary the questions. We're hoping that these debates are engineering to keep you out of the debates to further diminish this critical part of fair elections. Can you tell firefighters in America what's the status of getting you in the debates? Because I think your voice needs to be heard, because I think you're willing to talk to anybody.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to talk to anybody. They ought to let me on the debate. I meet the metrics that they've talked about. I'm at 15% in the polls that they want me to be in. They asked for 4 polls. We gave them 5 from a specific list of polling firms. And then I'll be on the ballot, and by June 20th, I'll have enough signatures to get on the ballot to earn in enough states to earn 340 electoral votes, and they only want 270. And incidentally, President Biden, President Trump won't be on any state at that point, because they have an expectation that they're going to get the Democratic and Republican nomination. We don't know. But they themselves are not on the ballot anywhere, and I am. So I actually qualify more than they do, and we have filed a complaint with the FEC, which, if it was an honest agency and not a captured agency, they would order me on the debate stage. But neither of these gentlemen, neither President Biden or President Trump, wants to debate me. I don't think either of them can talk about the really big issues that are facing the existential issues that are facing this nation. They'll talk about LGBT rights, and they'll talk about abortion, and they'll talk about guns. They'll talk about the border, which is a really critical issue, and they do differ on that. I think we need to shut down the border right away. But the really big issues, the big issues that are going to destroy our country, the debt, the $34 trillion debt that is, growing exponentially, the chronic disease epidemic, the addiction to war, the polarization, the emergence of AI. Okay, and neither of them is going to talk about that. AI. Anybody who looks at what's happening with AI right now should be terrified. AI has this tremendous potential to help our country and to help humanity, but it also has the potential to enslave us. And Elon Musk famously said, "AI first, it's going to take our jobs, then it's going to kill us." And it's going to give our intelligence agencies all across the world the capacity to manipulate human behavior in ways that nobody even understands, that to change our perceptions of reality in dramatic ways. And we need to regulate it. We need to regulate it in a very thoughtful way, because we want to make sure that the industry, the innovators, the entrepreneurs stay here in the United States, because there's tremendous growth potential. So you can't over-regulate it here, but we need to make agreements with other nations about how it's going to be regulated, and make sure to protect humanity. Because this is really a spiritual warfare, and it's a war not between Republicans and Democrats. The conflict between Republicans and Democrats are orchestrated. This is really a battle by elites against the rest of us. And it is a spiritual battle, and AI is going to play a critical. AI is either going to be used by the public to hold government responsible, or it's going to be used by the government to subdue and enslave the public. And we need to make sure that it's used in the way that actually benefits humanity and democracy. And I don't think President Biden or President Trump has ever even considered anything about it. And it's going to happen in the next 3 years. We need to make sure that we have somebody in office who can deal with this with a level of sophistication and concern and sensitivity that I don't think either of them is capable of.
Speaking of the dangers to the Republic, as a battalion chief retired in New Haven, I oversaw special operations, and I had the distinct honor of being on the protection detail for former President Carter when he came to give a speech at Yale. And where are we at with Secret Service protection for you? If we can't protect our candidates in America, how can we expect America to be that shining city on the hill? We've tragically lost your uncle. We lost your father. I'm sure your father would be very proud of your accomplishments today. But here you're running for president to give a voice to the middle class. And yet, as far as I know, you still haven't been given Secret Service protection. Can you speak to that? Because that's a concern for the fire service, because we're the ones that answer the calls when things go wrong.
Yeah, and I'm the first candidate, but the Secret Service protection was only given to nominees of the parties after their conventions prior to 1968. And my father, of course, was assassinated that year. And that year, immediately after his shooting, all of the presidential candidates, Gene McCarthy, George Wallace, Hubert Humphrey, Richard Nixon, were immediately given protection. And that's been, Congress then passed a rule that all candidates 120 days out who meet certain metrics, polling metrics, are entitled to Secret Service protection. But prior to 120 days, the president has discretion to give it to people who need it. So I've been, the Secret Service actually was very good when they dealt with us. And we gave them a 68-page threat assessment that showed numerous death threats to me. And then also, since I announced, there have been several attacks on my home. There's been 3 people who've made it into my yard, or one of them, a mentally ill person who made it to the 2nd floor of my home. I'm worried not about my own safety. I'm worried about my family's safety. I'm worried about bystanders, and every presidential assassination attempt. There's been virtually every one of them. There's been bystanders injured. You know, there were 6 people shot with my father, including one of his best friends, Paul Schrade, who took a bullet to his head. When my uncle was shot, there were numerous other people, including Governor John Conley, who was also shot at that time. And I've made this clear to the Biden White House. President Biden has a bust of my father behind him at the Oval Office. I'm sure he knows what happened to my father. I've had, in fact, a guy show up a couple of months ago at one of my speeches in Los Angeles who was carrying concealed weapons that were fully loaded, pistols, 2 shoulder holsters, numerous knives, other weapons, a dozen ammunition clips, a laser guided pistol in a backpack, or laser sighted pistol. And he had fake ID from the he had a U.S. Marshal badge, and he had fake federal ID on his belt, photo ID. And he asked to see me in my green room. And luckily, one of the private security firm, Gavin DeBecker Associates, that I've hired at great cost, noticed that his U.S. Marshal badge was shinier than it ought to be. And they questioned the guy, and they found all these weapons on him, and he had no good explanation about whether he wanted to see me. He had opened an Instagram account that morning, or a TikTok account. And he made one post, and the post was a goodbye post to his friend saying, "I'm going on a mission now. I may not make it back alive. Here's what you do: report to your commander in chief, Donald J. Trump, if I don't make it back alive." So, there's a lot of indicia that he was ill-intentioned toward me. All of these things. The Secret Service, even before that happened, the Secret Service looked at the number of death threats that I get on a daily basis and said that I was at an elevated risk. And yet the White House has refused to give me protection. The White House blames Senator Schumer, who's on this. There's a committee of 3 in the Senate, and they say that Senator Schumer is the one who is and the other 2 people on this committee are the ones who are recommending that I don't get protection. But the whole process is obscure. There have been 33 presidential candidates who've been given Secret Service protection. Everyone who's ever asked for it. I'm the first person in history who has requested it and not gotten it. And most of the people who've gotten it before me do not have my polling performance. Pat Buchanan had 1% of the votes. Shirley Chisholm had less than 1%. Barack Obama got it over a year early. My uncle, Ted Kennedy, got it before he even declared, 550 days out. Jesse Jackson, look at all these candidates. And many of them had polling numbers, a tiny fraction of mine, and they were given it way before the 120-day period. But we've made 6 requests to the White House with extensive documentation, including the Secret Service own assessment that says that I'm at elevated risk. And they've made a decision not to give it to me. And I think you have to assume that's a political decision. I don't think it's good for our country. I'm worried about my family. But I just think it's bad for our country that we're now weaponizing the federal agencies, the enforcement agencies. And I think this is a worry from both sides. When President Trump was running, he said he was going to lock up Hillary Clinton, and now the Biden White House is trying to lock him up. So, and it's not good when anybody does it. We need to stop weaponizing our federal enforcement agencies and understand that we need to be fostering public support and public trust in these institutions and not subverting and eroding it.
Your safety is an American issue, and your family's safety is an American issue, and that should transcend politics. So, we need any political leader, President Trump, President Biden, you know, they should be advocating along with the senators and representatives to get your family the protection that you deserve. Another thing that should transcend politics that has a huge impact on firefighters, but beyond firefighters, teachers, nurses, doctors, is that the fact that the pandemic's over, but so are individuals' careers. And they're individuals that are from the middle class. And we found that individuals that have important voices like your own have been shut down. And we see, you know, individuals in New York City where you had Battalion Chief Tom LaPola, one of the only battalion chiefs that had the courage to speak out for the rank and file, forced off the job. You had firefighters like Andy Pittman with 4 kids with 6 years on the job in Seattle, Washington, forced out of the job. And this is not you talked about lowering the temperature and about getting away from divisive politics. This isn't a red or a blue issue. Connecticut, our governor, we're a very blue state. We didn't have forced vaccinations. You could have testing or the vaccination. So Governor Lamont got that right. Houston, Texas is a blue city in a red state. The mayor and the fire chief worked hard to give a testing option to firefighters so that they wouldn't put in these draconian measures. And I think one of the issues is when we silence dissenting views, we can't have that cogent policy debate. And sometimes it slides in. I was talking to Matt Connor from New York City this morning, and he met you when you were out talking to teachers who lost their job and firefighters in New York City. We know that this issue for you isn't about political expedience, but you're actually giving a voice to people who need to have a voice, and this needs to be an issue. Can you weigh in on why the political class in this country has gotten so caught up in the right and the left instead of just saying, wait, you can get hired in all these fire departments without a vaccination now? We know that the public policy was based off a faulty premise that if you got the shot, you couldn't spread it. So now that we know you can get the shot, and I was vaccinated and I gave it to my lovely wife, Christine, even after getting the 3 shots. So we know now that, wait, this isn't narrowly tailored. It's not a compelling government interest. What's your message to the firefighters, the cops, and the teachers and the hospital workers who feel like the pandemic's over and they're forgotten?
Yeah, and let me add something to your question, which is this. Right now, CDC is recommending a 9th booster. So that's where we are, 9th booster. There's fewer than 10% of Americans are going to do that, a lot fewer. So that means that over 90% of Americans have completely lost faith in CDC. The CDC was recommending the FERS vaccine, way back when, in 2020, and we were all told, you can't go to your work. You're going to get fired if you don't take it. You can't get on an airplane. You can't. Your rights are no longer rights. They're now privileges contingent on you obeying, on you submitting to an unwanted medical intervention and participating in a mass experiment that they were lying about constantly. I knew back in 2020 the vaccines weren't going to prevent transmission. Why did I know that? Not because I'm a conspiracy theorist, which is what I was called, but because I was actually looking at the monkey studies. And in the monkey studies, they gave half the monkeys vaccine and half were not, and then they exposed them to COVID. And at the same time, the monkeys had the same level of concentrations of COVID virus in their nasal pharynxes. So they knew that they didn't prevent illness and they didn't prevent transmission. And yet for a year, they were telling us, yeah, if you get the vaccine, your grandma will be protected. And they were lying. And they all admit it now. Now that is mainstream dogma. But you have to think this. What if CDC said today, we want you to take your 9th. If you don't take it, you can't go to work. Well, that's, that is the way that we need to think about this. So we represented Bravest for Choice in New York. I represented Firefighters for Freedom in LA. We won that suit. We won the big suit for the teachers where the firefighters were also included in New York that illegalized the mandates and said you can't do that. And we're still representing firefighters all over the country who were fired, and the big cases are now in front of the Second Circuit in New York. Sujata Gibson is our attorney in those cases, and we financed a lot of those cases for the individual firefighters. And the courts have said to date that they're entitled to be rehired and they're entitled to their past pay. But so far, we don't know of any of them who've actually collected. So that's where we are on that. One of the saddest cases is a firefighter named Velasquez, he's being represented by Cristina Martinez, and he refused to get the vaccine. Then they said, well, we're going to fire you unless you did it. He then went and got it, and he was permanently and catastrophically disabled. And that, unfortunately, has been the story for many, many, many people. And, the levels of, unfortunately, we're still seeing in the media censorship of the injuries. You're not allowed to talk about vaccine injuries on the media. The media now no longer sees itself as a vessel for speaking truth to power, a vital democratic institution that should maintain a posture of fear, skepticism toward official proclamations, government authority. That is the function of the press in a democracy. But unfortunately, during COVID, they all saw their role as manipulating the public into compliance, repeating again and again government propaganda, frightening the public.
And thank God that you've been pushing for cogent debate. And, I wrote an article for the Daily Caller for the Yankee Institute, and I found a quote from Benjamin Franklin that I think says it all. And he said, in Apologies for a Printer, he said, printers are educated in the belief that when men differ in opinion, both sides ought to have equal advantage of being heard by the public. And when truth and error have fair play, the former is always overmatched for the later. It's so important for our republic to be able to have cogent debate. We wouldn't have had the learning loss that we had with our kids losing education over the pandemic. The fact that they silenced or throttled down your social media accounts so that we couldn't talk about what Robert Kennedy was talking about. Trump says a lot of things, but this was actually done by the Biden administration, where they used proxies to silence dissenting views. And that's one of the things that your uncle, whether it was the lion in the Senate, whether it was your uncle that was president, has always fought for, was to protect the First Amendment. We need to be able to have these conversations, these courageous conversations. And we need to be able to ask simple questions. And that's one of the reasons, like, even you coming on this show today means so much to the fire service, because we normally don't get access to a presidential candidate who takes his time to come in and finds value in talking to volunteer and career firefighters and middle-class America. Often it's all caught up in the talking points, but you try to break through that. And I think how you even been treated in the press, you talk about, the press talking truth to power. I've seen so many interviews where the person, Bill Maher, okay, who I watch, and I'm a conservative, but I watch Bill Maher, instead of just asking you a question, he put out a faulty premise first. And so here you had to defend your position. I just think it's unfair what we're doing in our republic. We need more honest conversations in our politics. So if you'd like to weigh in on the First Amendment, I really appreciate it, because I think you're a valuable voice in America.
Yeah, I mean, Hamilton, Madison, Adams said that they put freedom of speech in the First Amendment because all of the other rights depend on it. If a government has the capacity to silence its critics, it has license for any atrocity. And, listen, we all read, at least I did growing up, Aldous Huxley and George Orwell and Robert Heinlein and and Kessler and all of these other authors who talked about, we were told, taught in civics class and literature class, they all talked about a future kind of dystopian totalitarianism. And that we thought, yeah, that might happen sometimes, but so far in the future, it's fun to think about it, but it's never going to happen to us. And then we saw it happening to us. And, what they were saying is that the first step toward totalitarianism always begins with the censorship of speech. American democracy is rooted in this assumption of the free flow of information, and that democracies are less efficient than totalitarian systems where you could just have one guy making all the decisions with no Congress, no regulatory agency, just top down, and it's much more efficient. Democracy's sloppy, it's difficult, it goes in, inches and fits and starts, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, etc. But the big advantage it has is that the free flow of information, annealed in the furnace of debate, yields these policies that have triumphed in a marketplace of ideas. And that's what all of the founders talked about. You need free flow of information. And when you stop debating things, you're on a bad path. There's no time in American history when we look back and we say the people who were censoring speech were the good guys. They're always the bad guys. They're always the people who are trying to manipulate the public to try to increase their power, increase their wealth. And, that's what we saw during COVID. We saw systematic censorship, and it was taking place in the Trump administration, and it was taking place in the Biden administration. And all of it ultimately was designed to shift wealth and power upward. The Trump lockdowns, which were continued during the Biden administration, lasted 500 days and created $1 billion a day for 500 days and shifted $4.3 trillion upward from the American middle class to just strip mine the American middle class and created this new oligarchy of billionaires. And the people who profited were Bill Gates and Jeffrey Bezos and, Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin and all of these tech overlords, the robber barons, who, now are locked in our homes. They were giving surfers right up the road here $1,000 tickets because they were surfing out on the ocean. And they closed the playground so kids couldn't get sunlight. They couldn't go outside. They poured sand on the skate parks, the half pipes down in Venice, which is a few blocks from here, and to make sure that nobody could go skateboarding. So they knew at that point that COVID was not spreading outside, it only spread indoors, and yet they were locking us all indoors. They were getting us out of the vitamin D, promoting sunlight, the fresh air, all the stuff that would have kept it. They're sending us home. They eat potato chips and gain weight, and the people who were dying were the people who were eating potato chips and were overweight, right? And so this was not a public health effort. It was an exercise in control. They were testing us to see if we'd put up with this, and unfortunately, we did. And I think a lot of Americans are now coming out of that and saying we're never going to do that again. It's not going to happen the next time. So I'm hoping that was the result, because once they take away a right, even when they give it back, it's never as strong as it was before they took it away in the first place. And that's what I worry about. I worry about we're living in this era now, these emerging control technologies, facial recognition systems, 415,000 low altitude satellites that have now been given permits that are going to look at every square inch of the earth every hour of the day, know exactly where you are. We have technology that can look through walls so you can't hide in your house. We have, Alexis is in your house, right? And Siri. You think they're working for you. They're not. They're working for Bill Gates, and they're working for the NSA, and they're getting all of your information. Every time you sneeze, that's recorded somewhere, and somebody then is monetizing that to sell you a drug. When you say I didn't sleep last night, you get mattress ads. All of that stuff, they're harvesting the data. They are mining your data, stealing it from you, not paying you for it. They're monetizing it. These big data centers that Gates and the other ones are building all over the desert Southwest, and then they sell it to the NSA, and so that gives them not only a news flows of income, but it also gives them this capacity to control us and to monitor us. That's frightening. Governments never. The ambition of every totalitarian regime in the history of mankind has been absolute control over every aspect of human behavior, all of our interactions, our movements, what we read, what we talk about. They've never been able to do it in the past. People have been able to keep parts of their lives secret. Every purchase that you make, they know about it. You go buy a porn magazine, you go or look on the internet, they know you did that. And they, or you, whatever you do, they know it. And it gives them all these opportunities to control human behavior in nefarious ways. So,
Bobby, I want to be respectful of your time because you've been so generous today. I want to just give you an opportunity to just clear something up because you did make a comment about immigration, and I don't want somebody to just pull the clip and kind of paint it in a different light. I think we agree that we need controlled immigration because we need a quality safety net in America. And if we just open the gates and we have so many people coming in, I mean, I worked in a socioeconomically deprived city, and there's so many wonderful people that have either fallen on hard times, substance abuse, or mental illness, that we need to have that quality safety net. Do you want to just expand on your answer for immigration?
And thanks for letting me do that. An America needs to continue to be a compassionate country, and and to welcome immigrants who come in legally. So, we have a long line of people. I intend to widen the gates so that legal immigration is easier, so that there's 10 million businesses that are looking for workers from abroad with certain skills. We need to be able to give them that flow so that we can build our economy, so that we can grow our way out of the $34 trillion debt, so that we can pay for the Social Security and it's not going to go insolvent, and that we can continue to live up to our highest ideals. But, I've been down to the border in Mexico, and I originally was a critic of Trump's walls, but I turned around when I saw what's happening there. I watched 300 people come across between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. on my first trip there to Yuma. I've been back, since then. I spent 3 days down there talking to the Border Patrol, talking to local law enforcement, to ranchers, the people running the rape centers, the hospitals, everybody in these incredibly kind-hearted communities. So they made me so proud to be American because this problem has been dumped on them. And they're rising. They're rising with compassion toward the immigrants who are coming in. But the immigrants themselves, I watched 300 come across. They brought to the border all night long in these big white buses that are owned by the Sinaloa drug cartel. They weren't coming from only two the whole night I saw from Latin America, who both had asylum claims, one from Colombia, one from Peru. The rest were all from the first 110 were from West Africa, all young men of military age. The second two buses were all coming from Asia, from China, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Nepal, Tibet, some from India and Bangladesh, but mainly China. And I asked them, why are you here? And they said, we're here for a job. It's illegal, but they knew exactly what was going to happen to them because the Sinaloa cartel is advertising on TikTok and YouTube all over the world. And it says, you send us $10,000 and you get on a plane to Mexico City, then we will get you a visa when you get to Mexico City for internal flights, domestic flights. and you fly to Mexicali. We will pick you up in the airport at Mexicali. We'll bring you to the wall. We will walk you across the wall. When you get there, you will be fingerprinted by the Border Patrol. And then if you don't have a criminal record, you'll be brought to the Yuma airport and put on a plane at U.S. taxpayer expense at any destination that you want to go to. So 110,000 have ended up in New York City. They're living on the streets.
That's not new for you. So we'll be good. Have fun. It's on Flight Live. I don't know. I don't know if they're taking the 3 out. I imagine they'll take some of the posts because it doesn't make sense otherwise. It's just end. You want some. You need some like. Yeah. That's good. Yeah. You got a good spot. Two down to you have seating. Wherever it is. It's like build up. It's like we started up and we build up. We're filming ads for like TikTok and stuff. And then the main thing that we straight away heal like fury and we'll live it as we go to as soon as it's finished. And that way that's absolutely good. Yeah. How about walking out? Global scoring. They do not seem to. These anti-heroes in America, 40 to do that. That works. Yeah. Okay. She wasn't sure if you were still up for it. I'll ask her. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I went in
You very much indeed for coming back to Uncensored. Your reaction to this news of Julian Assange being released? We understand he's now just left Bangkok for the final leg of the journey to go to this tiny little island, Saipan, in the Northern Mariana Islands in the South Pacific. And he will do this plea deal tomorrow. He'll be on a plane and sent home a free man to Australia. What's your response?
I mean, my response is this is good for our country. It's good for democracy. Julian Assange is a journalist. He did exactly what journalists are supposed to do. You know, my uncle Pierce gave a speech in April of 1961, which is one of his most memorable speeches on the topic of secrecy. And he said that during that speech, that government secrecy is repugnant to a free people and that it is antithetical to American democracy. And, you know, the odd thing about Julian Assange's imprisonment is that the American press did not rise up in outrage and indignation to object on this. I said yesterday on Twitter that we should not just release Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, but that we should build a monument to him in Washington as a civics lesson to the American public about the importance of free speech and the First Amendment in this country. It is the foundation stone for the American experiment with self-governance. Everything in democracy relies on the free flow of information. And government, of course, the role of government is to constantly try to increase its power by reducing transparency and reducing the information we have about their deliberations. But of course, in a democracy, a transparent government is the essence of democracy. That's what Julian Assange did for us.
But you will also know from your uncle, JFK, from your father, that when you're actually in government, when you're running the country, a president has to have very private conversations sometimes with other world leaders about very sensitive matters, where there is an expectation that those conversations will remain private for very good reasons. They may have very damaging consequences. And it was the scattergun approach of Julian Assange, where he didn't redact anything. He just put it all out there without really, it seemed, much thought or care about the potential consequences of some of the unredacted stuff. I mean, should there not be any line? I mean, if you were the president of the United States, you're running for office now for the highest office in the land, would you not expect and want some of those communications you have as president about national security to remain secure?
I would want journalists to exercise some discretion if, for example, there are confidential sources in other countries whose names are exposed and who could put their lives in danger. And I think that there are legal ramifications for that anyway. There are civil and criminal lawsuits for that. But in terms of government secrecy, I just think that government in a democracy, we are reliant on transparency in our government. We want to know what our leaders are supposed to do and are doing, what they're up to, what they're talking about, how they're making their decisions. And the more transparency, the better off we're going to be.
Should he have effectively, he's about to be convicted of a crime involving conspiracy to commit espionage. Should he have been? Should he be convicted of that crime?
No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't have been prosecuted. And, I'm disappointed that he had to make this guilty plea. I understand it personally. It was important to him. His health is very shaky, and, he needed to be home. I think it's a disappointment again in our government that they forced him to make this guilty plea rather than recognizing that what he actually did is a service to American democracy. He exposed things, the revelations that Chelsea Manning released to him about the misbehavior of some of the contractors in Iraq and Afghanistan and many, many other important issues that we need to know about in a democracy. That our government, of course, the government would love to conceal for us the My Lai massacre. They'd love to conceal from us what Daniel Ellsberg released in the Pentagon Papers in 1973. Thousands of pages of lies that the government had told us for 20 years that Americans never knew about. And we could have avoided these wars if the government was telling us the truth. So the government has an interest in lying to us, and it's doing that now regularly, more and more every day. And the best interest of the American public, the best interest of democracy, is absolute transparency.
I mean, I as somebody who believes passionately in free speech as a journalist, I kind of find myself agreeing with pretty much everything you've been saying. But of course, what people will want to feel is that, I mean, for example, we've got President Trump facing criminal charges over storing classified documents at his house where it's surrounded by Secret Service. Should he be facing those charges if we're going to say that any journalist who acquires classified documents should absolutely be able to publish them with impunity? In other words, how closely guarded should things like national secrets be?
Well, I think that's altogether a different issue, because that is, I don't know much about that case, and I don't know about the interaction. The president has a right as president to declassify any document that he wants. So I'm not sure what the interactions and the interplay between presidential power and executive power and, retaining those documents. I know that President Biden also took a lot of those classified documents home, and the prosecutor decided that he should not be prosecuted, not because he hadn't broken the law, but because he was too mentally incapacitated, which I think is a controversial decision.
Yeah.
But I think it's a completely different issue. The role of, as you know, Piers, the role of a free press in a democracy is to maintain, as Louis Brandeis said, a fierce skepticism towards government and government authority. The role of a journalist is to dig up things that the government does not want you to hear and expose that to the public. And we all recognize that the impulse of a government is always going to make make everything secret, because that increases their power. If we have no idea what our government is doing, they no longer belong to us. We are no longer the boss. We are the boss of our democracy, and they need to be honest with us and transparent. And there may be certain things that should be kept secret for a long time. If you're going to, drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima or something like that, you want to keep it secret for a while. If you're developing a nuclear bomb, you want to. The press in this country has always been very good about that. But it always is a tough call, because really the essential role of the press in a democracy, and democracy cannot function without a free press. Today, one of the things that's happened with the press is that they no longer do that job. They've become propagandists for government rather than speaking truth to power. they become stenographers and propagandists for government and government agency. We saw this during COVID. We saw it during the Iraq War, where the New York Times had to apologize for using lies, government lies, to broadcasting those to the public without proper scrutiny. So, it almost always is a bad idea for the press to keep the government secrets. We want them to be, we are the boss.
Yeah.
They
I agree
work
with
for
you.
us.
I mean, do you think
Right?
whoever,
They shouldn't be lying to us.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, do you think whoever wins the presidential race in November, they'd have the power to pardon Julian Assange? Do you think whoever that person is should pardon him?
I would definitely pardon him, and I'll pardon Edwin Snowden too. And there's other whistleblowers that I would pardon too. I think we should encourage whistleblowers. Whistleblowers are the heroes of democracy. They're not villains. Edwin Snowden disclosed to us that the NSA was spying on the American people, that it was gathering all of our phone data, our text messages, our emails. Nobody knew that. He disclosed that to the public, and then Congress went and enacted laws regulating it as a direct result of Edwin Snowden's disclosures. And so why are we punishing him as a supervillain and a criminal? He did a great service for our democracy and for the world. He's a hero. We should be building monuments to him, not putting him in jail.
Just before I let you go, and I really appreciate you joining me, the presidential debate is on Thursday. 90 minutes unfettered between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. First time either has been in any debate since their last one 4 years ago. The last time I spoke to you, you were hoping to be on that debate. Do you feel you should be there?
Yeah, I should be there. I mean, honestly, nobody should be there because nobody qualifies under the criteria that CNN established. And because nobody has 270 delegate enough, are on the ballot enough states to win 270 delegates. I'm the closest. Neither of them have any delegates at this point. Plus the other criteria that I have 4 polls from 12 separate polling organizations that put me at 15% or over. I met that. And CNN arbitrarily threw out one of the polls from the approved company's Monmouth in an arbitrary way. So they are keeping me off the stage. But the worrying thing is this. This is the first time in American history that a private for-profit corporation has owned the presidential debates. Biden and President Trump colluded with CNN to exclude the Presidential Debating Commission. Since my uncle's premier debate with Nixon, the first one in history, this has never happened. And the worrying thing is that the DNC and the RNC are putting tens of millions of dollars into CNN. So there's a conflict there. Plus, the CNN announcers on some of the biggest, most monumental decisions during their presidency, like the lockdown of the American public, the CNN announcers were cheerleaders for those lockdowns. That Biden and Trump that shifted $4.3 trillion in wealth to this new oligarchy of billionaires that destroyed the middle class in this country, that shut down 3.3 million businesses with no due process, shut down our churches, made us wear masks. Jake Tapper was cheerleading for that. So do you think he's going to ask them any of the tough questions? Do you think he's going to ask them
Actually,
tough questions?
you know what?
I
I actually do. I think Jake's a great journalist. I worked with him at CNN. I think Dana Bash is too. I think of course they can. I think they'll actually do a very good job. I'm disappointed you're not going to be there, but given you're not going to be there, because I think you should be there, and you would definitely add some spice to it, but given you're not going to be there, who do you think is going to win the debate?
I think, well, I don't like to make predictions, but I would predict that Trump will win because I think Donald Trump is good. He could win a prize for the greatest debater in modern American history, probably since Lincoln Douglas. And I'm not saying that based upon my own assessment. I'm saying that based upon watching him run through 16 Republicans one at a time and just demolish them. in his debates, and he has all of these extraordinary techniques. He's extremely entertaining to watch. He has an ability to make up facts and then believe them absolutely and sell them to the crowd. He's just, he's like watching. He's an entertainer. He's a brilliant entertainer, and nothing phases him. And he has extraordinary debating techniques. So I don't think it's possible for President Biden to beat him in that debate. And I think a lot of people are going to be watching the debate to see how, to measure some of the questions that people have about the acuity of the mental acuity and the cognitive flexibility of the current president.
If it turns out to be a train wreck for Biden, given how early this debate is being held, way earlier than normal, is it beyond the realms of fantasy that the Democrats may say, we can't possibly go forward with him as the nominee? We're going to have to do something about it and parachute somebody in time for the convention.
I think that's possible. I think if they were, I have no idea. So again, I don't make predictions. But I think if they were going to switch out somebody, the convention would be the place to do it.
Yeah. And if
they have this super delegates who are in line basically, and they are the ones who would choose the next nominee. So I think they would probably, some of them would welcome that chance.
Given how well you've been doing, given your soaring profile, if either President Trump or President Biden were to offer you a job, if they were to win in their administration, would you take it?
Oh, I intend to win the race, Pierce. So I'm not thinking that far ahead.
I knew you.
And by the way, I'm not looking for a job in government. I'm not. I have a very good life, and I've had plenty of opportunities throughout my life to work in government, including, very, very big jobs in government, presidential appointments, and I've never done it. So it's not something that I'm looking for.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., brilliant to have you back on Uncensored so soon. Thank you very much.
Piers, thanks for having me.
I saved hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Liberty, liberty, liberty. Liberty.
Something is missing from tonight's debate stage. And I'm not just talking about myself. It's the questions that won't be asked, the topics that won't be covered, and something even more important than that, the very thing that can heal our nation. That's why, as a public service, I'm addressing you today. They can keep me off the stage, but they're not going to be able to keep what I am about to say to you out of your ears. If you follow politics the way that I do, it seems like we're an extremely divided nation. It looks that way because usually the most hateful voices are also the loudest. But for a year now, I've crisscrossed this country and I've met thousands of people. And you know what? Contrary to the impression that you get from the social media, most Americans are not hateful. Most Americans want to get along with their neighbors. Most Americans share basic moral instincts. The nation is nowhere near as divided as it appears. So where does the hate come from? I'm sorry to say that a lot of it comes from our bipolar political system. The two parties thrive on division. They set us against each other. They stoke the division, and then they feed off it. The smoke and the clamor of the fight obscures the broad agreements that Americans share. When you watch the debate tonight, it seems like the two men couldn't be more different. You wouldn't guess that they are actually in agreement about the very things that are destroying our country. Since you won't hear the CNN moderator bring up these issues, I'm going to mention them instead. First is what some people call the forever wars. In constant dollars, military spending today is double what it was in the 1960s at the peak of the Cold War. A nation pays the price when it is on a permanent war footing. We see it all around us, the decaying infrastructure, the bloated deficits, the inflation that is robbing our pocketbooks and making every trip through the grocery store checkout line an agonizing experience. We spent $8 trillion on regime change wars after 9/11, and it hasn't slowed since. Imagine how strong our nation would be right now if we spent that money at home. Well, if there's one thing that President Trump and President Biden agree on, it is to spend even more money on the military. Both of them have filled their administrations with neocons and war hawks. Both of them recklessly provoked Russia and China. Both serve the ambition of global military dominance. They won't debate that because they both agree with it. But I want to ask my fellow Americans, do you agree with it? Poll after poll shows that most of you don't. You'd rather have a strong economy at home. You'd rather see Social Security solvent. You'd rather stop droning and bombing and regime changing other countries. You'd rather see what it's like for once to live in a genuine peace economy at home and have moral authority again abroad. And here's another topic you won't hear about on the debate stage, the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. Neither of these presidents will talk about it because they both presided over it. CNN won't ask about it because they're part of it too. Neither candidate will loosen the grip of big pharma over the FDA, of big food and big ag over the USDA, of big polluters over the EPA, of big tech over the FCC, of Wall Street over the Treasury Department and the Fed, and so on and so on. Can we imagine a day when the government actually serves the people again? That's what democracy means. And neither of these candidates did anything to restore that kind of democracy. Maybe they didn't want to. Maybe President Trump wanted to, but he didn't know how, or he got rolled by his bureaucracy. In any case, do you think they're going to debate on how to reduce the influence of corporate lobbyists on our government? Do you think they're going to discuss how to end agency capture or how to get the money out of politics? I don't think so. They're the product of that corrupt system. They're not going to mention it, but they can't stop me from talking about it. They also won't debate one of the most serious issues facing our nation, chronic disease. Over 50% of American adults now suffer from a chronic health condition, and more than 40% of Americans are obese. And no, it's not because of some moral failing. It's not because Americans suddenly got lazy. Something has changed since the 1960s when chronic disease was under 10% and obesity was at 13%. And there's no other nation in the world that is suffering this level of the chronic disease epidemic. Also, I would add addiction, depression, and suicide and other mental health issues. Something is wrong here, and no politician is talking about it, even though nothing drains our national vitality or our national budget more than chronic disease. Well, we need to talk about it. We need to make it a national priority. We need to look at all the possible causes, including food supply and toxic chemicals in our soil and our air and our water. I don't have all the answers, but I know what the questions are, and I know where we can start looking. I could mention a lot of other silent agreements between President Trump and President Biden. Both of them presided over an enormous and unprecedented transfer of wealth from the American middle class to a new oligarchy of the super wealthy. Both of them presided over the erosion of our constitutional rights and freedoms. Both of them allowed the surveillance state to grow out of control, and both of them presided over the bloating of our national debt. But rather than going into further depressing detail, I'd like to return to my original theme, the division of our nation. Technically speaking, our problems aren't that hard to solve. It's only our divisions that make us helpless. But underneath those divisions, and despite decades of abuse by our elites, we remain a wealthy and creative nation. We're blessed with rich natural resources. We retain our defining instincts for democracy and freedom. We have the world's most innovative entrepreneurs. We can recover the vitality of the 1960s America, but not if we stay at each other's throats. Not if we're fighting about abortion and trans rights and guns. Not if we're waging a culture war against each other. Not if we allow the two parties to convince us that those on the other side of these issues are horrible people. We need unity to take our country back. We need coherency. People power can overcome corporate power. Idealism can overcome corruption. But for people power to do that, the people must be united, not turned against each other. For the good of our nation and our planet, I'd like to invite all of you to join me in a new agreement. Let's begin the process of uniting again. Let's refuse to join the hate, the polarization, the vilification, the marginalization, the gaslighting. Let's assume the best of those with whom we disagree. Let's shake off the reflex to blame others, which searching for fault rather than for solutions. Let's recognize in each other true patriotism in the best sense of that word. Someone who cares about their country, someone who cares about something greater than themselves, someone who sees the hero in themselves and the hero in their neighbors and other Americans. If we can see those qualities in each other, if we can know that of each other, then we can transform any problem and we can heal our nation. We are a resilient country. We are a can-do country. We can solve all of these problems if only we can come together. Let's do that, and let's pray for our country. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Well, sir, there's been a lot of discussion about this upcoming debate on Thursday night. We've heard how President Biden has been preparing for it. And the real question is, what have you been doing to prepare for the debate?
I think I've been preparing for it for my whole life, if you want to know the truth. And I'm not sure you can lock yourself into a room for 2 weeks or 1 week or 2 days and really learn what you have to know. And I've been through it. I've been, a popular president. We had some great elections and some amazing, number of votes. Nobody got more than we got. And, I know the subject. Now, they may get cute because it's obviously at CNN, and I call it fake news for a long time. We'll see how they do it. I think they have a lot at stake, to be fair. I think they have to be fair. But we'll see how we do. I think we'll do very well. We've done well in the past, and I think we'll do very well. I know the subject matter, but I don't think, Corey, you can just lock yourself in a room like some people do and think you're going to come out okay. It doesn't seem to work that way.
You know, sir, they tried that with Hillary Clinton. It didn't work. You know, we have seen how Joe Biden has not performed well over the long haul. You've made some recommendations that maybe Joe Biden has to have a drug test before this debate. You've made some great remarks, and let me just remind our viewers kind of what you've said and, you know, what your take is on it. Oh, sir, I think you said that Joe might need a shot to stay up for the debate. I hear that he's practicing standing for 90 minutes is his debate prep. A little different, I think, than what you're used to at some of the rallies you've participated in recently.
Well, if I have to practice standing, we have ourselves a big problem. No, I had heard that too. He's practicing how to stand or something, standing. And now, look, let's see what happens. I hope everybody does well. I hope we all come out as a nation, but our nation's in trouble. We've never been in trouble like this. We've never been so embarrassed as this. And we have to change presidents. He's the worst president in history. And we have to get change. When you have millions and millions of people pouring in from other parts of the world, not just South America, all over the world they're coming from, and they're coming from prisons and mental institutions. You have all of this happening, and you have massive numbers of terrorists. This is not going to end well. This is not what they've done and what they've unleashed, the Democrats, Biden, whoever's running government for him, because I don't think he's running it. But whoever's running government, what they've done to this country will never be forgiven.
Sir, in another bit of news today, a New York judge partially lifted the gag order against you. Many legal scholars have said that it was illegal in the first place. Alan Dershowitz came out and said it was a violation of your First Amendment and they were trying to stifle your ability. What do you take of this partial lifting of the gag order?
Well, I think partial is very unfair because there are things we have to say, especially in my case. I'm going into a debate and I'm going to have to talk about a gag order. What does partial mean? It's not fair. It's not fair. We've had a gag order long after the trial. The trial was ridiculous. Every legal scholar said it should have never been brought. The whole thing is ridiculous. And now they lift just a piece of the gag order, not all of it. No, the gag order has to be lifted in its entirety.
Sir, on another major topic, and everyone's talking about it, the rumor now may be that you could be announcing your vice presidential selection before the debate. It has been whittled down. The reports say you're down to 2 or 3 individuals. You said you know who that individual is going to be, and they're going to be in Atlanta. Tell us more about how the process has played out, sir, and what you think that person's going to help bring to the table.
Well, I could take any one of these people. They're great. We have a great bench. And even beyond that, we have a great bench. And we'll make a decision fairly soon. And I think people will be very happy with this decision, Corey.
Former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy joins us now. Vivek, what's going to happen Thursday?
Well, the reality is the Democrats have set the expectations rock bottom low. Keep in mind, back in 2012, when Obama showed up in that first debate versus Romney, it was the other way around. Expectations were high and Obama bombed. So they've tried to set up Biden as well as they possibly can. A 3-on-1 debate versus Trump that includes the 2 CNN moderators, with expectations set rock bottom and no live audience. If Biden still fails in that circumstance, I think he is done as the candidate. But they've tried their best to set themselves up for a win-win. Yet my best advice to President Trump is just be yourself. The American people are sick of being fooled by the media. They're going to see through the media's tricks. Just tell the people what your record was, compare that to Biden's, and I think that President Trump, nonetheless, despite the way they've set this up, is still going to be able to succeed in a big way.
So you think the Democrats are winning the expectations game? In collusion with the media, they are winning the expectations game, and they've rigged it to win.
They've rigged it in every single sense of the word. It's CNN moderating the debate in their home turf with no live audience. This would be like the equivalent of hosting the debate in Mississippi with Donald Trump hosted by Fox News with the 3,000 person audience. And yet I respect Donald Trump for agreeing to those terms anyway, because the fact of the matter is this is a debate that the American people deserve to see on fair terms. Does that mean it's going to be fair? Of course it's not. But I think President Trump is ready to show the people who he really is. And one thing I think I'd like to see come across, and I think will come across, Jesse, is that Donald Trump can actually be the president who unites this country. Joe Biden ran on a message of national unity. He has failed miserably. Trump's approach to unity is different. Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. And the excellence of that record of a growing economy, a sealed southern border, global stability, that is excellence. And that's how he's going to unite the country, not just through rhetoric, but through action. And I think that will come across in a way that Americans, you know what, you got to give the voters more credit than sometimes the pundits give them. They're going to be able to see through the shenanigans that CNN and their moderators put up. And that's why I'm optimistic that despite the traps they've laid, Trump can still come out stronger for it.
What about Hillary's advice? I mean, if Hillary's advice is true and these are going to be the game plans, he's just going to talk about January 6th for 90 minutes. He's going to call him a convicted felon, a bankrupt bozo that's going to bring more chaos and racism to the country. And Trump's not going to be able to talk. He's going to have to hold his breath, compose himself because his mic's going to be muted. And then he's going to have to fire back. If he's firing back at all these hoaxes and smears the whole time, is he not getting his unifying message across on policy?
Of course, that's what they're going to try to stop him from doing, Jesse. And I think President Trump is experienced at this point. He's led this country against the backdrop of an impeachment hoax, a Trump-Russia collusion hoax. So I think he's set up to do well here. But if I was giving advice to Joe Biden, here's what it would be: is don't take Hillary Clinton's advice because she is conflicted as an advisor. Remember, if Biden bombs, there's a lot of people waiting in line, salivating for that DNC nomination. No doubt Hillary Clinton's one of them. So when you have an advisor who has a bit of a personal conflict of interest, you might want to think twice before you follow their advice.
Does Obama have a conflict? Because he's now firing and hiring people inside Wilmington. Did you have any idea how deeply wired he is into the Biden campaign? I don't even think Biden knows who's in charge.
Yeah, well, the reality is Biden's cognitive deficits, Jesse, they are not a bug to the people who control him. They're a feature because it allows him to serve as a puppet for the managerial class. So that's one of the things that's made him sufficiently appealing to that managerial class, is it was enough to barely get the job done while still advancing their actual deep state and managerial class interests. Now that that puppet has completely lost the battery's completely almost brain dead. Now they may be prepared to move him to one side, but this debate's the final hoop that they're making him jump through. So regardless of the matter, I think President Trump is going to succeed by focusing less on that managerial machine, less on the Democrats, less on Biden, and more on his vision for this country, which I think will reunite this nation at a time when we need it. And that's why I'm rooting for him.
All right. Well, if Steven Spielberg can't get him through one last hoop, I don't know who can. Vivek, we'll see you in the spin room. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Everybody, particularly in the media, goes bonkers over the town hall. I guess it's because you will lose your right to tell them what to think.
Ross Perot in the 1992 president's debates.
I'm spending my money on this campaign. The two parties are spending your money, taxpayer money. I don't have any experience in running up a $4 trillion debt. If we sit here tonight, we will go into debt an additional $50 million. Now, whose fault is that? Not the Democrats, not the Republicans. Somewhere out there, there's an extraterrestrial that's doing this to us, I guess. We've got to collect the taxes to do it. If there's a fairer way, I'm all ears. And you're going to hear a giant sucking sound of jobs being pulled out of this country. We're going to be another sucking sound that runs our deficit through the roof. I grew up 5 blocks from Arkansas. There are guys that couldn't get a job, third shift in a Dairy Queen, driving BMWs and Mercedes, selling drugs. A boy in Houston kept a chicken in the bathtub in downtown Houston. Missed 65 days going to livestock shows. Finally had to come back to school. The chicken lost his feathers. That's the only way we got him back.
What about a woman?
Well,
I told you, my candidate's back there.
Okay. I can think of many.
Many?
Absolutely.
When?
All right. How about Sandra Day O'Connor? I had created so much stress in the board who wanted just to keep the Lawrence Welk music going. I'm not playing Lawrence Welk music tonight. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be talking about government reform. It's a long subject. You wouldn't let me finish tonight. If you want to hear it, you get it tomorrow night. This Thursday night on ABC from 8:30 to 9. Friday night on NBC from 8 to 8:30. And Saturday night on CBS from 8 to 8:30. We'll be down in the trenches under the hood working on fixing the old car to get it back on the road. So I'm the only one that's untarnished at this point.
All right, you're clean. You're clean. Go ahead, boss. Go ahead. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is trying to get into the 2024 presidential debates. But in the latest episode of C-SPAN's podcast, The Weekly, we remember Ross Perot in 1992. Find C-SPAN's The Weekly wherever you get podcasts. The Weekly!
See, I've got a theme song for our campaign, and here it comes. Just listen to it.
We're crazy. Crazy for feeling so.
Good morning. Welcome to Rising. We have a fantastic show for you today. It's a big week, obviously, with the first presidential debate coming up on Thursday. We will get to that in just a minute. Jessica, you're going to be here all week, I believe.
I will. We're going to have some good debate coverage. I'm excited for that.
Yes, we're very excited. But first, we did want to let you know, so we're doing something slightly different today and hopefully in the future. Same exact content of the show. We're going to be posting one long video. You know, the show is usually separate blocks, videos, like 8 of them a day. We're going to try it just as one video because YouTube has tweaked something. You let us know. It should be the exact same content. If you don't like it, you like it better, tell us, leave comments, tweet at us, harass us on the street, whatever you want. But don't worry, it'll be the same show, just presented slightly differently. But speaking of news about Rising itself, today is actually my 3rd year anniversary since the first time I hosted the show back in 2021. My producers thought it would be funny to actually play a clip from that first show. Let's watch.
We'll come back to that. And we are just about ready. I'm just trying to get my 2 things rocking and rolling here. It's all right. Not too bad. We've got 2 debates here. I have no idea how we're going to do this. We'll figure this out. Just wanted to break in here while I had a few minutes. Just got off work, so life is good. Let's go and look at what is happening. I guess this is the floor of CNN studios here. We had heard that whoever the VP is in attendance. Well, guess who's in attendance? Mr. Vivek Ramaswamy. He is here. He was being interviewed earlier, so they're all piling in. But of course, it doesn't matter because there would be nobody there. So I don't know what's going on, where this is. We are just a few minutes away now, going over to therealdebate.com. This is where Kennedy's debate will be. This will be hosted by John Stossel. So we'll see how that goes. That should be fun times. But we are just moments away, 26 minutes and counting down. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I have no idea what to expect. Good, bad, ugly. My expectations are really, really low. And that's about all I know. Backgrounds, some other backgrounds. Black is so dark. Let's go with green. It's all right. Yeah, so I think the solid kind of looks better.
Friends, soon Joe will take the debate stage with Donald Trump. And a donation from you today.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, she looks terrible. Worse than ever. Okay, go back to. We're about 25 minutes away from Kennedy taking the stage on his end. Watch the real debate. You deserve to hear 3 options. Watch the presidential debate as it was supposed to be, Biden, Trump, and Kennedy, and decide for yourself. So who knows? Maybe you'll just end up playing that. I may just end up playing this here, and then we'll do a little commentating. I'll be in and out. I don't know how much participation I'm going to actually be here. Cool. I'm dropping the link here too. So I'll be in, I'll be out, I'll be watching definitely. I don't know how much commentating or commentary I'm going to actually do. We'll see. We'll see if anything fun comes up. But definitely thought it would be fun to just stream it. Why not add it to the podcast series? This is a long one here. I've already gone 2 hours just in this pre-show. So what's another few hours to go? All right. So hopefully we'll just be able to just watch it here, Kennedy, and then they'll have Trump and Biden on screen and just kind of roll with that. That's what I think the plan is going to be. I don't know. So this is here outside the debate spin room. So this is the media room. Okay, I get it. I get it. Makes sense. Yeah, I wish, I didn't know if this thing doesn't have like 2 screens. If this had like a double screen where I could show 2 video screens, that would be kind of cool. This paid version does allow me to simulcast, Eric. I don't know how you can do that if you wanted to simulcast. It looks like that's possible somehow. It says any guest can simulcast. I have no idea. No idea what that means, but I'll go back. And it should be fun. Should be fun. You gotta have fun with it. Don't take life too seriously all the time. All right, so that's all for right now. We'll be back. Looks like Eric Spitfire Wilkinson will be joining us. Catherine Michelle may be joining us, and of course the chat is open. The chat is out there. So if anybody else wants to jump in and join, please feel free as we go here. Yeah, I don't know what to expect. I don't know how much commentary me and Eric will even be doing. We may just be sitting here watching like everybody else. Pause button works. So that will be good. And I'm just gonna get ready. It's streaming everywhere. If you go to C-SPAN, you're gonna find the stream there. If you go to Fox News, they're gonna have their own stream there too. So thank God we don't have to actually watch CNN. Watch it on CNN. C-SPAN is a little weird, especially if you want to pause or something. The pause button is not the best. So I may go with the Fox News feed here. That may be the way to go. We'll see. We'll figure it all out. Plenty of commentary to be had after. That's true. Very true. That is very true. All right, well, I'll play a little bit more of this. So we're just kind of waiting here for another 25 minutes. I don't know if this has to do with Biden Trump.
I want to introduce my new co-host, Robbie Suave joins me. Robbie, welcome. Good to have you.
Great to be here. Really glad to be part of the show. I'm an editor for the magazine Reason, a libertarian publication. I'm from the Detroit area, live in DC now, and I'm really excited about doing the show.
That's fantastic. We're glad to have you and look forward to your perspective on all the issues we'll talk about today.
Thank you. I look about 20 years younger there, not 3 years younger.
No. Has the show aged you, Robbie?
Yeah, I think like those pictures of Lincoln from like before the Civil War and then after. I think we're going to play a couple more of those clips later in the show. But okay, let's get to some actual news. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Biden and Trump meeting again in a face-to-face showdown in Atlanta, where the first 2024 presidential debate will go down. The much anticipated event will be just as crucial for President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump as it will be for the hosting organization CNN. The network, whose ratings have precipitously declined in recent years, will have the monumental task of broadcasting the showdown that is surely going to have monumental consequences for the election in November. Now, in past years, an independent commission has presided over presidential debates. Not this time. CNN has full and total control from moderators to the camera angles the power to mute the mics of the candidates at their discretion.
Both men are prepping for the matchup in their own ways. President Biden is holed up in Camp David, Maryland, hunkering down with a team of advisors helping him practice. According to reporters, the practice will include drilling down on themes Biden's camp hopes will drive the week, and the president's strategy will cap off with a mock debate. Meanwhile, it's business as usual for Trump. He kicked off debate week with a rally in Philadelphia, Biden's adopted hometown. And in true Trump fashion, he went after Biden for secluding himself this week to prepare for Thursday. Went after CNN moderators Dana Bash and Jake Tapper too. Here's a little bit of that. Let's watch.
You know, that's the first time that Sleepy Joe has ever beaten Crooked Joe. It's the first. So tonight, we'll refer to him as Sleepy Joe. Because right now, as you know, it's been reported that right now Crooked Joe's gone to a log cabin to study, prepare. No, he didn't. He's sleeping now. Because they want to get him good and strong. So a little before debate time, he gets a shot in the ass. And they want to strengthen him up.
All bashing aside, Politico reports that there is some practicing going on. The former president is focusing on policy issues, but decided to scrap a mock debate. His advisors are urging him to steer clear of repeating his aggressive 2020 debate tactic, incessantly interrupting Biden that he was widely perceived to have lost the debate. But if Sunday's MAGA rally is any indication, Trump appears undaunted.
So interrupting will be difficult, if not impossible, because they're literally going to turn off the mic of the other candidate, or they're going to turn off Trump while Biden is speaking, and vice versa. So this is, going to be a big event, obviously. It's a big event for CNN, which, as we just noted, has had a rough couple years, fewer and fewer people watching. So this was a big win for them that they were able to outmaneuver the other TV stations to host this debate. This very historic debate, whose rules have been structured by CNN itself in conversation with the candidates rather than the independent debate commission that neither candidate said they wanted to work with. There's no love lost between me and the independent debate commission. They obviously screwed up a lot of things. I was still feeling spitefully of them that they didn't allow the libertarian candidate in the debates back in 2016, even when Gary Johnson was polling, very close to that 15% threshold. And that is also the big story here, because RFK Jr. will not be in this debate, despite polling 10% or 12% in some national polls. Again, it's not that he has to get to 15 because they threw the rule book out. They can do whatever they want. So they are consciously choosing not to feature a candidate that 1 in 10 Americans is saying they might vote for in November.
And RFK Jr.'s legal team has pointed to some of the FEC regulations of what constitutes an official presidential debate, because they move the deadline to, you have to be officially on the ballot, able to receive electoral college votes. But a lot of secretaries of state across the country don't even count the signatures, don't even assess the paperwork to ensure that, RFK Jr. or any candidate can be on the ballot. And so because that deadline is typically later in the summer, they've structured the rules in a way to exclude RFK Jr. But we also don't have the official RNC and DNC conventions yet. Neither Trump nor Biden are considered to be, the official nominees of either party. And so the legal team's raising this question, well, if you're excluding me for this reason, you should exclude them as well. We shouldn't be allowed to have a debate if these are the real rules and you're not just trying to have a debate between Biden and Trump. And so even in Australia, they're covering this and saying, look at what's going on in America. I was watching a clip of Sky News and they're saying, look at how corrupt their democratic process is. Look at what CNN is doing to exclude this viable candidate from a debate.
Yeah, and the mainstream media says democracy is at stake. Democracy is on the ballot. That's the fundamental issue of this election. Implicitly or explicitly calling out Donald Trump's behavior to allegedly subvert democracy and the steps he took in the wake of his loss in January 6th and all that. Democracy subverted because of those things, but not because you won't let people hear from one of the candidates in the democratic system. I think it really is a shame. We'll see how the debate goes. You know, if it's done really well, it could, I guess, be a big achievement for CNN. Probably millions and millions of people will be tuning in. You know, the history of these presidential debates is massive. People turn on their TVs, they watch it. It's a thing that people are very interested in. The spectacle of Trump versus Biden, again, I think will draw a lot of viewers. If it's done badly, if they screw something up, it is all on them. They can't blame any other entity because they set all the rules themselves. I think the cutting of people the lack of an audience is interesting, and I think could improve things. So too could not having them be able to interrupt each other, because that can become that can be not good. Except some cutting in is important for the debate, because if they really can't, if it's just like, I'm going to read a statement and then you're going to read a statement and then I'm going to read a statement, you know what I mean? It starts to chip away at the actual debate-ish element of it. Obviously, if Biden's trying to talk and Trump's just talking over him the whole time, or vice versa. Of course, in one of the debates, it was more Trump arguing with who was it? Chris Wallace, formerly of Fox News, and he was arguing with him more than he was arguing with Joe Biden. Like, Wallace appointed himself almost the Democratic candidate in the debate, and I know that performance was really panned. I don't know if it contributed to him leaving Fox, but a lot of conservatives were furious about how he handled that debate. And that was ostensibly a Fox person, although he wasn't at Fox very much longer.
Yeah, there was this book that came out, Robert Erickson and Christopher Wisen, about how much presidential debates actually matter, how much they're influencing elections. For a candidate like RFK Jr., of course, he would likely go up in the polls. More people would just be aware of who he is.
Right, because of name recognition.
Right.
Well, he has name recognition, but people don't know.
Yeah, and so that would constitute probably a significant change in the polls. But what the data shows is that in 9 presidential elections between 1980 and 2008, that it was only a couple percentage points, if that. So it doesn't change things dramatically, but in a race like this one, where it's extremely close, it is very important. But there are cases where, there were shifts in the polls where it's credited to other factors, like in 76, when you had Jimmy Carter and Gerald Ford, he had a gaffe in the debate, and they, credit that to be the shift in the polls. And then you have President Obama in 2012, but of course we had the financial crisis, and they credit that to be the major shifts in the polls. So there's all sorts of reasons why we might see shifts in the polls around the time of the debate, but it's actually a longer trend than just what we're seeing during the debate.
Yeah, I think Team Biden's theory is that the reality of Trump running again, potentially being in the White House again, has not sunk in with ordinary everyday Americans, and they need a reminder of that fact, and this is what the debate is going to serve as. I think the theory for Team Trump is that the more exposed, the more put in front of a camera, put in front of an audience Biden is and Trump is, the better it will be for Trump, because of all the concerns. I mean, there are some concerns about mental fitness both ways, but are extraordinarily more on the Biden side. The way voters feel, even Democratic voters feel about Biden, is horror and concern as they see him, stumble his way through major speeches, through interviews with the press, etc. So I think, they're hoping people will see that this guy is just not capable of serving.
It's hard to watch Biden, it really is. So we've got about 12 minutes here before the real show starts. And again, Eric Spitfire Wilkinson will be joining, and Catherine Michelle may also be joining. And I dropped the link in the chat if anybody else does want to jump in at any time. Because of just family stuff here, I may be in and out, so you may see me drop in. But really, the main thing is, like Eric said, we can always do some commentary afterwards. But the main thing is to really focus on what these two candidates are going to say, and I'm looking forward to it. And there's the man right there. How are you, my friend?
I am well. Am I coming through okay?
Coming through good. How are you doing? I'm doing all right. I'm kind of nervous, kind of excited. Just going through all of those things. I have no idea how this is going to work, because I don't know what Kennedy's doing. we're going to tune in there. We can flip back and forth between that and the debate. But if Kennedy is playing it, maybe we'll just hang and just kind of.
Yeah, you can pause real time too as you're playing. You know, both. If you want to pause and go back and forth, it's the internet is great, and we thank Al Gore for inventing it.
He invented the internet. I forgot about
Al Gore for the internet.
Al Gore is the reason why I have a great job right now. Thank you, Mr. Gore. Keep working on that climate crisis, though. Let us know how that one goes. Still working on that. Hey, speaking of Al Gore, since you brought Al Gore up, I do have. I've been doing some book collecting here. I won't say the subtitle.
A
letter to liberals. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. If you have not read this, my brother, got to get this. I have a free PDF on my website, so if anyone just wants to download the PDF, you can get that. I think this is the one here. So I've been trying to do more research, obviously, for the book, and this is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Crimes Against Nature, and I'm not sure if this is the one, and I'm going to check right now. Al Gore wrote the foreword to one of Kennedy's books, and when I read that, I was like, why? Why Al Gore? I don't think
what?
Yeah. This was back in like 2000, so this was a different Kennedy, I would say, than the Kennedy that we are seeing now. But this is going to be interesting. This is going to be fun to see where everything goes. There is the spin room right there, the CNN spin room. So all the media hacks,
otherwise known as the sit and spin room.
Sit and spin, right? Sure, they know exactly what that's like there. But I'm so happy. The best news is that we don't have to watch this on CNN. Everybody is broadcasting this.
Who is do you know who the people that are putting it on CNN, who's going to be there? Which of the wonderful journalists they have there going to be?
The two moderators?
Yeah. But beyond that, they're broadcasting it on CNN too.
Oh,
So-
okay. Yeah. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'm sure they
Who are the two moderators? Let's talk about them.
Jake Tapper,
Right.
and Dana Bash. So
There you
I
go.
love their last names, Bash Tapper. What else needs to be said? I think that's it.
No freaking way. That's his real name, Jake Tapper.
Jake Tapper. That's awesome. Too bad his first name wasn't Willie. That would be kind of cool. Anyways, we're getting. This is what happens when Eric joins the stream.
Hey,
here, by the way,
We're gonna
So
get
we'll
serious in a sec for these debates because
Yeah, we gotta get. I mean, it's. I mean, I don't know.
Not
It's
really.
gonna be laughable. It's gonna be fun. But I asked a question. Am I the only one who thinks that President Trump won the two debates in 2020?
oh come
Did
on,
all-
he destroyed. Of course.
That's what I thought too. I was like, but all I'm hearing is how everybody thinks Trump did bad, and that's why
Who
he
said
lost.
this?
Everyone. I was watching Fox News, the News Nation, all these people, all these conservative people, actually. That are like, I'm like, what? Do you guys watch the same ones that I did? So I don't know. I don't
Media
know.
outlets, brother. You know how that goes.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, you get what you don't pay for. So I guess it's okay. It's all right. We are still awaiting here. It looks like Kennedy.
Remember, folks, Obama helped bring in what was the name of the Smith-Munson Act, which gives the media the complete immunity to any type of prosecution
Ugh.
to lie to you.
Mm.
That's what the Smith-Munson Act is, and it never got repealed. That was one of my issues with President Trump. Remember back I was like, okay, he's fighting these freaking libtard, and then but he didn't repeal it.
No,
So
he didn't. He didn't. Yeah, and is that something Congress would have had to have done, or is that something?
No, actually, the president can repeal that
President can
act,
enter-
the Smith-Munson Act, because it was put into place as an executive order.
Well, I mean, the media was going after him so much. I would think that would have been a no-brainer. But maybe he thought, well, if I do that, it'll be a conflict. And really, the more that the media went after him, the more that it helped him. But you're definitely right. We need a real media, and there have to be real consequences, not a little byline 2 weeks later. Oh, sorry, we got this wrong. And they got to get rid of those stupid fact checkers. I think everybody's kind of woken up to how bad the fact checkers are, but they're still there. They're still doing something. And who's paying these people for this? To fact check what? Fact check this. Come on. 5 minutes. 5
Well,
minutes.
I mean, you still need the left right paradigm. You need the bread and circuses, and you need the news out there for all the sheeple, which there's a ton of them. There's still a ton of sheeple out there to argue.
Yeah,
to
and
have something to talk about. But I'm excited about this. Is we say it every 4 years that it's like the most important election of our time. But I mean, this one is big. This
If
one
we
is
don't
really
win, we're all gonna die.
when you have the fact that you have the first supposedly convicted felon, it's going to be running for right, and just with the big bad insurrection that involved no guns.
Right. I like that too.
There's a lot of stuff out there going on right now.
Trump should show up in one of those prison jumpsuits and just go to the debate stage like that. He's like all in with it. So I think that's pretty funny. Catherine, how are you, my friend?
Hi.
Hey, welcome.
Hey, what's up, Catherine?
Hi, Eric.
Yeah, we are just moments
hold
away.
on.
Yeah.
That was me. Sorry. I had it on
All
in the
right.
background. Sorry.
No problem at all.
Is that picture straight?
Picture looks good.
Yeah, it looks good. No, it is. It's like, oh.
She says, "Let me know, Eric. At any time, the world can change. Your world can change." We're at about 3 minutes here, and then this will start. Kennedy's thing starts. I don't know. I was telling Eric, I don't know how we're going to do this. If Kennedy is doing a debate over here, Trump is doing one over here. We'll see what Kennedy's deep debate is like. And
Maybe
then-
do the debate between Trump and Biden, and then afterwards do the Kennedy debate. You know, I
could do
mean,
that too.
I'm not going to tell you. You do you. However you want to do it.
I
But,
have no idea. I have no idea what to do.
Yeah,
Or
I was
how
going
to-
to ask you who's even debating. You're like, hey.
Oh, with Kennedy, right?
Yeah, it's definitely Trump and Biden. They are debating, hosted by one of the most fair and balanced news media, CNN, of course. They're just so fair and balanced there.
God.
So, and then at the same
Fair
time,
and
since they wouldn't let Kennedy in, Kennedy's like, well, you know what? I'm still going to show up. I'm still going to participate.
What?
So
Why would they not let him in? See, all of this stuff is
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Isn't it?
It's all rigged. It's rigged for sure. Damien's saying Biden is just going to mumble his way through and maybe talk about Pop-Tart.
Right?
Yeah.
That's
I
what we're
know. I'll
expecting.
try really hard not to keep calling him a pedophile. I'll keep it Pedo Joe. That's my name for him, Pedo Joe.
Pedo Joe. That's a pretty good one. There's Sleepy Joe. There's Crooked Joe, but Pedo Joe just has
Sniffer Joe.
I think that's what everybody is really going to be watching, and to see how does Biden do. You know, like if he can just mumble his way through it, the media will just act like he's the best deep debater ever.
But is it really going to be him, or is it going to be one of the stand-ins with the mask?
That could be.
Or we're gonna have to watch again. We're gonna have to watch for that wire.
Yes.
You know, if
Because
it slips
not
out.
they're not supposed
That's
to have
conspiracy
any
theory, though.
earpieces. They're not supposed to have. They can have pen. They can have paper. Then they can't have props, which I'm sure that was a Trump thing, because they're scared Trump's going to pull out a prop and read something about Biden. But I don't know. It should be very interesting to see what.
Yeah,
what
see, I don't
happens.
trust him, especially when you know how good those masks are that they make. And, you know, once in a while, somebody will mess up and not get it tucked in correctly. But it's like, you know, so if you get someone coherent, then you got these numbnuts thinking, oh, yeah, see how smart he was? It's like,
Right.
no.
Those lizard tongues gonna accidentally slip out every now and then.
Watch for the eyes. Watch the eyes.
Cat eyes.
I think it's right here, right? That's really, it's the wrinkles where you can tell right in the
Yeah.
back, where you could tell there.
I've got the old Illuminati hoodie on for the broadcast.
Uh oh. There we go. It's over. We see what side you're on then.
Oh,
All right.
man. Yeah, we see that. We see what's going on.
It's actually just a jacket for the haunted house I work at. It's Everybody's haunted house.
That's cool. Old Joe is a master baiter. Oh, master debater. Sorry. Got that wrong.
I think it's right the first time. Oh, God. Ew.
Sniffy Joe.
Yuck.
With the ice cream cone in one hand.
I wish
Where's your
Joe
other
would
hand?
sniff me.
Oh, God.
Joe Biden. I wish you would sniff me.
Oh, see, I can't even think of ice cream. I just finished this book, and it's not for the faint of heart. Trust me. It's called The Butcher and Blackbird. It's what they call a dark romance. I'd never read one before. So anyway, it was really a good book, but it's about serial killers killing serial killers. And when they were killing this one serial killer, they found out he added some extra special cream sauce to his ice cream.
I gotta write that shit down. What's the name of this book?
Yikes. I hope it's not the sauce I'm
What a
thinking
great
of.
concept. Serial killers killing serial killers.
It was really good because they were like the good guys, kind of
The
like
good
a
serial killers versus the bad ones.
Yeah, kind of like the Dexter. They
You're like
only kill the
forming
bad guys.
teams.
The good shit lollipop.
Forming alliances. Serial killers on.
Yeah.
You got Gacy and Dahmer on one side.
Oh no,
You
they would
got
go kill
Bundy.
Dahmer.
Well, Catherine, you've been doing a lot of reading, a lot of some strange books, huh?
Oh, I had no idea, and I guess I read this book and I was like, damn. I'm like reading some parts going, oh, it's literally, you're like out loud, you're like, damn.
For those of you under 30, reading a book is actually like a book that's in your hand and you turn pages. It's not something you scroll through.
Open it up.
For those of you out there, I'm sure what a
This is the coolest book right here, though. You're never gonna find a book cooler than this. Trump.
Oh.
I don't know. Gray Stage is a pretty cool book.
Yeah, I think I'd rather read Grace.
I'd rather read that one. What was the other one? The 9/11 book?
Yep. 9/11.
What was the book called? The
That's
other
what
one.
it's called.
9/11.
Oh, 9/11. I thought so.
9/11.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it's just spelled out instead of looks like
Welcome to The Real Debate. I'm John Stossel, moderator tonight.
kinda low.
CNN's hosting its first presidential debate, 2024, but they did not include the independent presidential candidate,
kinda low for you guys,
Kennedy Jr. So this evening, live from Los Angeles, we're streaming the CNN debate, and here I will give Kennedy the same questions that Trump and Biden
It's
get.
pretty good on the back of
You'll
monitor.
see the CNN debate plus Kennedy's answers here. And this is all being hosted on Twitter, X we're supposed to call it, and therealdebate.com. But you could say this is the real debate with all the presidential candidates who poll in double digits. Due to the inclusion of Kennedy's answers, this broadcast will be a little bit longer. Now, let's go to CNN as they introduce their broadcast.
We're live from Georgia, a key battleground state in the race for the White House. In just moments, the current U.S. president will debate the former U.S. president as their party's presumptive nominees, a first in American history. We want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world to our studios in Atlanta. This is the CNN presidential debate.
This debate is being produced by CNN and is coming to you live.
Trump's Biden's gonna have to stand up on that podium for 90 minutes.
CNN Max and CNN.
Good luck.
That's why I don't think it's really going to be.
Between President Joe Biden and former
Unless it has a little
Thursday, monster trucks.
Each will make his case.
Gravedigger.
People with just over
Here's your
4
moderators.
until election day.
These two clowns.
Oh,
Good evening,
God.
I'm Anna Bash, anchor of CNN's Inside Politics and co-anchor of State of the Union.
I'm Jake Tapper, anchor of CNN's The Lead and
Dana Bash.
Dana and I will co-moderate this evening. Our job is to facilitate a debate between the two candidates tonight. Before we introduce them, we want to share the rules of the debate with the audience at home. Former President Trump will be on the left side of the screen. President Biden will be appearing on the right. A coin toss determines.
Yeah, get that left, right.
Each candidate will have 2 minutes to answer a question and 1 minute each for responses.
So
and
clever.
rebuttals. An additional minute for
Clapper
follow-up,
for Tapper.
clarification, or response is at the moderator's discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on and his opponent's microphone will be turned
Thanks for
off.
letting us know his microphone will be turned on when he speaks.
We're in grade
Man, that are
school.
geniuses.
How about they just raise their hands?
At the end of the debate, each candidate will get 2 minutes for closing statements. There is no studio audience tonight.
Bring out the whip.
Pre-written notes, props, or contact with campaign staff
Why
are
no
not permitted
studio
during the
audience?
debate. By accepting our invitation to debate both
They probably
candidates
boo
and their
Biden out of the
campaigns,
building.
Yeah, that was
That's
agreement on Biden's team.
these rules.
That's true.
Now,
No
please
audience.
welcome the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Who the hell is he waving?
Who's he waving? Folks, how are you? He's off to a
And
great
please
start.
welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Yeah. Winner, winner.
They need to play some pimp music as he's walking up there. Chicka
Please
bow.
welcome
Wait a minute, there
Robert
are
Kennedy
people in the
Jr.
audience.
Oh, oh, audience.
Thank you. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall. The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying.
Okay,
All he
I'm
said
calling
was, "It's not
mask."
that serious. Just inject a
That's
little
not
bleach in
him.
your arm. You'll be all right." The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out in a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing
Enough
jobs.
position.
There's more to be done.
Brought
There's more to be done.
position.
Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the
What?
winter, was a problem.
What?
The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing.
What about the
price of a
kitchen
whole range
table?
of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those
Yeah, I
problems.
agree. The
And we're
reckoning.
going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build.
This person
2 million
talks
new
way
units.
too fast
We're
for
gonna make sure
Biden.
we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination of what
Cocaine
is
is
left
the
of
hell of a
corporate
drug.
greed is the reason why we're in this problem right
Yeah,
now.
somebody talk
In
into his
addition to
little
that,
ear mic and tell
we're
him
in a
to slow
situation
down.
where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many
No,
people,
you haven't.
to $15 for a insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year.
Drug they can include the
In a
beginning.
situation
What
to
the
make- and we're going to make that
Listen to the
available
way
to
this guy's
everybody,
talking.
all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price of around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you, President Trump.
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID.
Yes.
He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you, President Biden.
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we find ourselves in a situation where
Was he imagining something?
He was.
Wealthy.
Thought he was holding the mic.
Tax cut in American history. $2 trillion.
Mike's in front of you, Joe.
Raise a deficit larger than any president has in any one term.
Maybe he was
He's the
thinking
only
about his ice
president
cream
other than
cone.
Herbert Hoover, who's lost more jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant, and the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world.
What? Sack of shit.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Mr. Kennedy, the question was, people feel worse off because of inflation.
And I want to thank everybody for being here and for this opportunity. And thank you, John. I also want to thank Elon Musk for live streaming this on X. CNN made some statements suggesting that might be, that he may get sued for that. And I'm very, very grateful for the courage that he's shown to protect freedom of speech in this country. I want to just orient us a little bit about why we're here tonight. And I don't want it to make it sound like I'm complaining, because this isn't a personal issue. This is something that should be very troubling for our country. What happened with this debate? My uncle gave the first televised debate in 1960. Ever since then, the debate has been run by nonpartisan organizations, the League of Women Voters till 1988.
Okay, he needs to stick to the question.
The debating committee.
I agree.
And thereafter, and this is the first time that a private court.
They need to fix this X buffering. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
And so they have an incentive to go ahead and collude with the two presidential candidates whose main purpose was to keep me off the stage. And again, this isn't a personal issue. This is something that's important for our democracy, because Americans feel like the system is rigged. And this is this collusion with a corporation or profit corporation, that both those campaigns are going to be pumping in tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in advertising. So it's all a big payoff. This is exactly the kind of merger of state and corporate power that I'm running in order to oppose. And the Americans believe that the system is rigged against them because it is. And this is an example of how badly rigged it is.
Mr. Kennedy, we're following the rules here. You're
What the hell's going on here, Greg?
I got to follow up.
We're going back to the debate.
I got to follow up.
This is weird.
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up.
Yeah, let me know if you just want me to just play the debate.
Tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back. And he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. No, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing, and they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength.
That's true.
With power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years.
He says the question was prices are higher because of
you
Trump's
both. Do you like this
10%
better, or
tariff.
should I
Out
just
with
play it?
Al-Qaeda, in with Hamas.
And this is another
Hamas.
example of
Should
why
I just
this
play with
debate
Trump
is a
and Biden?
problem, because these two men are the people who ran up the deficit that is causing the inflation. President Trump came into office promising to balance the budget. Instead, he spent more money in office than every president in United States history combined, from George Washington to George W. Bush, 283 years of history. President Biden will beat him. He's already run up $6.3 trillion in debt, and by the time he leaves office, he'll have run up more than President Trump. That's why we have inflation. Inflation is caused because they're printing money to pay for these expenses that we don't have, and that money is then a tax on the poor. That's why we have a 22% hike in home insurance. That's why we have $4 milk, $4 bread, $6 gasoline. It's because of the forever wars and the out of control spending by these two gentlemen.
I got Kennedy ahead of my card 3-0. And he's not even in the debate.
We have a $34 trillion debt now. We'll go to servicing the debt within 10 years.
Buffering is going to drive me
100%.
nuts, so.
This is existential. This is one of the problems that neither of these two will talk about. This is the reason that they need me on stage, because I would confront them with what they did. They were the ones who ran up half of this deficit. Is attributable to those two men, and that's what's causing inflation. We'll never deal with inflation if we don't deal with the money printing problem, and neither of them are going to do it.
Money printing. Back to the debate.
Under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will, throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country. And I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration
later
in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
About to take it down.
I think Trump might take round
the largest
4.
national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one. Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. I mean, billionaires in America. They're in a situation where
big difference there, Joe.
8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers. We may raise $500 million.
I don't think
billion
that's
dollars, I
right.
should say, in a 10-year period.
The math ain't mathin', Joe.
About his debt, we'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with.
Look at Trump. He's like, what are you talking about, dude?
What?
We finally
President Biden, President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these
That's
people
true.
are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people. They cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything.
And that's true.
Yep.
They want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for
Most
other
are pretty
countries,
stupid.
and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Mr. Kennedy, to give you the same question before they veered off, the question.
Dude, why is he separate from them? What is this?
Trump says lower taxes, more stimulus. Biden says
He's
higher taxes,
hijacking
more money.
the debate.
Right.
President Trump is, I think, right. He did have a strong economy, but anybody can have a strong economy by borrowing $8 trillion because you're forcing our children to pay for our present day prosperity with this enormous debt, which ultimately is paid by the poor, by people with fixed incomes. I want to address the area that they veered into, which is COVID management. This is another illustration about why this is so problematical, because these two presidents shut down every business in our country. 3.3 million businesses with no due process, no just compensation. They have 41% of the black-owned businesses that they closed will never reopen. There was no scientific reason to do this. There was no public hearings. They made a bad mistake, and that was the worst financial mistake in America. Created a billionaire a day in 500 days. And one of the problems is that CNN was their biggest cheerleader. Oh, and the same company, BlackRock, the same company, the biggest shareholders, the company that owns CNN are BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. Those are the same companies that own Pfizer. Pfizer's the biggest advertiser. So they were all in cahoots in telling us what we needed to do, and we ended up having the worst record of body count of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths under these two presidents. We only have 4% of the world's population. Oh, I don't know why people are getting awards or they're all patting each other on the back. We literally, whatever we were doing was.
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected,
Biden's face is classic.
wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't follow. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child in the 8th month, the 9th month, and even after birth. After birth, if you look at the former governor of Virginia, he was willing to do this. He said, we'll put the baby aside and we'll determine what we do with the baby, meaning we'll kill the baby. What happened is we brought it back to the states, and the country is now coming together on this issue. It's been a great thing.
Thank you. President Biden?
It's been a terrible thing, what you've done. The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided, supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks,
What? We're not a state where in 6 weeks, that quote.
And have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered. And he went to the funeral. And
What? The murdered women don't have to worry about abortion.
What's the funeral? By an immigrant coming in. They talk about that. But here's the deal. There's a lot of young women are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses.
By you, Joe?
Brothers and sisters.
What?
It's just ridiculous.
That's what
they
Trump
do
said.
nothing about it.
Those are
And they
the
try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been
All
many
right,
young
Joe.
women murdered by the same people he allows to come across
Yep.
our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a
Girls.
terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have, everybody wanted brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it. Everybody wanted it brought back, and many presidents had tried to get it back. I was the one to do it. And again, this gives it the vote of the people, and that's where they wanted it. Every legal scholar wanted it that way.
It's true.
Your position on Roe v. Wade?
I've spent probably more energy protecting medical freedom than any other leader in this country. And that
Be careful what you say.
bodily autonomy. So I think that abortion should be the choice of a woman, and that I worry about state involvement until the baby reaches viability. And I think the states have an increasing viability outside the womb. And I think the states have an increasing interest in protecting that child. My policy on abortion is called more choice, fewer abortions. And that's because 52% of the abortions in this country, the woman says that economic considerations played the key role in her decision.
Higher than that.
Every abortion is a tragedy. Many women don't want to have abortions. Over half of them have them because they do not believe that they can care for that child for financial reasons. I don't think that should happen in this country. I have a child care program. As I talked to you before, every dollar that we spend on weapons provides about 2 jobs. Every $1 million that we spend on weapons provides 2 jobs, creates 2 jobs. Every $1 million that we spend on child care creates 22 jobs. It's good for our economy. It's good for choice. It's good for limiting abortions. And that's what I'll do as president.
Abortion, President Biden, 7 states. I'll let you do that. This is the same topic. 7 states.
Look at Biden's
have
face.
No legal restrictions on how far into a pregnancy a woman can obtain.
I just moved my pants.
Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. First time is between
3
the woman and the doctor.
trimesters.
Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor. Between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders want
Come on, man,
to be the ones making decisions about women's health is ridiculous. That's the last. No politician should be making
It
those
makes
decisions.
no sense.
A doctor should be making those decisions. That's how it should be run. That's what you're going to do. And if I'm elected, I'm going to restore Roe v. Wade.
That's what you're going to do.
So that means he can
Talking
take
to
the life
himself.
of the baby in the 9th
can't
month
restore Roe
and
v.
even
Wade.
after
The
birth,
Supreme
because
Court
some
will-
states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, the former governor of Virginia, put the baby down, then we decide what to do with it. So he's willing to, as we say, rip the baby out of the womb in the 9th month and kill the baby. Nobody wants that to happen, Democrat or Republican. Nobody wants it to happen.
That is simply not true.
You just
The
said
Roe
it.
v.
You
Wade does
jerk.
not provide for that. That's not the circumstance. Only if a woman's life is in danger, she's going to die. That's the only
That-
circumstance. which
No,
that
no,
can
no,
happen.
no.
But we are not for late-term abortion. Period.
Yes, you
Period,
are.
Period.
Yes,
The
you
Roe
are.
v. Wade, you have
Who's we?
late-term
Him and his
abortion.
imaginary
You
friends?
can do whatever you want, depending on
Roe
the
v.
state.
Wade.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
We don't think that's a good thing. We think it's a radical thing. We think the Democrats are the radicals, not the Republicans.
For 51 years, that was the law. 51 years, constitutional scholarship said it was the right way to go.
Say what?
51 years, and it was taken away because this guy put very conservative members on the Supreme Court. He takes credit for taking it away. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? In fact, if the MAGA Republicans, he gets elected, and the MAGA Republicans control the Congress, and they pass a universal ban on abortion, period, across the board at 6 weeks or 7
There'll
or
be
8 or
children
10
who
weeks. Something
survive.
very, very
I guess
conservative.
that's horrible.
Is he going to sign that bill?
He just said he
I'll
wasn't
veto
going to
it.
do that, though,
He'll
Joe.
sign it.
To give you the same question, Mr. Kennedy, should there be any limit on a late-term abortion?
Yeah, I believe it should be limited. Late term should be limited. Absolutely. That's what was permitted under Roe v. Wade. That's what every European country has the same law, and that law makes sense. If that baby is fully viable outside of the womb, the state has an absolute interest in protecting it.
Can it be viable inside the womb, Catherine?
Yep.
That's the thing.
To the issue of immigration and border security, President Biden, a record number of migrants have illegally crossed the southern border on your watch, overwhelming border states and overburdening cities such as New York and Chicago, and in some cases causing real safety and security concerns. Given that, why should voters trust you to solve this crisis?
Because we worked very hard to get a bipartisan agreement that not only changed all of that, it made sure that we are in a situation where you had no circumstance where they could come across the border with the number of border police there are now. We
What?
significantly
Oh,
increased the number
jeez.
of asylum officers.
He's an
Significantly-
idiot.
What?
By the way, the Border Patrol endorsed my position.
No, they
In addition
didn't.
to that, we found ourselves
I
in a
know
situation
people who
one.
worked at the
when he
border.
was
They
president,
didn't
Right.
support you, asshat.
separating babies from their mothers, putting them in cages, making sure the families were separated. That's not the right way to go.
Making sure
What
none of the
I've done
families are
since I've
separated?
Changed the law.
That would
what's
be a good
happening.
thing, wouldn't it,
I've
Joe?
changed it in a way that now you're in a situation where
They're not in
with
cages
40%
either.
fewer people coming across the border illegally.
Oh, I
It's
can't
better than when he
stand
left
that.
office. And I'm going to.
Those
are not
your personal cages, Joe.
I think TikTok is going to have a field day with
what we're
this
going to
stuff.
do with
It's
Yeah.
going to be
Border
never
Patrol
ending.
and more
Yeah.
asylum officers.
President Trump.
Or what? Simonoffs?
What
What
he said
the
at the
fuck?
end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look, We have the safest border in the history of our country. The border, all he had to do was leave it. All he had to do was leave it. He decided to open up our border, open up our country to people that are from prisons, people that are from mental institutions, insane asylum, terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now, all terrorists all over the world, not just in South America, all over the world. They come from the Middle East, everywhere, all over the world, they're pouring in. And this guy just left it open. And he didn't need legislation because I didn't have legislation. I said, close the border. We had the safest border in history. In that final couple of months of my presidency, we had, according to Border Patrol, who is great, and by the way, who endorsed me for president, but I won't say that.
Yes,
they
they
endorsed
did.
me for president. Brandon, just speak to him. But look, we had the safest border in history. Now we have the worst border in history. There's never been anything like it. And people are dying all over the
Did you
place,
hear that,
including the people
Slam?
that are coming out.
Brandon.
President Biden?
The only terrorist who's done anything crossing the border is one who came along and killed 3 under his administration, killed an Al Qaeda person come in and his
Al Qaeda, what?
Terrorists killed Al
killed 3
Qaeda. What?
American
Yeah.
soldiers.
What about
Killed
the
3
little
American
12-year-old
soldiers.
girl that just
That's the
died
only
this last
terrorist that's
week?
there. I'm not saying no terrorist ever got through, but the
The
idea
5 men
you're
were
acting in
from
prisons where
Venezuela
we're
or
welcoming these people. That's
Guadalajara or
simply
something.
not true. There's no data to support what he said. Once again, he's exaggerating. He's lying.
He's not.
You're a
Mr. Kennedy, what would you
sack of
do about
shit.
the border?
Well, I would say that on this one, President Trump is more right than President Biden. I think almost everything that President Biden said, I know to be
Thank you,
not
Captain
to be
Obvious.
true, including his claim that he was endorsed by the Border Patrol. And the border, there's been at least 7 million people who've come across the border, and they've come across principally, and this
You're
is
confusing the
without
border control with the
database,
backdoor
another 2
control.
million. So those are the people who don't go through the gaps in the wall. President Biden, when he became president, ordered a stop on the construction of the wall. That's the problem. There are 27 gaps in the wall, and I stood in Yuma, Arizona between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. in the morning, and I watched 300 people come across, and I interviewed half of them. The first 110 came from West Africa. They're young men of military age. The second 110 were from Asia, from Azerbaijan, from Nepal, from Tibet, from Bangladesh. Most of them were from China. None of them, only 2 people the entire night that I interviewed had asylum claims. Only 2 people, and they were both from the only people from Latin America, from Colombia and Peru. I think what President Trump is saying.
The only 2 that left through
I
were
don't know how many
Scarface.
terrorists have come across. I know the Border Patrol is extremely worried about that. And what's happening is not sustainable. President Biden ordered the deconstruction of fences, the censoring systems were taken down. I can't tell you why. The long distance cameras were taken down. The night lights were taken down. So there was some decision in the administration to open up the border, and then the 2 laws that were changed under President Biden, and this is the day that he came in, the catch and release law, and
Time is up. Sorry. Back to the CNN debate.
And you've said that you're going to carry out, quote, the largest domestic deportation operation in American history, unquote. Does that mean that you will deport every undocumented immigrant in America, including those who have jobs, including those whose spouses are citizens, and including those who have lived here for decades? And if so, how will you do it?
Just 1 second. He said we killed 3 people. The people we killed are al-Baghdadi and Soleimani, the 2 greatest terrorists, biggest terrorists anywhere in the world. And it had a huge impact on everything, not just border, on everything. He's the one that killed people with the bad water, including hundreds of thousands of people dying and also killing our citizens when they come in. We are living right now in a rat's nest. They're killing our people in New York, in California, in every state in the union. Because
Love
we
the
don't
way
have
he just
borders anymore.
hijacked the
Every state
question.
is now a border. And
Turned
because
it
of
into-
his ridiculous, insane, and very stupid policies, people are coming in and they're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen. We call it migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant crime. They're killing our citizens at a level that we've never seen before. And you're reading it like these 3 incredible young girls over the last few days.
Yep.
One of them, I just spoke to the mother, and they just had the funeral for this girl. 12 years old.
Yep.
This is horrible what's taken place. What's taken place in our country, we're literally an uncivilized country now. He doesn't want it to be. He just doesn't know. He opened the borders. Nobody's ever seen anything like. And we have to get a lot of these people out, and we have to get them out fast because they're going to destroy our country. Just take a look at where they're living. They're living in luxury hotels in New York City and other places. Our veterans are on the street. They're dying because he doesn't care about our veterans. He doesn't care. He doesn't like the military at all.
Does
And he doesn't care
anybody
about our
remember
veterans.
what the
Nobody's
question
been
from
worse.
Jake Tapper
I had
was?
the highest approval rating for veterans.
He just
taking care of
hijacked
the
it and
VA.
talked about.
He has
Well,
the worst.
it
He's
was
gotten rid of
would
all
he
the things that I
deport
approved.
everybody,
Choice
even those
that I
who
got
have
through
been here for
Congress,
years.
Right.
all of the different things I
Oh, right,
approved,
right.
they
Thank you, Catherine.
abandoned. We had by far the highest, and now it's down in less than half because he's done all these great things that we did. And I think he did it just because I approved it, which is crazy. But he has killed so many people at our border by
Thank you,
allowing
President Trump.
all of these people to come
So he
in.
didn't answer the
Very sad day,
question.
you know.
President Biden, you have the mic.
Every single thing he said is a lie. Every single one. For example, veterans are a hell of a lot
So
better
he didn't
off
talk
since
to
they
the mom
passed
of the
PACT Act.
women that were
1
killed.
million of them now
Veterans
have
are better off
insurance, and
under
their
Biden.
families have it.
Okay.
Their families have it because what happened, whether it was Agent Orange or burn pits, they're all being covered now.
Dude, that
And he
was
opposes-
long time.
group
What?
Yeah,
opposes
that's
that.
why my
We're also
brother
in a
can't get
situation
help
where we have
overseas.
great respect for veterans.
Exactly.
My son
So
spent a
good.
year in Iraq, living one next to one of those burn pits, came back with stage 4 glioblastoma.
Doesn't
I
count
was
being the
recently
cook.
in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to
What?
the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his 4-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son
Huh?
was not a loser, was not a
Untrue.
sucker. You're the sucker. You're the
Trump
loser.
never said that.
President Trump.
Never said that.
First of all, that was a made-up quote, suckers
Oh,
and losers. They made
cheers,
it up. It was in
Biden.
a third-rate magazine that's failing, like many of these magazines. He made that up.
That's
He
true.
put
The
it in
reckoning.
commercials. We've
Everyone
notified
I
him.
know
We had
has.
19 people that said I didn't say it. And think of this. Who would say I'm at a cemetery or I'm talking about our veterans? Because nobody's taken better care. I'm so glad this came up and he brought it up. There's nobody that's taken better care of our soldiers than I have. To think that I would, in front of generals and others,
Yeah,
say
the vets
suckers
love
and losers. We have
Trump.
19 people
Biden's
that
face.
said it was never said by me. It was made up by him, just like Russia was made up, just like the 51 intelligence agents are made up, just like the new thing with the 16 economists are talking. It's the same thing. 51 intelligence agents said that the laptop was Russia disinformation. It wasn't. That came from his son, Hunter. It wasn't Russia disinformation. He made up the suckers and losers, so he should apologize to me right now.
4-star general standing to your side who was on your staff who said you said it, period. That's number
Baloney.
one. And number
Liar.
two, the idea that I have to apologize to you for anything along the lines. We've done more for veterans than any president has in American history.
No, you
American
haven't.
history. And they
Oh,
now are
shit.
their family. The only sacred obligation we have as a country is to care for our veterans when they come home and their families
He
and
wants to
equip
put
them
them
when
in
they go to war.
dresses.
That's what we're
Talking about.
doing. That's what the VA is doing now. They're doing more for veterans than ever before in our history.
He wants them all to be trannies.
Mr. Kennedy, the question which neither candidate answered was, there are millions of undocumented immigrants in the country now. What would you do?
Well, I want to comment on their digressions. Because I think
And he's
President
not
Trump
gonna
is
answer
right
either.
that there's a lot of bad people coming across. I think that's undisputed, and we're seeing rises in crime that are associated with the immigrants. But more importantly, there's just a sheer number of them, and I think a lot of the Democrats allowed this to happen out of a humanitarian impulse, out of the impulse of compassion. But when you're actually down there and talking to people, it's not a compassionate solution. The people that I talk to, many of them have been extorted, they've been exploited, they've been robbed, they've been raped. We have an immigration policy in this country that is now being run by the Sinaloa drug cartel. The Border Patrol takes, because they've been ordered not to do their job, they're, catch and release. They bring them to the Yuma airport, put them on a plane to
Son
any
of a
destination they
cartel.
want.
El Chapo,
This
by the
is
way,
true.
folks.
It sounds like hyperbole, but
Catherine
it's
would
not,
know
and
that
they pay their
answer.
ticket, and if
I
they,
know digression. I don't know
if
about
they-
digressions.
and then they
I guess we could look it up.
FEMA. It's insane. There's 110,000 immigrants now in New York, and President Trump's right. They're being put up at hotels. Many of them are on the
I
street.
trust Catherine. She's helping me edit my book.
They have a asylum court date 7 years in the future. They can't legally work, so they're taken advantage of by predatory employers. We're paying them $6 or $8 an hour, and those employers are bidding against union shops. We're getting paid $35 or $50 an hour, and the union shops are losing the bid. They are camped out in Randall's Island on the playing fields where the children are supposed to be playing for sports. Those fields were closed during COVID. So these kids, these wonderful New York City kids, were scholarship tracked, could not play their sport, and their lives were, and now they're being, the same thing's happening. They can't play their sport because there's immigrants.
Time is up here. Now, 3 candidates did not answer the question.
Okay, digressions is not a word.
It's not a word.
Glad you're paying attention, Jake Tapper.
I want to begin with Russia's war against Ukraine,
John
which is
Stossel
now
doing
in its
better at
third year.
moderating than these
Former
two.
President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he'll only end this war if Russia keeps the Ukrainian territory it has already claimed and Ukraine abandons its bid to join NATO. Are Putin's terms acceptable to you?
First of all, our veterans and our soldiers can't stand this guy. They can't stand him. They think he's the worst commander in chief, if that's what you
Answer
call
the
him,
question.
that we've ever had. They can't stand him.
Stop
So
doing a
let's get
tit for
that straight.
tat.
And they like me more than just about any of them.
That made Kennedy laugh.
And that's based on every single bit of information. As far as Russia and Ukraine, if we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin, he would have never invaded Ukraine.
That's
A
not
lot
the
of people are
question.
dead right now, much more than people know. You know, they talk about numbers. You can double those numbers, maybe triple those numbers. He did nothing to stop it. In fact, I think he encouraged Russia
Yes,
from
he's
going in.
encouraged it.
I'll
Yeah.
tell you what happened. He was so bad with Afghanistan. It was such a horrible embarrassment, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, that when Putin watched that and he saw the incompetence, that he should have fired those generals, like I fired the one that you mentioned. And so he's got no love lost, but he should have fired those generals. No general got fired for the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, where we left billions of dollars of equipment behind. We lost 13 beautiful soldiers, and 38 soldiers were obliterated. And by the way, we left people behind too. We left American citizens behind. When Putin saw that, he said, you know what? I think we're going to go in and maybe take this was his dream. I talked to him about it, his dream. The difference is he never would have invaded Ukraine, never. Just like Israel would have never been invaded in a million years by Hamas. You know why? Because Iran was broke with me. I wouldn't let anybody do business with them. They ran out of money. They were broke. They had no money for Hamas. They had no money for anything, no money for terror. That's why you had no terror at all during my administration. This place, the whole world is blowing up under him.
Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb,
Never had
bomb,
so much
bomb,
money in my whole life.
Iran.
Look, the fact of the matter is that we're in a situation where, let's take the last point first. Iran attacked American troops, caused brain damage for a number of these troops, and he did nothing about it. At least not when he was president. They attacked. He said they're just having headaches. That's all.
Troops love him, folks.
He didn't do a thing when the attack took place, number one. Number two,
Oh, God,
we
he's an
got
idiot.
over 100,000 Americans and others out of Afghanistan during that airlift. Number three, we
No,
found
you
ourselves in a
didn't.
situation where, if you take a look at what Trump did in Ukraine, this guy told Trump, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. And that's exactly what Trump did.
Do whatever you want. to me.
Encourage him, do whatever you want. And he went in. Listen to what he said when he went in. He was going to take Kyiv in 5 days, remember? Because it's part of the
Kiev,
Soviet
Baghdad.
Union. That's what he wanted to reestablish. Kyiv. And he, in fact, didn't do it at all. He
Is
did
it
not
Kyiv?
get
I don't know.
it done. And they've lost thousands
Fuck it,
and
it's
thousands
Kyiv.
of troops, 500,000 troops.
President Trump, as
I never
come back
said
to you
that.
For 1 minute, I just want to go back to my original question, which is,
Surprised you
are
pronounced the
Putin's
word right.
terms acceptable
The
to
question
you?
nobody
Keeping the
answered.
No, they're
territory
not
in Ukraine.
acceptable. No, they're not.
That's 4
acceptable.
questions. Nobody's
But look, this is a war that never should have started. If we had a leader in this war, he led everybody along.
He's kind of
He's
answering it.
given $200 billion now or more to Ukraine. He's given $200 billion. That's a lot of money. I don't think there's ever been anything like it. Every time that
never give Ukraine
Zelensky comes to this
penny.
country, he walks away with $60 billion. He's the greatest salesman ever. And I'm not knocking him. I'm not knocking anything. I'm only saying the money that we're spending on this war.
Crazy.
And we shouldn't be spending.
I'm sure all the starving people in Uganda couldn't use that money, folks.
We could use that money.
And Zelensky, as
Exactly.
president-elect, before I take office on January 20th, I'll have that war settled.
Veterans.
People being killed
Yep.
so needlessly, so stupidly, and I will get it settled, and I'll get it settled fast before I take office.
President Biden, you have a minute.
The fact is that Putin is a war criminal. He's killed thousands and thousands of people.
And Zelensky's
he has
not.
made one thing clear. He wants to.
And the United
reestablish
States hasn't?
Russian
Right?
Empire.
Let's be real
Not
here.
just a piece. He wants all of Ukraine. That's what he wants.
All Putin's
And
killed
you think he'll stop
thousands.
there?
He's
You think he'll stop
Yeah,
there?
Zelensky's
Nobel
taking
Peace
all
Prize.
that
If he takes
money,
Ukraine,
buying
what do you
houses,
think happens to Poland?
fattening
What
up
do you
his
think
bank
of
account,
Belarus?
killing
What do
off
you think happens
people
to those
left and
NATO
right.
countries? And so if you want a
He's
war,
no different
you
than
ought to
Putin.
find out what
He's
he's going
worse,
to do,
I think.
because if in fact he does what he says and walks away.
I'm a
by the
Putin
way,
fan over here.
all that money we give Ukraine are from weapons we
Yeah,
make here in the United States.
if
We
it's
give them the
between
weapons,
Zelensky and
not
Putin,
the
I'd take
money at
Putin
this
any
point.
day.
There you go.
And our NATO allies have produced as much funding for Ukraine as we have. That's
funneling? What?
That's why we're strong.
Okay.
But I
Mr.
really do
Kennedy, the
think-
original question, if
I
anyone
think
remembers
Trump
it,
would
is
keep Putin in
it
his
was a
place,
good
though.
one. It's you say you want to
Sounds like
negotiate
he
with
did
Putin.
for 4 years.
What if Putin says, just let us keep the territory we have and don't have Ukraine join NATO?
That was the idea.
Yeah,
Acceptable?
that is
Put
Putin's
missiles next
right
to
now,
Russia.
his opening bargaining position. Putin has been asking to settle this war from the beginning.
Yep.
In fact, he agreed to 2 separate treaties, the Minsk Accords in 2019, which Zelensky ran in 2019 and ran promising to sign the Minsk Accords. And really the only thing Putin wanted was to keep NATO out of the Ukraine.
Yep.
He then, in 2022, right after he first invaded with only 40,000 troops, when President Biden said there is absolute baloney, President Putin did not go into Ukraine intending to conquer Europe. He only sent 40,000 troops. It's a nation of 44 million people. He didn't even want to take Ukraine. He wanted us back at the negotiating table. Zelensky asked the United States to help him negotiate a treaty with Putin. And Biden administration said no. Zelensky then went and asked Israel, and Naftali Bennett, the former prime minister, said yes, and Erdogan in Turkey said yes, and they negotiated a beautiful treaty in Istanbul in April of 2022. They signed the treaty. The one thing that Putin wanted was that we didn't put NATO in Ukraine. He didn't want to conquer Europe.
Yep.
And they signed it. Putin was withdrawing his troops, leaving Donbass and Lugansk. And what happened? President Joe Biden sent Boris Johnson over to Kiev and forced Zelensky to tear up that agreement because they had another agenda, which is to weaken Russia.
Yep.
President Trump was part of it. President Trump gave the first $1.3 billion to Ukraine in 2017 of the first offensive weapons. He then sent Mike Pompeo over there in 2019 to say that we're going to put NATO there. So, and then he walked away from the intermediate range nuclear treaty with Russia unilaterally. We had a nuclear weapons treaty that we wouldn't put intermediate missiles in Ukraine or the other former Soviet satellite states. And President Trump walked away from it. So the two of them are equally culpable in the provocations that led to this war. And I'm not excusing Putin. Putin didn't need to go into Ukraine. And he should be held responsible too. But we need to look at our responsibility, and it falls both on the backs of President Trump and President Biden.
Holy snap. I think he made a point.
Moving on to the Middle East. In October, Hamas attacked Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and taking hundreds of hostages. Among those held and thought to still be alive are 5 Americans. Israel's response has killed thousands of Palestinians and created a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Don't go there. Oh,
President Biden
She's like, that's
used
that's
pushed forward
Indian
a
lady.
proposal
Israel's fault.
to resolve this
Yeah.
conflict. But so far, Hamas has not released the remaining hostages, and Israel is continuing its military offensive in Gaza. So what
Joe's like,
additional
what are you talking
leverage
about?
will
That's
you
news to
use
me.
to get Hamas and Israel to end the war? You have 2 minutes.
Number one, everyone from the United Nations Security Council straight through to the G7 to the Israelis and Netanyahu himself have endorsed the plan I put forward. Which has 3 stages to it. The first stage is trade the hostages for a ceasefire. Second phase is a ceasefire with additional conditions. The third phase is the end of the war. The only one who wants the war to continue
No,
is
the end of the
Hamas.
war.
Number one. They're the only
God,
ones
he's
standing out.
such a
We're still
buffoon.
pushing hard to get them to accept. In the meantime, what's happened? In Israel, we're finding that the only thing I've denied Israel was 2,000-pound bombs. They don't work very well in populated areas. They kill a lot of innocent people. We're providing Israel with all the weapons they need and when they need them. And by the way, I'm the guy that organized the world against Iran when they had a full-blown intercontinental ballistic missile attack on Israel. No one was hurt. No one Israeli was accidentally killed. And
No one was accidentally killed.
we saved Israel. We are the
They were
biggest
purposefully killed.
producer of support for Israel of anyone in the world. And so they're 2 different things. Hamas cannot be allowed to be continued. We continue to send our experts and our intelligence people as to how they can get Hamas like we did bin Laden. We don't have to do it. And by the way, they've greatly weakened Hamas, greatly weakened, and they should be. They should be eliminated. But you've got to be careful for what uses.
But you're funding them, you asshat.
Use your pronouns, Joe.
Ukraine for 1 second. We have the ocean separating us. The European nations together have spent 100 billion, or maybe more than that, less than us. Why doesn't he call them and say, you got to put up your money like I did with NATO? I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. The Secretary General of NATO said Trump did the most incredible job I've ever seen. They wouldn't have any, they were going out of business. We were spending almost 100% of the money was paid by us. He didn't do that. He's getting you got to ask these people to put up the money. We're over $100 billion more spent, and it has a bigger impact on them because of location, because we have an ocean in between. You got to ask them. As far as Israel and Hamas, Israel's the one that wants to go. He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one.
President Biden, you have a minute.
I've never heard so much foolishness. This is a guy who wants to get out of NATO. Are you going to stay in NATO? He's going to pull out of NATO. The idea that we have our strength lies in our alliances as well. It may be a big ocean, but we're ever able to avoid a war in Europe, a major war in Europe? What happens if, in fact, you have Putin continue to go into NATO? We have an Article 5 agreement. Attack on one is attack on all.
He
You wanna
clearly
start the
doesn't
nuclear war, he
understand
keeps
NATO.
talking
Putin's
about it.
going
Go ahead.
into NATO.
Let Putin go in and control Ukraine and then move on to Poland and other places. You see what happens then. He has no idea what the hell he's talking about.
You're an
And by the way, I
idiot.
got 50 other nations around the world to support Ukraine, including Japan and South Korea, because they understand that this kind of dislocation has a serious threat to the whole world.
Dislocation.
No major war
Makes
in Europe
no
has ever been
sense.
able to be contained just to Europe.
Huh?
Again,
makes
Mr.
no
Kennedy, you may have
sense.
forgotten the original question, which was, as president, what leverage would you use to get Hamas and Israel to end the war?
Well, I would have used more diplomacy from the beginning. I think we have to recognize a couple of things. One is we're a nation of compassion. All of us are heartbroken by seeing the bloodshed that's happening in Gaza. All of us are affected and horrified by the injuries to the civilians in Gaza and the damage to the
But their
innocents in
civilians are being
Gaza.
hurt because of
We
Hamas.
also have to understand that Israel is in an existential battle now, and that Hamas, which is a genocidal organization, which is pledged to Israel's annihilation, it's pledged to the extermination of Jews. And it does not want a two-state solution. It wants a one-state solution, which is Israel gone. And it actually has in its charter a provision that says that it is against Islamic law to even negotiate with Israel. Oh, Israel's in a five-front war with Hamas, which is a proxy of Iran, with the Shia militias in Iraq and Syria, with Hezbollah, these are all proxies of Iran, in Lebanon,
Sunni and
with
Shiites,
the Houthis
yes.
in Yemen. And it's being attacked on two fronts right now. It is at full war with Hezbollah. And we have to let Israel disarm Hamas. We have to support them. Israel's our oldest ally. It is the only democracy in the Mideast. If you can imagine what a world would be like without Israel for the first time in 80 years.
They're the new
people
world order
are entertaining
juggernauts.
that possibility. And in 5 or 10 years, Israel may not exist because they're no longer dealing with weakened forces that they were in the 2000s and 1967 and 1956, et cetera. Hezbollah is the most proficient guerrilla army in the world, probably in history. Iran is now a superpower in the Mideast and has the capacity to maintain a war. So we need, and to wipe out Israel. We need to support Israel, but we need to use diplomacy, and the people in the White House are not capable of doing that. We need to bring in President Xi. We need to bring in President Putin. We even need to be negotiating with Iran. And the neocons in the White House see this as us as a bipolar world where the United States is dominating the world and won't negotiate with anybody. And that is the problem that causes.
Yep.
Back
Great
to
answer.
CNN.
I think going to talk about 9/11 now.
Support the creation of an independent
Your engineering,
Palestinian
maybe?
state in order to
No?
achieve peace in the region?
I'd have to see, but before we do that, the problem we have is that we spend all the money. So they kill us on trade. I made great trade deals with the European nations because if you add them up, they're about the same size economically. Their economy is about the same size as the United States. And they were no cars, they don't want anything that we have, but we're supposed to take their cars, their food, their everything, their agriculture. I changed that. But the big thing I changed is they don't want to pay. And the only reason that he can play games with NATO is because I got them to put up hundreds of billions of dollars. I said, and he's right about this. I said, no, I'm not going to support NATO if you don't pay. They asked me that question. Would you guard us against Russia at a very secret meeting of the 28 states at that time, nations at that time? And I said, no, if you don't pay, I won't do that. And you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in the next day and the next months. But now we're in the same position. We're paying everybody's bills.
The question was actually, would you support an independent Palestinian state?
I'd like to
That's
answer the
uneducated
NATO
question.
question. I think that
You've got 2 minutes for what you do with it.
NATO, when NATO was created, it was a bulwark against Soviet expansion. President Eisenhower said in 1959, if we do our job with NATO, it will be gone in 10 years. And NATO has now become an instrument for the neocon ideology, which is the ideology that is bankrupting our country. It's bankrupt. We have a huge military budget. We have double the military budget that we had in real dollars and at the height of the Cold War. That money is not being used for self-defense. That money is being used for world domination and to make America the policeman of the world. NATO is the instrument of that. I'm not going to abolish NATO. I'm going to change the function of NATO so that it becomes an instrument of peace and not an instrument of U.S. global domination abroad.
Would you support an independent Palestinian state?
I think that has to be decided between Israel and Palestine.
He said yes.
Back to CNN.
Democracy. Former President Trump I want to ask you about January 6, 2021. After you rallied your supporters that day, some of them stormed the Capitol to stop the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes. As president, you swore an oath to, quote, preserve, protect, and defend, unquote, the Constitution. What do you say to voters who believe that you violated that oath through your actions and inaction on January 6th and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I don't think too many believe that. And let me tell you about January 6th.
Yeah.
On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. We had the lowest regulations ever. On January 6th, we were respected all over the world. All over the world, we were respected. And then he comes in, and we're now laughed at. We're like a bunch of stupid people. What happened to the United States' reputation under this man's leadership is horrible, including weaponization, which I'm sure at some point you'll be talking about, where he goes after his political opponent because he can't beat him fair and square.
You have 80 seconds left. My question was, what do you say to those voters who believe that you violated your constitutional oath through your actions and inaction on January 6, 2021, and worry that you'll do it again?
Well, I didn't say that to anybody. I said peacefully and patriotically. And Nancy Pelosi, if you just watched the news from 2 days ago, on tape to her daughter, who's a documentary filmmaker, they say, but she's saying, oh, no, it's my responsibility. I was responsible for this because I offered her 10,000 soldiers or National Guard, and she turned them down. And the mayor in writing, by the way, the mayor in writing turned it down, the mayor of D.C. They turned it down. I offered 10,000 because I could see I had virtually nothing to do. They asked me to go make a speech. I could see what was happening. Everybody was saying they're going to be there on January 6th. They're going to be there. And I said, you know what? There's a lot of people coming. You could feel it. You could feel it too, and you could feel it. And I said, they ought to have some National Guard or whatever. And I offered it to her. And she now admits that she turned it down. And it was the same day she was, I don't know, she can't be very happy with her daughter because it made her into a liar. She said, I take full responsibility for January 6th.
President Biden?
Look, he encouraged those folks to go up on Capitol Hill, number one.
No, he didn't.
I sat in the dining room off the Oval Office. He sat there for 3 hours watching, begging, being begged by his vice president and a number of his colleagues on the Republican side as well to do something, to call for a stop, to end it. Instead, they talked about these people being patriots and great patrons of America. In fact, he says he'll now
patrons.
They've been convicted. He says he wants to commute their sentences and say that no. But he went to every single court in the nation. I don't know how many cases, scores of cases, including the Supreme Court. And they said, no, this guy is responsible for doing what was done. He did do a damn thing. And these people should be in jail. And
he didn't do a damn thing, correct.
Being held accountable, and he wants to let them all out. And now he says if he loses again, such a whiner that he is, that there could be a bloodbath.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
What they've done to some people that are so innocent, actually. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. What you have done, how you've destroyed the lives of so many people. When they ripped down Portland, when they ripped down many other cities, you go to Minnesota, Minneapolis, what they've done there, with the fires all over the city. If I didn't bring in the National Guard, that city would have been destroyed. When you look at all of they took over big chunks of Seattle. I was all set to bring in the National Guard. They heard that, they saw them coming, and they left immediately. What he said about this whole subject is so off. Peacefully patriotic. One other thing, the Unselect Committee, which is basically two horrible Republicans that are all gone now out of office, and Democrats, all Democrats, they destroyed and deleted all of the information they found because they found out we were right. We were right. And they deleted and destroyed all of the information. They should go to jail for that. If a Republican did that, they'd go to jail.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, I want to give you a minute.
The only person on this stage is a convicted felon is the man I'm looking at right now. And the fact of the matter is, what he's telling you is simply not true. The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on in Capitol Hill. And all those people, every one of those who were convicted, deserves to be convicted. The idea that they didn't kill somebody, just went in and broke down doors, broke the windows, occupied offices,
Not all of them
turned
did
over
that.
desks, turned them over statues.
Only the ones who were
idea
brought in by
Turned
these
them over
people.
statues.
Yeah.
Come on.
All the
When I
informants
asked him the
instead,
first two debates we had, the debates
who
we
weren't
had
real
first
Trump
time around,
supporters.
I said, will you denounce the Proud Boys? He said, no, I'll tell them to stand by.
And stand
The idea
down.
He's
He said
refusing.
stand down.
Will you denounce these guys? Will you denounce the people we're talking
Here
about
we
now?
go.
Will you denounce
Wow.
the people who attacked
This
that
guy
Capitol?
was at
What are
Robert
you gonna do?
Bird's funeral, giving a speech at the KKK.
Okay, well, January
KKK
6th
Grand
obviously doesn't
Wizards.
apply to you, but
He's going to call
when
Trump
would
a
you
racist. Ridiculous.
bring in the National Guard?
Ridiculous.
Well, let me comment on what they were saying. I don't know if President Trump obstructed the orderly transition of power, which is one of the keystones of American democracy, and if he did, and he should be punished for it. He should be held accountable. But to me, there's a larger issue.
Why?
Which is that both these presidents swore to uphold the Constitution. They're both wearing American flag pins on their vests, on their lapels. That's easy to do. That's an accessory. That's an accoutrement. It is it's a badge of patriotism. A real patriotism means protecting the United States Constitution. And when
What does the Constitution say about stealing an
both of
election?
them subverted the right to free speech,
Right.
are the most important right. President Biden, 37 hours after he took the oath of office, was ordering social media sites to censor his political opponents. I'm not just talking about me, and I'm not just talking about COVID, but on all kinds of issues like Ukraine, et cetera. This has never happened in American history. He opened a portal. The FBI, the CIA, CISA, NIH, DHS, the IRS, and other agencies to go in and tamper with social media sites to take out things that were not politically palatable. They violated freedom of worship, the two of them, by shutting down every church in this country with no scientific citation. They violated freedom of assembly with mass regulations that, again, the top scientists in this country, Anthony Fauci, admitted to Congress 2 weeks ago that they were not scientifically based. They shut down the Seventh Amendment right to jury trials by saying you couldn't sue somebody who was involved in COVID countermeasures, no matter how negligent that corporation were, the biggest corporations in the world. No matter how reckless their behavior, no matter how grievous your injury, you could not sue them. They shut down 3.3 million businesses with no due process and no just compensation in violation of the Fifth Amendment. They shut down the Fourth Amendment's prohibitions against warrantless searches and seizures with this track and trace surveillance. That was the all-out assault on the Constitution that we've never seen the likes of that at any time in American history. And I don't believe they have the right to wear those American flag pins. That is.
Back to CNN.
After a jury convicted you of 34 felonies last month, you said if reelected, you would, quote, have every right to go after, unquote, your political opponents. You just talked about members of the select committee on January 6th going to jail. Your main political opponent is standing on stage with you tonight. Can you clarify exactly what it means about you feeling you have every right to go after your political opponents?
Well, I said my retribution is going to be success. We're going to make this country successful again, because right now it's a failing nation. My retribution is going to be success. But when he talks about a convicted felon, his son is a convicted felon at a very high level. His son is convicted, going to be convicted probably numerous other times. Should have been convicted before, but his Justice Department let the statute of limitations lapse on the most important things. But he could be a convicted felon as soon as he gets out of office. Joe could be a convicted felon with all of the things that he's done. He's done horrible things. All of the death caused at the border, telling the Ukrainian people that we're going to want $1 billion or you change the prosecutor. Otherwise, you're not getting $1 billion. If I ever said that, that's quid pro quo. That we're not going to do anything. We're not going to give you $1 billion unless you change your prosecutor having to do with the son.
Yep.
This man is a criminal. This man, you're lucky. You're lucky. I did nothing wrong. We'd have a system that was rigged and disgusting. I did nothing wrong.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden, you have said, I'm coming right to you, sir. You want to respond? Go ahead. I'll give you a minute to respond.
The idea that I did anything wrong relative to what you're talking about is outrageous. It's simply a lie, number one. Number two, the idea that you have a right to seek retribution against any American just because you're president is wrong. It's simply wrong. No president's ever spoken like that before. No president in our history has spoken like that before. Number three, the crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night?
You want
while your
to,
wife
at least
is
he
pregnant?
chose women. You choose little
What are you
children,
talking about?
including your 12-year-old
You're the
daughter.
morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't
What's
have sex
Monica
with a
Lewinsky
porn
think
star,
about
number
this,
one.
folks?
Number two, that
Yep.
was a case that was started and moved. They moved a high-ranking official, a DOJ, into the Manhattan DA's office to
see
start
her
that
and what?
case. That case is going to be appealed and won.
Yep.
We had a very terrible judge, a horrible judge, Democrat. The prosecutor were all high-ranking Democrats, appointed people, and both the civil and the criminal. He basically went after his political opponent because he thought it was going to damage me. But when the public found out about these cases, because they understand it better than he does, he has no idea what these cases are. But when they found
building
out about
7
these
all over
cases, you
again.
know what they did? My poll numbers went up, way up. You know that because you're reporting it. And we took in more money in the last 2 weeks than we've ever taken in the history of any campaign. I don't think any campaign has ever taken. Hundreds of millions of dollars came pouring in because the public knows it's a scam and it's a guy that's after his political opponent because he can't win fair and square.
Thank you, President.
Again, the question doesn't really apply to you, but what do you think about the lawsuits?
I like
against-
this moderator. He's an old
But here's
school
what I say. President Biden made the
John
point
Stossel.
that it's wrong for a federal official to use his federal governmental powers. It's an abuse of power to use that to punish or disadvantage his political opponents. But President Biden is doing that every day. They've denied me Secret Service. President Biden, I'm the first candidate since my father was killed. When my father was killed, Secret Service became available to political candidates prior to the convention. 33 political candidates have been given that prior to the 100-day cutoff, 120-day cutoff, and most of them with polling number a tiny fraction of what I have. President Biden, I am the first candidate since 1968 to request Secret Service protection in which it's been denied. And that is a way of using weaponizing the federal agencies to punish a political opponent. I think President Trump was right. I'm not a fan of President Trump. I'm running against him. I think he was a bad president. But he's right that it's shocking that 51 CIA agents signed this document saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian hoax. When they were accusing the Russians of tampering with our election, it was actually the CIA tampering with the election. I want to say this too. President Biden is now deployed, he's got $3 billion from big corporations in this country. He's using that corporate money to sue me in virtually every state to keep me off the ballot. That's not democratic. We all, President Biden, a couple of days ago, let me just finish this. President Biden was criticizing and ridiculing Vladimir Putin for getting 88% of the vote in Russia.
But Kennedy, I'm
But
going to hold you to the time
let me
limit.
just finish this point. The way that Putin got 88% of the vote was by censoring his opponent
Or not.
on state-owned television, all the national TV networks, and by making sure they didn't get on the ballot. We should not be
Or
doing
fraud.
that here in this country. We should be an example of something better.
Get him, John.
I should also add something we are doing that I don't think we should be doing. We said the rules would be the same for you as for them. I've been asking my ear to give you more time, but I don't think that's right. So I'm going to stop doing that. Back to CNN.
President Biden, you have said, quote, Donald Trump and his MAGA Republicans are determined to destroy American democracy. Do you believe that the tens of millions of Americans who are likely to vote for President Trump will be voting against American democracy?
The more they know about what he's done, yes. The the more they know about what he's done. And there's a lot more coming. He's got a lot of cases down the road coming around. He's got a whole range of issues he has to face. I don't know what the juries will do, but I do know he has a real problem. And so the fact that
Whole range of
did you ever
mysteries.
think you heard any president say?
So why
that I'm gonna
hasn't he
seek
been
retribution?
charged for
You ever
raping
hear
his
any
daughter?
president say that I thought Hitler had some good ideas? What got me involved to run in
Sexual
the first
abuse of
place
his
after
own
my son
12-year-old
had died, I
daughter.
decided in Iraq because of Iraq. I said I wasn't going to run again. And so I saw what happened
We
in
don't want to talk
Charlottesville,
about that.
Virginia. People coming out of the woods carrying
Right.
swastikas on torches, and singing the same anti-Semitic bile they sang when back in Germany. And the young woman got killed. I spoke to the mother, and they asked him. They said, "What do you think of those people? The ones who got killed, the one who tried to stop it, and the ones," he said, "I think they're fine people on both sides." What American president would ever say Nazis coming out of fields carrying torches, singing the same anti-Semitic bile, carrying swastikas?
Biden
We're
is
fine
just
people.
throwing out
This is a guy who says Hitler's done some good things. I'd like to know what they are.
He's got
Good things Hitler's done. That's what he said. This guy has no sense of American.
When did he say Hitler's done some good things?
President Trump.
Jake, both of you know that story has been
Well,
totally
it's like the saying goes:
wiped out
if you
because when
can't
you see the sentence, it said
argue their point,
100%
you condemn the
exoneration on
person.
that. So he just keeps it going. He says he ran because of Charlottesville. He didn't run because of Charlottesville. He ran because it was his last chance. He's not equipped to be president. You know it, and I know it. It's ridiculous. We have a debate. We're trying to justify his presidency. His presidency, he's without question the worst president, the worst presidency in the history of our country. We shouldn't be having a debate about it. There's nothing to debate. He made up the Charlottesville story, and you'll see it's debunked all over the place. Every reasonable anchor has debunked it. And just the other day, it came out where it was fully debunked. It's a nonsense story. He knows that, and he didn't run because of Charlottesville. He used that as an excuse to run.
President Biden.
And debunked.
Biden's been running since
All you have to do is listen to
2008,
what was said at the time.
2004.
And the idea that somehow that's the only reason I ran. I ran because I was worried a guy
He
like this
ran
guy
and
could get
lost
elected.
against
If he
Biden,
thought
against
they were
Barack
good people
Obama.
coming out of that
He ran and lost
forest,
against
carrying those
Clinton.
woods, carrying those torches,
Nobody's
then
buying
he didn't deserve to be president. Didn't deserve to be president at all. And the idea that he's talking about all this being fabricated. We saw with our own eyes. We saw what happened on January 6th. We saw the people breaking through the windows. We saw people occupying his own vice president.
We saw
Look, there's a
federal
reason
agents
why
shoving people into the building,
44 top
escorting them in.
cabinet
Excuse
officers
me.
Yeah.
refused to endorse him this time.
Through
His vice
ropes.
president endorsed
Yep.
him this time. So why?
They were.
Why?
They
know him
minded
well.
those
They
ropes
serve
pretty
with him.
good.
Why are they not endorsing him?
They respect the ropes.
Again, there's no parallel question for you in there, but let me ask of these two gentlemen, who would be worse as president?
I mean, I think you
That's a
put
good
your nail on that. You put the hammer on that nail perfectly. 70% of the American public say they don't want this contest because neither of them are running on the things that are absolutely critical to Americans right now. The only thing they have, the only argument they have is be scared of that other guy. He's a felon. He's a bad guy. He's going to destroy the republic. They're running on fear. If Americans want to vote out of fear, they're going to vote for these guys. If they want to vote out of hope, they're going to vote out of me because I want to talk. I want to talk about the fact that 71% of the people in this country are making less than the cost of basic human needs. I want to talk about the fact that under their administrations, the top 1% of Americans now own more than the 60% that represent the American middle class. Our country has utterly changed because of them. I run into elderly people who are cutting their prescription pills in two to make it through the week. Mothers who are downgrading their purchases at the grocery store to make it out of the checkout line. A couple in New Hampshire who told me they're in their bedroom or in their living room with a crying baby, arguing with each other about whether that baby is $50 sick or $100 sick or $500 sick before they bring it to a hospital. These are kids who come up to me every day and say that one day a week, they have to choose between buying gasoline and buying lunch. These are choices you're not supposed to have to make in this country. And it's them, these two, who are not telling the American people how they're going to get our kids into homes. And that's what I want to talk about.
Back to CNN.
Welcome back to the CNN presidential debate live from Georgia. Let's talk about persistent challenges you both faced in your first terms, and you'd certainly face again in a second term. President Biden, while Black unemployment dropped to a record low under your presidency, Black families still earn far less than white families. Black mothers are still 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes, and Black Americans are imprisoned at 5 times the rate of white Americans.
That's not true.
Who are disappointed that you haven't made more progress?
They acknowledge they made a lot of progress, number one. The fact of the matter is there's more small Black businesses that have been started than any time in history. Number two, the wages of Black unemployment is the lowest level it's been in a
Hasn't been a
long
story.
time.
What?
Number three, we're trying to provide housing for Black Americans and dealing with the segregation that exists among these corporations that collude to keep people out of their houses. And in addition to that, we find that the impact on the choice that Black families have to make relative to childcare is incredibly difficult. When we did the first major piece of legislation in the past, I was able to reduce Black childcare costs.
The first peaceful
in half. We got to make sure we provide for childcare costs. We got to make sure because when you provide those childcare protections,
What about childcare costs for everyone across the board, regardless of nationality?
So there's more to be done, considerably more to be done.
Yep.
But we've done a great deal so far, and I'm not letting up, and they know.
Sounds
it.
like he's ready for bed.
You have 49 seconds left. What do you say to Black voters who are disappointed with the progress so far?
I say I don't blame them for being disappointed. Inflation is still hurting them badly. For example, I provided for the idea that any Black family first-time home buyer should get a $10,000 tax credit to be able to buy their first home so they can get started.
Why can't I
And
get a
make sure they're in a
$10,000
situation
tax
where
credit?
all those Black families and those Black individuals who provided had to take out student loans that were ballooning, that if they were
You have to take out student loans?
They were ballooning.
And we have to pay
if
them
they
back?
paid their bills for 10 years,
Broke
their
them
student
below.
debt, all the rest is forgiven after 10 years. Millions have
Trump's
benefited
like,
from
what is
that.
this thing?
And we're going to do a whole lot more for Black families.
Thank you, President
And
Trump.
for Black
And
families,
he
what about
caused the
American
inflation.
families?
He's
Yeah.
blaming
Yeah,
inflation.
thank you, Cap.
And he's right. It's been very bad. He caused the inflation, and it's killing Black families and Hispanic families and just about everybody. It's killing people. They can't buy groceries anymore. They can't. You look at the cost of food where it's doubled and tripled and quadrupled. They can't live. They're not living anymore. He caused this inflation. I gave him a country with essentially no inflation. It was perfect. It was so good. All he had to do is leave it alone. He
Mhm.
destroyed it with his Green New scam and all this money that's being thrown out the window. He caused inflation. As sure as you're sitting there, the fact is that his big kill on the Black people is the millions of people that he's allowed to come in through the border. They're taking Black jobs now, and it could be 18, it could be 19, and even 20 million people. They're taking Black jobs, and they're taking Hispanic jobs, and you haven't seen it yet, but you're going to see something that's going to be the worst in our
They're taking
When I
white
became
jobs
president, you know
too.
why? The economy. Employment. He decimated
Took our
the
jobs. Took our
absolutely
jobs.
decimated
Took our
the economy.
jobs.
That's why there was no inflation at the time. There were no jobs.
I'm tired
Provided
of great
thousands of millions of jobs for individuals who are in all communities, including minority communities. We made sure that they have health insurance. We have covered. The ACA
We
has
want it
increased
on
and made sure that
Obamacare.
they're $8,000 per person in a
freaking
family
hate
to
Obamacare.
get written off for
Yeah.
health care. But this guy wants to eliminate that. They tried 50 times. He wants to get rid of the ACA again. And they're going to try again if they
He's gonna
win.
get rid of
We
you.
find ourselves in a position where the idea that we're not doing any, we put more police on the street than any administration has. He wants to cut the cops. We're providing for equity and making sure people have a shot to make it. There's a lot going on.
Wants to
And
cut-
inflation, he caused it.
Trump
by
wants
his
to get rid of the cops? Is that what he's saying?
Malfeasance in the way he handled the pandemic.
Past bedtime.
He said he wanted to cut him.
Trying to
Big
pass
cut.
on a similar question. I don't know why they single out black people, but
Yeah.
it's certainly true that some minorities in America do not do as well as us white
Oh,
people.
there's Kennedy's wife
Should
behind
government
John
do something
Fox.
about that?
And I agree with the assessment that inflation.
Some minorities don't do as well as us white people. Did you just say that? Sorry.
Disproportionately
They got to get over that.
fixed income, the border is disproportionately hurting Black and Hispanic workers. I hear that every single day. I spent 10 years working with Cesar Chavez during the last part of his life. He had two issues. One was pesticides, the disproportionate impact of pesticides on Hispanics. The other issue was the border, because he understood all of these illegal immigrants coming across the border were hurting the capacity of his workers, American workers, to get good jobs and wages. The issue that they didn't talk about, two issues. One is education. We spend $50 billion a year on the Department of Education, and Black kids in this country, it's a crime what is happening to their schools. When I was a kid, we had the best educated kids by every measure of any country in the world. We're now 22. We're throwing billions
Black
of
kids
dollars.
couldn't go to school then.
And in inner city schools, most of these kids cannot read or do math at grade level. It is a crime. We need to give them choice.
And it's so funny because when I was in high school, every black kid graduated
last
and
issue,
they
which
were
both of
did
them
just
have
as well
aggravated,
as any other student.
is the mass
Oh, that's good.
incarceration crisis. 1 out of every
I
4
hate
Black
when they
men
focus on the race stuff.
has had some
Adam and Eve.
contact with the correctional service. And 60% of the Blacks in American jails are there for nonviolent drug offenses. Why? Because President Biden passed the Drug Act in 1986 that he wrote that gave 100 times the penalty for crack cocaine as powder cocaine. It was designed to put Blacks in jail.
Slavery.
Then he passed in 1994 omnibus crime bill with the super predatory provisions, the mandatory sentencing, the 3 strikes you're out. Those 2 bills doubled the amounts of Blacks in American prison. The amounts of Blacks in American prison were steady
Time
from
is
the
up,
Civil
Mr.
War till
Kennedy.
then.
Back to CNN.
3 strikes you're out. Yeah, that was.
Persistent challenge is the climate crisis. 2023 was the hottest year in recorded history, and
Oh, no,
communities
it
across
wasn't.
the country are confronting the devastating effects of extreme heat, intensifying wildfires, stronger hurricanes, and rising sea levels. Former President
Climate
Trump,
change.
you've vowed
Where
to
did they
end
get
your
this
opponent's
information? It's all
climate
over.
initiatives, but will you take any
Ted
action
Turner.
as president to slow the climate crisis?
CNN.
Let me just go back to what he said about the police, how close the police are to him. Almost every police group in the nation from every state is supporting Donald J. Trump. Almost every police group.
I think Damien
And
sums
what
it up
he's done
well
to
here.
the black
Yeah.
population is horrible, including the fact that for 10 years he called them super predators. We can't, in the 1990s, we can't forget that.
Well,
Super
look at his
predators
face.
was his name.
Look at
And
Biden.
he called it to them,
Mouth.
and they've
Where's your
taken great
teeth,
offense
Biden?
at it. And now they see
Can
it
they
happening.
please stick to the
But when they
question?
see what I did for criminal justice reform and for the
I have
historically
to turn off all their
black,
mics and say,
colleges
No,
and
ma'am, they
universities
cannot.
where I funded
Oh,
them
I'm
and got
turned
them
off.
all funded.
There's
And the
second one.
opportunity zones with
oh.
Tim, as you know, Tim Scott was incredible. He did a great job. Great senator from South Carolina. He came to me with the idea, and it was a great idea. It's one of the most successful economic development acts ever in the country. Opportunity zones, and
He-
the biggest
Trump
beneficiary
knows what
are
he's doing
blacks,
here.
and that's why
He knows
we
if they
have
really
the
want to
best
ask him the
numbers
question,
with them.
they'll
in
re-ask it and he'll get
maybe
more time.
ever. They're saying ever. I read this morning where ever the best numbers. He's lost much of the black population because he's done a horrible job for black people. He's also done a horrible job for Hispanics. But wait till you see these millions of people pouring into our country, and they're going to take the jobs, and it's already started, and you haven't seen anything yet. It's a disaster.
You've 38 seconds left. President Trump, will you take any action as president to slow the climate crisis?
So I want absolutely immaculate clean water, and I want absolutely clean air. And we had it. We had H2O. We had the best numbers ever. And we were using all forms of energy, all forms,
Trump just said
everything.
we had
And yet,
H2O.
during my 4 years, I had the best environmental numbers ever. And my top environmental people gave me that statistic just before I walked on the stage, actually.
I don't know where the hell he's been. The idea that anything he said is true. I've passed the most extensive climate change legislation in history. We find ourselves, and by the way, black colleges. I came up with $15 billion for HBCUs, historic black universities and colleges, because they don't have those. They don't have the kind of contributors that they have to build these laboratories and the like. Any black student is capable of doing what any white student can do. They just have the money to be able to get those jobs in high tech. We're in a situation
I
where
think
the
the
idea
engineers that I know
he is
that are quote
claiming
unquote black
to
would
have
dare
done
to
something
differ with
that had
this
the cleanest
AI.
water. The cleanest water. He hadn't done a
Privately,
damn
maybe
thing
not
in the
publicly,
environment.
but-
He, out of the Paris Peace Accord, Climate Accord, I immediately joined it, because if we reach 1.5 degrees Celsius at any one point, where there's no way back, the only existential threat to humanity is climate change.
Here
and he
we
didn't do
go.
a damn thing about it. He
There
must
we
undo all that I've
I guess
done.
he didn't pay attention to the most recent
Paris
scientific
Accord
paper.
was going to cost us $1 trillion.
They found out
and China
so many
nothing,
years
and
ago
Russia
that
nothing, and
the Earth's
India
temperature
nothing.
was 6
It was a
degrees hotter
ripoff of
than
the
it is
United
now.
States.
What was the
And
question
I
again?
edited it because I didn't want to waste that
Something
money
about
because they
climate
treat us
change.
horribly. We were the only ones who was costing us money. Nobody else was paying into it, and it was a disaster. But everything that he said just now, I'll give you an example. I heard him say before
Democratic
insulin.
Republic, I think. Right?
I'm the one that got the insulin down for the seniors. I took care of the seniors. What he's doing is destroying all of our medical programs because the migrants coming in, they want everybody.
They were
and look,
legal
I
aliens.
have the biggest heart on the stage. I guarantee you that. And I want to take care of people, but we're destroying our country. They're taking over our schools, our hospitals, and they're going to be taking over Social Security. He is destroying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid.
It's true.
And he's
The
destroying
idea
my
is that
retirement fund.
We, in fact, we were
I'm not happy
the
about
only ones
that.
of consequence who were not.
Gonna get
We're
worse.
not members of the Paris Accord.
Biden.
How can we do anything? We're not able to. The United States can't get its under control.
What?
One of the largest polluters in the world. Number one, we're making significant progress. By
Little quote right
2035,
there.
we will have cut pollution in half. We have made significant progress, and we're continuing to make progress. We set up a climate corps for thousands of young people will learn how to deal with climate, just like the Peace Corps.
What
And
do we
we're
do?
we're moving in directions that are going to significantly change the elements of cause of pollution.
Sure.
But the idea that he claims that
Well,
he
Kennedy's
has the
not.
biggest heart up here and he's really concerned about pollution and about climate, I've not seen any indication of that. And by the way, with regard to prescription drugs,
Kennedy's a
one
real
company
environmentalist.
agreed that they would reduce the price to $35, which I was calling for, one, voluntarily. I made sure
Are
every
they planning on
company in the
stopping
world,
spraying
every
us, Joe?
pharmaceutical company cannot have to pay.
Thank you.
And by the way,
Oh, this
By
is
the way.
frustrating. This is your specialty, but I
That's
object
true.
to CNN's
This is-
biased
he's a
quest
lawyer.
to
He's an
take any
environmental
action
lawyer,
to slow the
Kennedy.
climate crisis that assumes climate change is a crisis. So
No, it's
you
not.
think it is? And what would you
No.
do?
I think that climate change, first, I want to say this. There's been nobody who's ever run for president of the United States and gotten anywhere. Well, let's say, I'll even say it more definitively, who has a strong environmental record and a larger commitment to the environment than I do. It's what I've been doing for 40 years.
He does have that. He's got that.
I believe
record.
climate change is existential.
If he
I don't
believes in
insist
climate
other
change, I
people
can't trust him.
believe that.
Yeah, I
And I think
disagree with him on
we,
that too. I'm with you.
I focus, and I've always focused on market-based solutions.
he's not a
which I
Green
think are
New
the
Deal
most
person.
efficient. Eliminating subsidies for the
climate does
energy industry,
change.
for particularly carbon. We give
He's more
carbon $5.2
making
trillion
sure
in
that
subsidies a year and
big
creating a
companies
national
don't
grid system that is
ruin
robust
our
enough to do
environment.
long-haul
That's really what he is about.
transportation
From
of
my research.
electrons. That and we turn every American into an energy entrepreneur, every home into a power plant with the cheapest, most efficient forms of energy. The market, we need to start by protecting habitat, our air, water, wetlands, soils. That's the most important thing you can do from climate. It's almost altogether ignored.
Yeah, he's a real.
President Biden's program, which is the Inflation Reduction Act, does a few good things, but the bulk of it is large subsidies to the oil industry and to BlackRock and other really sinister corporations, or carbon capture, which is a boondoggle. Carbon capture is a boondoggle. We should not be funding it. We should not be encouraging it. We shouldn't be encouraging any kind of geoengineering of that kind. We should be focusing on restoring our soils,
Geoengineering?
and
What?
agriculture, protecting our air, our water, our wildlife, stopping the carbon discharge from coal burning power plants, which are causing $500 billion in respiratory
No, it's
injuries
not.
annually.
Stop.
Poisoning every freshwater fish in our country with mercury.
Oh, come on
Time is
now,
up. Back
man.
to CNN.
Come on now.
Rhetoric.
You started to say geoengineering, and I was
For
like,
many
okay.
older Americans, Social Security provides a critical lifeline. President Biden, if nothing is done to Social Security, seniors will see their benefits cut in just over 10 years. Will you name tonight one specific step that you're willing
gonna
to
blame
take to
Trump
keep
for it.
Social Security solvent?
It's all Trump's
Yes,
fault.
make the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Right now, everybody making
That's
under
Trump.
$170,000 pays 6% of their income, of their paycheck, every single time they get a paycheck from the time the first one they get when they're 18 years old. The idea that they're gonna, I've been proposing that everybody, the millionaires pay 1%. 1%. So no one I would not raise the cost of Social Security for anybody under $400,000. After that, I began to make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share by increasing from 1% beyond to be able to guarantee the program for life.
So you still
1%
have
of a
82
million
seconds
is still
left. Are
more
there
than
any other
6%
measures
of
that you think that would
100,000.
be able to help keep
Don't-
Social
how
Security
dare you
solvent,
argue
or is
with
just
Biden
is that
on
one enough?
Well, no, that one enough will keep it solvent, but the biggest thing.
And the math
if we
continues
defeat
not
this
mathing,
man,
folks.
because he wants to get rid of Social
We're
Security.
Common Core
He
math.
thinks there's plenty to cut in Social Security. He's wanting to cut Social Security and Medicare both times. And that's what, and if you look at
See,
the,
it's
the
all Trump's
program
fault.
put forward by the House Republican caucus that I believe supports, is in fact want to cut it as well. The idea that we don't need to protect our seniors is ridiculous. And by the way, the American public has greater health care coverage today than ever before.
No, we
And
don't.
the ACA, as I said,
What?
the
Hell
research
no,
says
we
where
don't.
400,000 people, 40 million people would not have insurance because they have a pre-existing condition. Only thing that allows them to have that insurance is the fact that they, in fact, are part of the ACA. And by the way, the other thing is, we're in a situation where we talk about education for Black communities. I've raised the amount of money for Pell Grants by another $8,000. So anybody making under $70,000 a year is going to be able to get $15,000 toward their tuition. He just doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
So I've dealt with politicians all my life. I've been on this side of the equation for the last 8 years. I've never seen anybody lie like lies. I've never seen it. He could look you in the face. About so many other things too. And we mentioned the laptop. We mentioned Russia, Ukraine. Everything he does is a lie. It's misinformation and disinformation. The losers and suckers story that he made up is a total lie on the military. It's a disgrace. But Social Security, he's destroying it because millions of people are pouring into our country and they're putting them onto Social Security. They're putting them onto Medicare, Medicaid. They're putting them in our hospitals. They're taking the place of our citizens. What they're doing to the VA, to our veterans, is unbelievable. Our veterans are living in the street and these people are living in luxury hotels. He doesn't know what he's doing. And it's really coming back. I've never seen such anger in our country before.
President Biden.
The idea that veterans are not being taken care of, I told you before. And by the way, when I said suckers and losers, he acknowledged after that he fired that general. That general got fired.
Yeah, he was fired,
Because he's
and
the
that's
one
why he
acknowledged
said that
That's
stuff.
what he said. He was the one standing with
He
Trump
lied.
when he said it. Number one.
Put that
Number
general
two,
under
the
oath.
idea that we're going to be in
Put
a
him under
situation where all these millions and millions, the way he talks about it, illegal aliens are coming into the country and taking away our jobs. There's a reason why we have the fastest growing economy in the world. The reason why we have the most successful economy.
What is he talking
We're doing
about?
better than any other nation in the world. And by the way, those 15 Nobel laureates he talked about being phony. Those 15 Nobel laureates, economists, they all said that if Trump is reelected, we're likely to have a recession, and inflation is going to increasingly go up. And by the way, worst president in history,
Nobody
159
believes that.
presidential scholars voted him the worst president in the history of the United States of America.
Hey, Joe, this is a debate, not a
So
casual
again, a
conversation.
very
Why do you keep
important
saying,
question.
by the way?
By the
By the
way.
way?
Is going bankrupt. Taxing the rich more won't solve it. What would you cut? Or what would you do?
Well, I agree with you. And Social Security is not an entitlement. Social Security is a contract. Workers put 6% of their income into a
Yep.
Yeah, I've been
into
back
a
and forth
fund,
on
and they're
Social
told
Security.
at
You get back what you put in it.
they're going to get that money back.
That's good.
It's not
not a welfare system.
entitlement. It
What about
is
the
a
lockbox
contractual,
that Al Gore
and
used
the
to talk
government,
about? I love the
the United
lockbox.
States government would be outrageous if the United States government did not live up to its full faith and credit of paying back those obligations, even if it has to reach outside of the Social Security system to get it. And what we need to be doing is winding down our military commitments. We need to unravel the war machine. We need to solve our chronic disease epidemic, which is the biggest cause, 4.3 trillion.
Diet, man. Get the kids outside and exercise.
And we can do those things very quickly. I'm going to cut the military budget in half during my first 4 years. That's
No.
going to save us a lot of money, and
No.
this has to be a priority for us.
He's talking about
also want to say
at the
this,
top. At the top.
I was astonished
All the
by
bureaucrat.
President Biden's claim that we have the best economy in the world. We have, I see kids every day.
Not saying I agree
None
with
of this
that.
generation is going to
Well,
get
because
into
it
a
won't
home.
be the top.
And that's going to destroy
That's
the
how it
American
works.
middle class.
Yeah,
The
you're
American
right.
middle
You're
class,
right.
the greatest economic engine in the history of mankind. I was a kid, our country owned half the wealth on the face of the earth. And it was largely because, one, we had an industrial base after World War II, but most importantly, we got every American into a home. And because they were in a home, they had equity. They could borrow money. They could bet it on a business.
Back to CNN.
And that's what's going to drive our economy.
American families struggle to afford. President Trump, both you and President Biden have tried to address this issue, but the average cost of childcare in this country has risen to more than $11,000 a year per child. For many families, the cost of childcare for 2 children is more than their rent. In your second term, what would you do to make childcare more affordable?
Just to go back, the general got fired because he was no
Oh
good.
my God.
And if he
Stop
said that,
it.
that's why he made it up. But we have 19 people that said I didn't say it, and they're very highly respected, much more so than him. The other thing is, he doesn't fire people. He never fired people. I've never seen him fire anybody. I did fire a lot. I fired Comey because he was no good. I fired a lot of the top people at the FBI, drained the swamp. They were no good. Not easy to fire people. You'd pay a price for it, but they were no good. I inherited these people. I didn't put them there. I didn't put Comey there. He was no good. I fired him. This guy hasn't fired anybody. He never fires. He should have fired every military man that was involved with that the Afghanistan horror show, the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. He didn't fire. Did you fire anybody? Did you fire anybody that's on the border that's allowed us to have the worst border in the history of the world? Did anybody get fired for allowing 18 million people, many from prisons, many from mental institutions? Did you fire anybody that allowed our country to be destroyed? Joe, our country is being destroyed as you and I sit up here and waste a lot of time on this debate. This shouldn't be a debate. He is the worst president. He just said about me because I said it. But look, he's the worst president in the history of our country. He's destroyed our country. Now, all of a sudden, he's trying to get a little tough on the border. He came out with a nothing deal, and it reduced it a little bit, like this much. It's insignificant. He wants open borders. He wants our country to either be destroyed or he wants to pick up those people as voters. And I don't think we just can't let it happen. If he wins this election, our country doesn't have a chance, not even a chance, of coming out of this rut. We probably won't have a country left anymore. That's how bad it is. He is the worst in history by far.
Thank you, President Trump. President Biden?
We're the most admired country in the world. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. We have the finest military in the history of the world, the finest in the history of the world. No one thinks we're weak. No one wants
Everyone
to screw around with
does.
us. Nobody. Number
They
one.
all do.
Number two, the idea that we're talking about worst presidents. I wasn't joking. Look it up. Go online. 159 or 58, don't hold me the exact number, presidential historians, they've had meetings and they voted who's the worst president in American history, one through best to worst. They said he was the worst in all of American history. That's a fact. That's not conjecture. He can argue they're
Presidential
wrong.
historians, folks.
Child care. He did for virtually nothing to child care. We should significantly increase the child care tax credit. We should significantly increase the availability of women and men or single parents to be able to go back to work. And we should encourage businesses.
Thank you, President
Child care
Biden.
facilities.
President Trump, the question was about what would you do to make childcare more affordable, if you want to take your minute.
Just so you understand, he's done is so bad. And they rate me, I'll show you, I will show you. And they rate me one of the best, okay? And if I'm given another 4 years, I will be the best. I think I'll be the best. Nobody's ever created an economy like us. Nobody ever cut taxes like us. He's the only one I know. He
question.
wants to raise your taxes by 4 times. He wants to raise everybody's taxes by 4 times. He wants the Trump tax cuts to expire. So everybody, 4 to 5 times. Nobody ever heard of this before. All my life, I'd grow up and I'd see politicians talking about cutting taxes. When we cut taxes, as I said, we did more business. Apple and all these companies, they were bringing money back into our country. The worst president in history by far, and everybody knows it.
President Biden?
Look, the fact of the matter is that he's dead wrong about, he's increased the tariff, he will increase the taxes on middle-class people. I said I'd never raise the tax on anybody making less than $400,000. I didn't. But this tariff is 10% tariffs. Everything coming into the country, you know what the economists say? That's going to cost the average American $2,500. Number two, he's in a situation where he talks about how he has not raised, he's somehow helped the middle class. Middle class have been devastated by you. Now you want a new tax cut of $5 trillion over the next 10 years, which is going to fundamentally bankrupt the country. You had the largest deficit of any president in American history, number one. Number two, you have not, in fact, made any contact, any progress with China. We are the lowest trade deficit with China since 2010.
Thank you, President Biden.
Trump had the best relationship with China. Yeah, exactly.
Back to their original question, CNN has somehow found a child care crisis in America. Somehow Americans raised children for years. Now there's a crisis because it costs too much. Is that something government did or can fix?
Well, the reason there's a crisis is because the economy with the middle class is gone. So in order to pay for a home, you need 2 jobs or 3 jobs. So oftentimes I'm running into people who have 4 jobs between the couples. The couple used to be when you and I were growing up, mom stayed at home or a parent stayed at home and took care of the kids. That doesn't happen anymore now. Both parents, in order to hold on to that home, need to be working. So we do have a child care crisis in this country. And it's because of the destruction that both these men contributed to of the American middle class. And neither of them is offering any way to restore the middle class. Child care for Black Americans, John, is 37% of income. A single child. Oh, and nobody can afford that. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to wind down, as an influential nation, and but we cannot cut our way out of this debt. We have to build new industry. We have to build GDP. And one of the most efficient ways of building GDP is through child care, through guaranteed child care. There's a 22%, 22 times return on investment. As I said, every $1 million we spend on military weapons creates 2 jobs. Every $1 million we spend on childcare creates 22 jobs. And we need to grow our way out of this budget death spiral. And one of the ways we're going to do that is by providing childcare, by taking away $500 billion from the military.
Back to the CNN debate.
Let's discuss an epidemic impacting millions of Americans that both of you have made a top priority in your first term, the opioid crisis. And for both of you, the number of overdose deaths in this country has gone up. Under your term, it went up. Under your term, it has gone up. Former President Trump, despite the efforts that both of you have made, more than 100,000 Americans are dying from overdoses every year, primarily from fentanyl and other opioids. What will you do to help Americans right now in the throes of addiction who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
To finish up, we now have the largest deficit in the history of our country.
What,
under this
nothing
guy.
about gender
We have
affirming
the
care?
largest deficit with China. He gets paid by China. He's a Manchurian candidate. He gets money from China. So I think he's afraid to deal
I
with
love that
something.
book. It's a great book.
Do you notice he never
Great
took
movie.
out my tariffs because we bring in so much money with the tariffs that I imposed on China. He never took them away. He can't because it's too much money. It's tremendous. And we saved our steel industries and there was more to come.
Neither one of
but he
them are
hasn't done
answering
that.
any
But
question.
he hasn't cut the tariffs because he can't, because it's too much money. But he's got the largest deficit in the history of our country, and he's got the worst situation with China. China's going to own us if you keep allowing them to do what they're doing to us as a country. They are killing us as a country, Joe, and you can't let that happen. You're destroying our country.
So, President Trump, you have 67 seconds left. The question was, what are you going to do to help Americans in the throes of addiction right now who are struggling to get the treatment they need?
Jake, we were doing very well at addiction until the COVID came along. We had the 2.5, almost 3 years of like nobody's ever had before, any country in every way. And then we had to get tough. And it was the drugs pouring across the border.
It's a border issue.
It started to increase. We got great equipment. We bought the certain dog that's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen, the way they can spot it. We did a lot. And we were getting very low numbers, very low numbers. Then he came along. The numbers, have you seen the numbers now? It's not only the 18 million
Well, now they
people
can
that I
just
believe
walk
is
across.
even low because the gotaways,
It's
they
in
don't
their
even talk about gotaways.
Guppies to walk
But
with
the
them.
numbers of the amount of drugs and human trafficking in women coming across our border, the worst thing I've ever seen at numbers that nobody's ever seen under him because the border's so bad. But the number of drugs coming across our border now is the largest we've ever had by far.
President Trump, thank you. President Biden?
Fentanyl and the byproducts of fentanyl went down for a while.
What?
And I wanted to make sure we used the machinery. that
It went
can
down
detect
people's
fentanyl.
mouths,
These big
maybe.
machines that roll over everything that comes across the border. And it costs a lot of money. That was part of this deal we put together, this bipartisan deal. More fentanyl machines, more be able to detect drugs.
Fentanyl machines
more-
to make
more numbers
fentanyl?
of-
What's he
of
talking about?
agents, more numbers of all the people at the border. And when we had that deal done, he called his Republican colleagues, said, don't do it. It's going to hurt me politically. No, he never argued it's not a good bill. It's a really good bill. We need those machines. We need those machines. And we're coming down very hard in every country in Asia in terms of precursors for fentanyl. And Mexico is working with us to make sure they don't have the technology to be able to.
Gotta
put it
have those
together.
fentanyl vending
That's what we have
machines.
to do. We need those machines.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, and again, the question is about Americans in the throes of addiction right now struggling to get the treatment they need.
Well, this does pertain to it. He ended Remain in Mexico. He ended catch and release. I made it catch and release in Mexico, not catch and release here. We had so many things that we had done, hard negotiations with Mexico, and I got it all for nothing. It's just like when you have a hostage. We always pay $6 billion for a hostage. Every time we say it's a hostage. Now we have a hostage, a Wall Street Journal reporter. I think a good guy. And he's over there because Putin is laughing at this guy, probably asking for billions of dollars for the reporter. I will have him out very quickly as soon as I take office. Before I take office, I said by literally as soon as I win the election, I will have that reporter out. He should have had him out a long time ago. But Putin's probably asking for billions and billions of dollars because this guy pays it every time. We had 2 cases where we paid $6 billion for 5 people. I got 58 people out, and I paid essentially nothing.
I like it when they cut them off on CNN. The question is, we do have a big opioid problem, people in crisis, people overdosing, but also people in pain who can't get
Give 'em
pain
fentanyl
relief because
machines.
Doctors are afraid of the
Oh yeah, the
drugs.
fentanyl vending machines.
Yeah.
Both of these
Vinnie Max.
presidents miss the point. They're talking about drug interdiction at the border. That's not the problem. In fact, even if you sealed the border, virtually sealed it, fentanyl occupies such a tiny volume, about 1/200th of all other opioids. You could bring enough fentanyl across the border in a briefcase to kill everybody in Los Angeles. So the fentanyl is going to come in this country. The problem is something much larger than that. It's a generation that is alienated, that is dispossessed, that is depressed, that is suicidal, that is disconnected from community. And that's why they're turning to drugs. And we need to deal with that problem, and we need to reduce demand. And that my signature policy
Thank you,
is to begin taxing marijuana federally, to deschedule it from Schedule 1, where it is now, where the federal government is not allowed to tax it. So marijuana,
Yeah, you tax weed.
any state,
That's good money.
The federal government cannot collect taxes on it. It's legal.
Really?
It's not going to, whether you can tax it or
Yeah,
not,
if
is
they
not
make
gonna
it legal,
affect the
man, they
number
could
of
make
people who are using
billions.
it or about to use.
But they don't tax on
We're
it?
going to deschedule it so the government can start
Really? I didn't know
collecting
that.
taxes. That will raise $8.5 billion in revenue.
Yeah, tax
I'm
that.
going to dedicate that money to building drug rehabilitation farms, wellness farms, restoration farms in rural areas all over this country where any American can go for free to deal with depression, suicidal behavior, alcoholism, drug addiction to illegal drugs, but also addiction to SSRIs, to benzos, to Adderall. We need to
SSRIs.
reclaim our children. We have a whole generation that's growing up with social media, that's growing up with no hope for their future. They can't get into homes. They can't get meaningful jobs.
2 minutes, Mr. Kennedy. Back to CNN.
Let's turn to concerns that voters have about each of you. President Biden, you would be 86 at the end of your second term. How do you address concerns about your capability to
He'd be
handle the toughest
86.
job in the world well into your 80s?
Well, first of all, I spent half my career being criticized being the youngest person in politics. I was the second youngest person ever elected to the United States Senate.
And he still
now I'm
can't
the
get it
oldest.
right.
This
He's
guy's
been in
3
there 40
younger, a
years,
lot less
50
competent.
years. He still doesn't know what he's
Just
doing.
look at the record. Look at what I've done. Look how I've turned around.
That's
the
why you want to
horrible
drug
situation
test
he
these
left me.
guys.
As I said, 15 million new jobs, 800,000
You
manufacturing
haven't
jobs,
done
more
anything in
investment in
40
America,
years for our
over
country. Screw you.
billions of dollars in private investment in enterprises that we
Not
are growing.
really, Greg.
And
He's
by the
done
way, we
something
brought
for
an awful lot of
America.
people.
That's
Well,
true. Nothing
He's
good.
entertained us. He's fallen down
Shortage of
upstairs. He's
chips in the
pooped his
market.
pants. He
We
farted in a
invented those
guy's
chips,
face.
and we lost it.
That does count for something.
It's
Yeah.
How long is
ship
this debate?
jobs overseas and then bring home a
90
product.
minutes, but with,
So I
with
went
Kennedy, I
went to
think
South Korea.
a little
I
bit
could
longer.
Been 2 hours, hasn't it?
invest
I think
billions
so.
of
Yeah.
dollars here in the United States, and they're
Yeah,
guess
that's
what?
true. The reckoning.
Those fabs they call that to build these chips. Those fabs pay over $100,000. You don't need a college degree for it.
There's money to
And
be
there's
made in weed.
billions.
Oh,
About
yeah.
$40 billion already being invested
Good
and
money.
being built right now in the United States,
And
creating
all it does is
significant jobs
make people
for
want to go
Americans
buy
all over
groceries.
from all over the world.
President Biden, you have 40
Eat
seconds
dessert.
left. Would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I would.
So Whole
The
Foods
idea
will
that
love me.
somehow we are this failing country. I never heard a president talk like this before. We're the envy of the world. Like, name me a
We've
single
never heard of
major
anyone talk like
country's
you
president
before.
wouldn't trade places with the United States of America for all our problems and all our opportunities.
I've never heard a president
We're
talk
the
like
most
Biden,
progressive
ever.
country in the world in getting things done. We're the strongest country in the world. We're a country in the world who keeps our word, and
he's
everybody trusts
delusional.
us. All of our allies and our those who he cuddles up to, from Kim Jong Un, he sends love
There we
letters
go.
to, and Putin, etc.
He's remembering the
They don't want us to
1950s.
now.
Thank you.
Go Bull Biden!
USA! 82 at the end of your second term. What do you say to voters
Go
who
Bo
have
Biden. I
concerns
love that.
about your capabilities to serve?
Give me another
Well,
one.
I took 2 tests, cognitive tests. I aced them, both of them, as you know. We made it public. He took none. I'd like to see him take one, just one, a real easy one. Like go through the first 5 questions. He couldn't do it.
That's true.
But I
So
took 2
true.
cognitive tests. I took physical
Can't do it.
exams every year. And, you know, we knock on wood wherever we may have wood, that I'm in very good health. I just won 2 club championships, not even senior, 2 regular club championships. To do that, you have to be quite smart and you have to be able to hit the ball a long way. And I do it. He doesn't do it. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards. I think I'm in very good shape. I feel that
Let's
I'm
do
as
that.
in good a
Debate
shape
number
as I
2
was
on the
25,
golf
30
course.
years ago. Actually, I'm probably a little bit lighter, but I'm in
Let's
as
do
good a
it.
shape as I was years ago. I feel very good. I feel the same. But I was willing to take a cognitive test. And you know what? If I didn't do well, I aced them. Dr. Ronnie Jackson, who's a great guy when he was White House doctor. And then I took another one, a similar one. And one of them said they'd never seen anybody ace him.
Thank you. President Biden?
You can see he is 6'5" and only 223 pounds or 235 pounds. Well, you said 6'4", 200. Well, anyway, that's it. Anyway, just take a look at what he says.
What?
He is and take what he is. Look, I'd be happy to have a driving
622,
contest with him.
5,000 pounds.
I got my handicap, which when I was vice president, down to a
Let's
6.
settle this on the golf course. I'm down with that.
And by the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag.
Well, let's do it.
Think you can do it?
And whoever wins gets the presidency.
Yeah, I'd love that. Let's
I
do
was
it.
at 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Personally, I think they should
But,
box.
you know, I mean,
That's just me.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
That's round
Yeah,
3.
you know, yeah,
Eric.
yeah,
I think Trump would win.
21
Let's
round.
not act.
Merciful
I'd
when
love
they cut
that.
them off now.
Oh, I love that golf. match.
All I gotta say is I hope they let me on the stage for that contest.
Kennedy would jack them both up. Eric, you're talking about a boxing match? Kennedy.
How about they
would-
box with golf clubs?
What do you do to stay healthy?
Kennedy is ripped. He'll knock them both out.
What do you do to stay healthy?
What do I
What do you do
Yeah,
to
Kennedy's.
stay healthy?
Yeah.
Dude, he's
what do I
jacked.
do?
He's jacked.
I hike every day. I go to the gym every day. I don't
Big
ever
trouble
eat
in Little
processed
China for
food.
these two.
And I do intermittent fasting.
Russell,
I
watch
try
out,
to eat
man.
well. So I feel like I really want to be part of that contest.
Is he a good golfer? I don't know. Trump is a good golfer, but that would be awesome. I'd love to see that.
I don't know. Bowling, golfing. It's tough to call them real sports if you drink while you play them. But I digress. Go ahead.
That voters have about you. Will you pledge tonight that once all legal challenges have been exhausted, that you will accept the results of this election, regardless
Fuck
of who
no.
wins? And
Fuck off.
you will say right now that political violence in any form is unacceptable.
He's already said
Well, I
that.
shouldn't have to say that, but of course I believe that. It's
said it.
totally unacceptable. And if you would see my statements that I made on Twitter at the time, and also my statement that I made in the Rose Garden, you would say it's one of the strongest statements you've ever seen. In addition to the speech I made in front of, I believe, the largest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I will tell you, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about a relatively
founding
small number of
fathers always
people that
talked
went to
about
the Capitol.
just yapping
and
on
in many
social media
cases
to
were
take back
ushered
the
in by
country,
the police.
folks.
And as Nancy
Yeah, this is
Pelosi said,
important here.
it was her responsibility,
He's
not
right.
mine. She said that loud and clear. But the answer is, if the election is fair, free, and I want that more than anybody. And I'll tell you something. I wish he was a great president because I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be at one of my many places enjoying myself. I wouldn't be under indictment because I wouldn't have been his political opponent because he indicted me because I was his opponent. I wish he was a great president. I would rather have that. I wouldn't be here. I don't mind being here. But the only reason I'm here is he's so bad as a president that I'm going to make America great again. We're going to make America great again. We're a failing nation right now. We're a seriously failing nation. And we're a failing nation because of him. His policies are so bad. His military policies are insane. They're insane. These are wars that will never end with him. He will drive us into World War III. And we're closer to World War III than anybody can imagine. We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO. Just do what you want. There's a thing called Article 5. An attack on one is an attack on all, and required response. The idea, I can't think of a single major leader in the world who wouldn't trade places with the job I've done and what they've
Attack
done.
on one is an attack on
Because
all.
we are a
Required
powerful nation.
response.
We have wonderful
Like,
it's
what
because
the
of the people, not me. It's because of the American people. They're capable of anything, and they step up when they're needed. And right now, we're needed. We're needed to protect the world because our own safety is at stake. And again,
We are
if you
all
wanna have a
Joe.
war, just let Putin go ahead and take Kyiv, make sure they move on, see what happens in Poland, Hungary, and other places along
He
that
doesn't
border.
want those
Then have a
areas,
war.
you numbnut.
President Trump, as I come back to you for a follow-up, the question was, will you accept the results of this election, regardless of who wins?
Just to finish what he said, if I might, Russia, they took a lot of land from Bush. They took a lot of land from Obama and Biden. They took no land, nothing from Trump, nothing. He knew not to do it. He's not going to play games with me. He knew that. I got along with him very well, but he knew not to play games. He took nothing from me. But now he's going to take the whole thing from this man right here. That's a war that should have never started. It would have never started ever with me. And he's going to take Ukraine. And, you know, you asked me a question before, would you do this? He's got us in such a bad position right now with Ukraine and Russia, because Ukraine's not winning that war. He said, I will never settle until such time. They're running out of people. They're running out of soldiers. They've lost so many people. It's so sad. They've lost so many people, and they've lost those gorgeous cities with the golden domes that are 1,000 years old, all because of him and stupid decisions. Russia would have never attacked if I were
President Trump,
president.
the question was, will you accept the results of the election,
You already
regardless
said
of
that,
who
Mr.
wins?
Trump.
Yes or no, please.
If it's a fair and legal and good election, absolutely. I would have much rather accepted these, but the fraud and everything else was ridiculous. And if you want, we'll have a news conference on it in a week, or we'll have another one of these in a week. But I will absolutely, there's nothing I'd rather do. It would be much easier for me to do that than I'm running again. I wasn't really going to run until I saw the horrible job he did. He's destroying our country. I would be very happy to be someplace else, in a nice location someplace. And again, no indictments, no political opponent stuff, because it's the only way he thinks he can win. But unfortunately, it's driven up my numbers and driven them up to a very high level.
They want-
because the people understand it.
They want Trump to
Let's see
basically
what your
say
numbers are when this election is over.
when it's
Let's
rigged
see.
that he won't
You're a
challenge
whiner.
it. They don't
You
want him
lost
to
the first
challenge
time.
the rigged election.
You continued, you appealed and appealed to courts all
He ain't
across the
gonna do
country. Not one single court in America said any of your claims had any merit.
It's the most
state or
perfect
local.
election
None.
ever.
But you continue to provoke this lie
Piss
about
off.
somehow there's all this misrepresentation, all this stealing. There is no
Yes.
evidence of that at all.
There is.
And
Oh,
I
there
tell you
is.
what, I doubt whether you'll accept it
There
because
is.
you're such a whiner. The idea, if you lose again, you accepting anything, you can't stand the loss. Something snapped in you when you lost the last time.
Because he didn't lose.
Nah,
He won.
you're a dirty whiner.
That's it for the
Sounds
CNN debate. You,
Oh, that's it.
your forum, you get the final word. But just one observation is that listening to them, America is in terrible decline. But I don't see people risking their lives to leave America or to go to many other countries. They want to come here.
They want to come here. It's
And
the
you
greatest
say the
country
middle
on earth.
class is disappearing. It's true. It's getting smaller. But the data show mostly
like this
because they're
guy.
going into the upper
Of all
class.
the
I
moderators.
think America is doing pretty well. And we
John
just need
Stossel?
you
Yeah.
John
politicians to
Stossel. He
leave us
seems.
alone.
I've heard his name.
I
Before.
Yeah, I used to watch him all the time.
Make an observation about
Is he
President
good?
Trump's final point.
Well,
which
he
I
used to
think
have a
is
TV
very,
show,
very
and it was
important
very
point for
good.
Americans to
Okay.
understand we are closer to nuclear war right now
He's got to change that tie.
than at any time
Aside
since
from that, I like him.
1962. This week we did something extraordinary that was hardly covered by the press, which is we fired a missile in coordination with Ukraine into a series of missiles into Crimea with cluster bombs, which every nation in the world except for us and North Korea says is a war crime.
That's war.
We dropped them on a civilian population, people who were sitting sunning themselves on a beach. And we killed a lot of children.
Wow.
And the previous week, the Russians are in Cuba firing missiles because they've warned us. We are going to lose the war in Ukraine. I've said that from the beginning. We cannot beat Russia and the Ukraine. They cannot allow themselves to lose that war. They've been invaded 3 times through Ukraine. Last time they were invaded, the Russians Hitler killed 1 out of every 7 Russians.
That ain't gonna happen.
They're not going to let us put NATO in Ukraine. They cannot do it. It's absolutely critical for their national security, and we need to recognize that.
Yep.
And we are pushing toward a war with a nuclear power that says they will use nuclear weapon if they're pushed to the edge. They have 2,500 more nuclear weapons than we do. They have better defensive weapons, and we cannot fight a world war anymore. Because of hypersonic missiles, we couldn't get 1 million men across the Atlantic.
You got generals in
Even worse,
dresses.
we do not have an industrial base like we did before World War II. We can't create weapons anymore. We create small numbers, but nothing like the Chinese or the Russians. This is something that every American needs to understand how close that the incompetence of this administration has brought us to war.
Wow.
Closing
I'll shut up,
statements now.
but let me.
We have closing statements from.
Can I say a closing
You'll get your closing
get
statement
yours
right
last.
after they get there.
It is now time for the candidates to deliver their closing statements as predetermined
Bring
by
Biden
a
the pillow.
coin toss. We're going to begin with you, President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Coin toss.
We've made significant progress from the debacle that was left
He just crapped his
by
pants.
President Trump in his last term. We find ourselves in a situation where, number one, we have to make sure that we have a fair tax system. I ask anyone out there in the audience or anyone out watching this debate, do you think the tax system is fair? The fact is that I said nobody even making under $400,000 had a single penny increase in their taxes.
4 more years of this?
If I'm reelected, that'll be the case again. But this guy has increased your taxes because of the deficit. Number one, he's increased inflation because of the debacle he left after the way he handled the pandemic. And he finds himself in a position where he now wants to tax you more by putting a 10% tariff on everything that comes into the United States of America. What I did, when, for example, he wants to get away with get
How does
rid
that
of
tax
the
that?
ability of Medicare for the ability for
That's too
us to
much.
be able to negotiate drug prices with the big pharma companies.
That's
guess
sad.
what?
Yabba dabba doo.
We got it down to
Well,
$35 for insulin instead of $400. No more than $2,000 for every senior, no matter how much prescription they need. You know what that did? That reduced the federal debt by $160 billion over 10 years because the government doesn't have to pay the exorbitant prices. I'm going to make that available to every senior all along. It's happening now, and everybody in America. He wants to get rid of that. I'm going to make sure that we have child care. We're going to significantly increase the credits people have for child care. I'm going to make sure we do something about what we're doing on lead pipes and all the things that are causing health problems for people across the country. We're going to continue to fight to bring down inflation and give people a break.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump, you
Was
now
that
have
2
2 minutes for
minutes?
your closing statement.
Like so many politicians, this man is just a complainer. He said, we want to do this, we want to do that, we want to get rid of this tax, that tax. But he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do, all he does is make our country unsafe by allowing millions and millions of people to pour in. Our military doesn't respect him. We look like fools in Afghanistan. We didn't stop Israel. It was such a horrible thing that would have never happened. It should have never happened. Iran was broke. Anybody that did business with Iran, including China, they couldn't do business with the United States. They all passed. Iran was broke. They had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah, for terror, no money whatsoever. Again, Ukraine should have never happened. He talks about all this stuff, but he didn't do it. For 3.5 years, we're living in hell. We have the Palestinians and we have everybody else rioting all over the place. You talk about Charlottesville. This is 100 times Charlottesville, 1,000 times. The whole country is exploding because of you, because they don't respect you, and they have to respect their president, and they don't respect you throughout the world. What we did was incredible. We rebuilt the military. We got the largest tax cut in history, the largest regulation cut in history. The reason he's got jobs is because I cut the regulations that gave jobs, but he's putting a lot of those regulations back on. All of the things that we've done, nobody's never seen anything like, even from a medical standpoint, right to try, where we can try space age materials instead of going to Asia or going to Europe and trying to get when you're terminally ill. Now you can go and you can get something. You sign a document. They've been trying to get it for 42 years. But you know what we did for the military was incredible choice for our soldiers, where our soldiers, instead of waiting for 3 months to see a doctor, can go out and get themselves fixed up and readied up and take care of themselves, and they're living. And that's why I had the highest approval rating in the history of the VA. So all of these things, we're in a failing nation, but it's not going to be failing anymore. We're going to make it great again.
And he ran out of time. Mr. Kennedy, 2 minutes, closing statement.
In 2013, there was a poll taken that asked young people under 35 in this country, are you proud of the United States? 85% said yes. The same poll taken 5 months ago, 18% said yes. So somehow, during the administration of these two presidents, an entire generation of Americans has lost pride in our country and a hope in their own futures. And they feel that way because they see what's happening. They can't get into a home. First generation in history in America that is going to live worse lives than their parents. They see the vitriol that you saw here, the division, the polarization that makes them disgusted with politics. They're seeing the corrupt merger of state and corporate power that has transformed our agencies from the CIA, the health agencies, the environmental agencies, into sock puppets, the industries they're supposed to regulate. They're seeing the destruction of our soils, the destruction of our air and water. They're watching this happen, and the politicians do nothing about it except for hate on each other. If you want more of the same, you should vote for President Biden, President Trump. You know what's going to happen. You know that. They're going to give you 4 more years of the same stuff. If you want things to completely change, you're going to support me because I'm going to change everything. And this is a moral fight. This is a moral battle for the soul of our nation, to restore our moral authority around the world by projecting economic power abroad rather than spending $8 trillion on regime change wars that have left every nation we've touched worse off than we found it. And restoring our moral authority here at home. The first day in office, I'm going to, you heard what they're going to do. You don't even understand it. Here's what I'm going to do. Day 1 in office, I'm going to issue an executive order saying any federal official who tells a lie to the American public will lose his job. Oh, I'm going to stop the surveillance state. I'm going to stop the propagandizing by our agencies of the American public. I'm going to unravel the war machine. I'm going to unravel the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. I know how to do it. I've been litigating against these agencies for years, and I'm uniquely suited to do this. But I can tell you, I'm going to do these things when I get in there. I'm going to make sure that our Constitution is protected, that AI is deployed to make government more transparent rather than by government to enslave the rest of us. I'm going to bring AI home and blockchain home because we need these new industries to grow our way out of the debt crisis. This is something that these two aren't even talking about. But if you want everything to change, you'll support me. If you want to vote out of fear, you need to support one of those guys. If you want to vote out of hope, out of inspiration, out of pride in your country, out of restoring the moral backbone of our people and our nation, you should vote for me. Thank you.
The crowd here obviously is very supportive of this candidate. Thank you for watching this different kind of debate. I don't know what you learned, but to me, the most reliable gauge of who does well on a debate is election betting.
Here comes the plug.
And I can report after this debate, Biden is down 13%. Trump, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, and Mr. Kennedy are up. Thank you and good night.
Kamala Harris is up? What is wrong with people? Oh.
Yeah, something about the betting thing, I guess. I don't know. I didn't really understand that. But whew, some good takeaways, I'm sure. I know we've commented throughout. What are some of your takeaways here, Catherine? Anything here?
I would love to say I could support Kennedy, but his stance on the environment, his stance on the non-existent global warming, and his stance on abortion keep me from doing that.
That's what my wife said. Yeah.
And I don't like Trump's he's a
He was
narcissist.
pretty cool today, right? He was pretty cool.
Well, the whole thing, I mean, he's a narcissist. You have to be to be as successful as he is. I mean, that's just the way it is. But
Maybe
it's
that is just the art of
yeah, okay, yeah, no. But but his stance on those points that I would die on those hills. So he comes the closest. But he's not, again, he's not the one I want to vote for. I would vote for Kennedy, but I can't because my conscience won't let me. And Biden just needs the guy. Oh, God. I still don't think that was him. I think it was some numbnut taking his place. Because when he first got out there, he was like a little, rat on speed.
Would you look at some other candidates, maybe Jill Stein or Cornel West, or
I don't even know who those people are.
Yeah, they're really not much better from what I've seen. But
I mean, and this will probably get a lot of people just going, "Oh my God!" But I can't even think of her name now. The Republican woman who first ran from Alaska. What was her name?
Oh, Palin.
Yeah,
Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin. Yes, her.
The one who could see Russia.
You can see Russia from Alaska. Don't do that.
I don't know. I've never been to Alaska.
Yes, it's only 13 miles away from that point in the bay.
Okay.
13 or 50 miles. You can clearly see it
so
across the water.
She was right. Eric,
yes, he was right. And
There's a little remote island right in there that's like 13 miles away that
its own
300 people live on or something like that. Yep.
But the fact that the American people were so stupid and uneducated, they didn't know geography, didn't know what. I learned that in school. We could see Russia from Alaska, and so I mean she they beat her
right.
down for that. She was very right. Yeah. But I mean, she's had enough, and I don't blame her. But yeah, so I don't know. I feel really disappointed. I didn't think that this was a good debate at all. I think Kennedy made the better points.
I feel like I did 12 rounds with Ali. Now I'm ready to sniff some glue. I'm physically, emotionally, spiritually exhausted.
Fentanyl machines for everybody.
Damn.
It's like I need a stiff drink and I don't drink alcohol. I would really like a Long Island iced tea right about now.
The wrong week to quit sniffing glue, folks.
You should have waited one more week and you would have been all right.
It's great to be on with you guys, though. Once again, always great to see you, Catherine Michelle. I see Greg a little more often than you.
Yeah. Eric, any thoughts on this 2 hours?
I'm just scrambled right now, man. That's yeah,
it's a lot. It
was interesting. We commented a lot more than I thought.
I know. I didn't think I was trying not to comment, but
couldn't help it.
No, there's just
we kept it short and sweet.
I think so. I think we tried to. Yeah, people are going to see that. They're going to see that whole. But I thought it was good because I really wasn't sure if, especially when it started buffering, I wasn't sure if we should continue with the Kennedy stream and everything. And I'm glad that we did because I thought he really added a lot to it.
Oh yeah.
That is the debate that I want to see. And if I never get it later on, at least I got this. I got as close to what I really wanted to see was Trump saying something, Kennedy responding. I'd love to just see, Trump actually responding to what Kennedy said too. We didn't get that. If you get them both on the same stage, I think we will get that. And I think that's why Kennedy's numbers were so high when he was running as a Democrat, because that's what everybody wanted. I believe the real Democrats, the average Democrat voter, that's what they didn't want Biden. They didn't want 4 more years of this. They understood exactly what everybody else did too. And we saw it.
Yeah, I mean, I live in a Democratic state, and I cannot tell you how many people I've spoken to here, like in store. It doesn't matter where I go, but everybody who is a Democrat and voted for this numbnut the first time, across the board, I have not met anybody who says they're going to vote.
I think I've seen like one Joe Biden bumper sticker and I live in a very liberal state too, Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about our governor is being considered as a vice president now for Biden. Once again, of course. Hitler Whitmer.
But
you don't know but anyway, there's no Biden bumper stickers. There's no Biden signs. There's nothing.
No, not in your state. Definitely not in both of your states. Not in my state. Not in any
And
of our
all of our states are freaking crazy liberal states. Whatever.
Yeah, they are. And and the funny thing is and where I live, there used to be people. Well, both sides really. There used to be Trump flags up and then Biden-Harris flags up. So there was some of each. But now there aren't any.
There's no.
Are you seeing any Kennedy flags? Anything like that? No, because I have a Trump flag and I have a Kennedy flag right underneath it, and it's created a little bit of buzz in my neighborhood here. Like,
good.
It's like
on their toes.
Like, wait a minute, what are you doing here? How could you dare support?
There's some vote for Huey P. Newton flags.
Huey P. Newton, yeah, well, could see that. Maybe in Oakland, California, maybe. But I thought it was really good. It was really good to see Kennedy responding live in real time to what Trump was saying, which and a lot of the things that they both agree on. And it was I thought Biden was going to do better. I really thought he was going to show up.
You did?
I did. Yeah, I did.
That was actually one of the better. It was better performances from what I've seen.
Better, I mean, compared to what I guess, but because I mean that was like the worst Biden appearance I think that I've seen. It's just you can see it. You can see. I saw it with my own grandpa. It's the same thing I'm seeing with Biden. It's a decline, and it's not about age because there are older people.
It's dementia. He's got to have dementia.
Yeah. There's Ron Paul, who spoke recently, and he was he spoke at the Libertarian show last week, and he's there, and he's older than both of them. And that was the biggest thing about Ron Paul back in 2008, 2012. Well, he's going to be this, he's going to be so old back then. It's like, no, he's not. It's not about the age. I just don't believe that it is about the age. But when you have, I mean, just looking at that and watching Biden, and what I noticed in this debate was how often they would try to put Biden and Trump up. They try to do that whole split screen, and then they would take Biden out.
Yep.
Because Biden's looking out there like he doesn't know where he is. He didn't know what is going on. Like it was nothing good. It was nothing positive. And they cut that. But I did believe it was a pretty fair debate. I felt like the moderators weren't that bad. They weren't cutting in, they weren't interjecting. And I also felt like Trump, this was the Trump from 2016. This was the Trump that I first saw when he first started running. This is the Trump that was very more calm. He had it all there. And I felt like he was just untouchable. Everything. I didn't Like Trump was just right on point, whether he stayed on topic or not. And I understand why he didn't. Go ahead.
See, that was the frustrating thing. I'm not sure either one of them answered a question, and it's like, I get you want to, force your point, so to speak. You don't want somebody to drag you down. However, a good debater is going to sit there and go, okay, they're trying to take me off topic.
Yeah.
And stick to it.
Let's get ready to mumble.
And and that for me was so frustrating. I'm like, just shut up, just answer the question. How hard is it to answer the question?
Do you think that had anything to do with that the moderators' questions were just not?
Well, I thought most of the questions were pretty stupid. I think they had a couple of really good ones.
Yeah.
The one where she kept pushing about, are you going to accept? Oh, stop it. That was a kindergartner question.
Yeah,
it's like, seriously.
No matter what, even if it's rigged, even if we understand, even if the aliens come down and create votes here, are you going to accept?
Who was that chick, by the way, man?
Dana Bash.
Dana Bash.
Yeah, I always like how they always love to put the liberals in white. They want to make sure this is a liberal. She's pure. She's a pure blonde. Don't question her. Don't go after her. Whatever she says is like gospel. But even regarding all of that, this was a very neutered Jake Tapper. This was a very
I was just going to say, he hardly ever really said anything. She kind of ran the show, which was kind of annoying.
I really think like they learned from Chris Wallace. Who was
that guy from CNN with the freaking the albino guy with the white hair? He's always on the false flag events. What the hell is his name?
From CNN, I don't know.
CNN, yeah, the guy, the blonde hair guy. It's freaking.
I don't even know. I don't watch TV. It's been so. I never watch CNN.
I can't. I mean, I was
he was all over the Handy Sook events and all that. What the hell was his name?
Yep.
You don't know what I'm talking about?
I don't. You'll have to look him up. I was so sad when I first heard that this debate was going to be hosted by CNN. Because I do not have any interest in watching CNN. I watched CNN during the Iraq War back in 2004. I was all in CNN.
Oh, Anderson Cooper. That's who I was talking about.
Okay, yeah.
How the hell could you guys not come up with that one?
He doesn't have curly hair. I thought you said curly hair.
No, I said freaking blonde hair.
The blonde hair. Yeah.
I think he has white hair. I think he has blonde hair.
And look like an albino. He was so white, but yeah, those are two big hints.
When you think of CNN, you definitely think of Cooper
and Don Lemon.
And Don, who got fired.
I don't watch them, so I don't even know. But for the fact that it was CNN, now that you mention it, okay, then I have to think that they did okay for CNN anchors. I wouldn't choose them again, but it's all right.
Yeah, no, I thought they did good because, and I really felt like they got their marching orders. Like, you guys need to just let these two people talk. And I actually thought, I thought it went pretty well. I don't know if Damien wants to jump on here. If you want to jump off,
if you want to jump on, I'm going to jump off.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I know. I got
it. Good to see you, Eric.
Yeah, you too, Catherine, Michelle, and Greg. It's been a while. I rarely ever jump on anymore, but if either of you are on, I always try to get on.
Yeah,
Greg's on constantly though, man. He's freaking putting it out. He really is. He's nailing it. On TikTok, how many followers you got on TikTok now?
I don't know about followers, but I have
stupid amount. You got like 70,000 followers though.
Yay! Good job.
Like 1.2 million views. I mean, yeah,
that's awesome.
But it's all just clips of Kennedy, clips of Trump. It's what the people want. Give the people what they want. They don't want my commentary on it. They want to see, okay, what does Kennedy say? Quick and easy, a quick, easy way to get caught up with what they are saying, especially when they're being censored. What's crazy about the TikTok, the only times that I get bans or my videos don't show up is when it's about COVID. I posted Senator Rand Paul, who is a big, guy. Like, if you want to understand about everything, Catherine, I don't know if you follow Rand Paul or anything, but you would really you'd probably really like his content. You would understand it, because for me, I'm like, some of the stuff, because he's a doctor, a lot of stuff he says is over my head, but I've been reading his book, and it's really helped me get ready to finish my next book, the book that I want you to write the forward to about COVID.
Yeah, I have a chapter written too.
Yeah, and so that I've got, like, he is so just on point, and just on the COVID thing, and everything that happened between 2020 and 2022, 2023. He's really on point. So Rand Paul,
some of the Senate hearings that I've seen from him, yeah,
it's good stuff, right? So all I did was post like a 2-minute video, and TikTok will not play it. They will not play it. That's the only thing that they won't play. Is if I posted a video of Rand Paul in a thong dancing in front of a crowd, they had no issue with that, no matter what he was saying.
Hawk too.
but you can't. They just
don't understand that.
They do not like the COVID thing. You cannot talk bad about that. And all that Rand Paul was saying is just everything that we've been hearing. It's just same old stuff here. So, anyways,
on that note, Catherine Michelle, next time your homework is to learn what Hawk 2 means.
What is that? I don't know.
See,
Your homework.
What?
It's your homework.
Hawk 2.
The Hawk 2 girl. Yep.
The Hawk 2 girl. I don't know.
I have no clue what.
Why would you do that to Catherine?
Just look up Hawk 2 girl. You'll get it. Thanks again for having me on. It's been freaking a blast. And I guess we'll sign off with Old Faithful.
Oh, no. You have to wait a second. I'm looking it up now. So you have to wait.
Don't do it.
How, is it spelled like you're hawking a loogie?
It's a little more in depth than that.
I'll let him explain. Until next time, welcome to the resistance. Hawk 2, peace.
I have no.
I have no idea what that is. I feel like I don't even want to go and look. I don't know if I want that in part of my FBI search engine or not. But you may
I have
not.
no clue.
Well, Damien, any thoughts on the debate that we heard here?
I think there were some really good points raised, although I think it was pretty much a debacle. Nobody really answered any of the questions.
Right? That's what I think.
It looked a lot like a Hillary Clinton. I think it looked a lot like a Donald Trump Hillary Clinton debate.
That's true. That is true.
Just attacks. Let's face it. Trump was in my time a good president. In the lifetime that I've lived. I've seen one other president that did really great things for this country, even though he was disliked. He did some really great things for the country, and that was Bill Clinton. And
right, and I feel the same way. It's like I'm not a Clinton fan, but I think he did a great job.
Yeah, all his personal shit aside, I think he did a really great job, except for when he got rid of a lot of our military bases and stuff. I think that was a mistake. Because I'm a very, very big proponent for the military. I walked across the U.S. twice for military troops killed in Iraq and Afghanistan, and so I think that was a big misnomer on his part. But as far as I'm concerned, Trump did a good job while he was in office.
Yeah, I mean, I know that I was financially better off with Trump in office than I am now. Right now, it's
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely. And I didn't get taxed the hell out of while he was in office. And gas prices were relatively low. Paying $2 a gallon for gas is really nice.
Yep.
That was great. Yep.
I know.
Yeah,
I think
and now-
here it got down to like $1.87, and it was like, yeah, it was so nice to have cheap gas, and
Yeah, it was nice to be able to afford gas and not pay half your paycheck to get to and from work.
yeah, and it was being done in America. They were drilling American oil, and it's like, we weren't dependent on anybody.
And I understand. I understand the point from the Native American standpoint, that they're running these pipelines through their land, that they've already taken all of their land and put them on reservations. So this is what they have left, and they're trying to fuck that up too. But it really benefits them as well.
What is that deal? Now that you brought that up, because I know Catherine has some thoughts on that too. Is why do they want to stay in their own little area? Why don't the Native Americans kind of just assimilate into?
They don't want to.
Why not?
They don't want to.
No, they don't. They don't want to
They want to
because
live in the past. They want to live in the past. Why not?
No, it's not about the past. They don't want to lose their culture. So when their young people do
Exactly.
assimilate, they completely lose their culture. They lose their language. They lose everything. So
Yeah,
they can't do that and join our culture, join greatest country.
You're not as together. You're not as concentrated. There's too many places for them to go here and there. So that, when they stay within their realm, so to speak, they're all together. So when they have powwows, when they go out and do the huntings, they're all working together.
Yep.
And that's not
and they're allowed to hunt on their land without permits, without licenses, without any of that. They can go hunt. They can feed their family. Not like the rest of us, where we have to get a permit to hunt. We have to get licenses through the state and pay the state to go and do something that would be natural for us otherwise.
Fishing. I mean, the fishing licenses here are ridiculous.
Yeah, I won't pay them. I won't pay it. I absolutely refuse to pay for something that they didn't have any part of.
Yep.
Interesting.
They didn't put the fish on Earth. They didn't put the fish in. Well, they might stock lakes and stuff, but I don't fish that.
Farm fish.
They didn't put the deer here.
Nope.
They didn't put the buffalo here. They didn't put the elk and the moose and everything else here. They have no part of that. They have no reason to make me pay them for something that was already here.
Yep.
And I think the indigenous cultures, because I've spent a lot of time walking across the country, so I met a lot of people, and some of those were indigenous people. And the Navajo Nation is the largest nation of all the tribes. They have radio stations where they speak their own language. They have a culture.
Do they not like our country, or?
No, they don't like the fact that they were forced onto land and not allowed to have their land. They don't like the fact that the white people came in and yes, the Indians killed white people because they were encroaching on their land. But they did that to other tribes too.
Yeah, I was gonna say they killed their own too, just like.
Absolutely.
Just like
this is my land.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. It's like when I lived on the reservation as a kid, And, you know, I will tell you, I never heard the term spirit animal. It never, you know, this is why I laugh, because real American Indians don't believe in that crap. They say that for the white people, so the white people think that they know
So
stuff.
they understand.
Yeah, they lie left and right just because they think it's funny, because white people fall for it. You know?
Right. And they're slowly losing their culture in the meantime anyway, because the younger population doesn't care about it anymore.
Right.
They are assimilating, and the older generation is dying off. So the old ways are dying, and it's all they can do to keep their culture alive. And
one of the books I'm
and
reading now is dealing with the Algonquin language, which they're the northeastern part of the U.S. and southeastern part of Canada. And so I went trying to find somebody that spoke Algonquin, and I couldn't find it. I found bits and pieces here and there, but I tried to contact them, you know, the Indians that were like on Facebook or where I could find them. They weren't even interested. Nobody spoke the language hardly.
right, that's the problem. They're losing their culture, and I watch an Navajo elder, and he puts out a lot of stuff, and he speaks the language. He teaches the old ways, and I'm very much into that because I'm part Cherokee, so I have a vested interest in learning the old ways, and it's very difficult to find these things. And I live near a reservation, not very far away anyway. And I used to know, years ago, a bunch of people on the res, and they gave me my name. So it was really an experience for me when I learned, how to tan a hide with brains, and the old way where women used to tan the hides. The men didn't tan the hides, the women did. And they would chew the hide. And I got to experience that. I got to learn that when I was a teenager. And I can tan a hide with brains. And that's the original way to do it, is you use the animal's brains that the hide comes from, and you use that in your brine. And it's so interesting, and many people will never understand it, never want to understand it, and I'm glad that I got to incorporate some of that into my life.
Interesting.
And
yeah, no, I've never heard that before. Never heard that. So that's all new to me.
But them running like the pipeline through South Dakota, where the Sioux live, they take that as they're claiming land that doesn't belong to them.
Are they
And
claiming the
the
land?
real
Or are they
reason-
just trying to run the pipeline?
Well, that's claiming the land as theirs, because they think they can do whatever they want. So they run this pipeline through their land. Well, if that pipeline breaks, it soils the water, it soils the ground.
Come on their property.
Yeah, they can come on their land anytime they want.
And they probably won't be held responsible. They have, if something goes wrong, if something goes bad, it's going to be hard to hold them accountable. But it sounds like what you're saying.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. So they'd rather it just not be that way.
Okay.
And you know, in studying all that, I found out that the areas that they ran the Keystone Pipeline ran right through very heavy deposits of uranium. Very heavy deposits running right down the whole line, all the way from South Dakota, where they were running through, to New Jersey. Heavy uranium deposits. I have maps of it actually that I received from somebody that I know in the USGS. Yeah, I have maps of that whole area where the uranium deposits are.
Yeah. So you're saying when Trump says drill, baby, drill, maybe we shouldn't drill. We shouldn't drill, baby, drill. That's kind of what it sounds like, because I had grown up, the Keystone Pipeline was always kind of a bad thing under it. All of the Democrats that I used to listen to and everything, you know, it was on the left side, it was always a bad thing to drill. And then the right was like, let's drill. And then we have Trump.
We have plenty of places to drill other than, I mean, because it runs, what the Keystone Pipeline does is run from Canada down. So it's really being drilled in Canada and being run down through the Dakotas and out east to New Jersey. And what's the other pipeline? What is the other? It's the other really big pipeline they wanted to run down. I can't remember at the moment what it was.
But they're drilling here because they're having issues drilling elsewhere, right? Or because maybe they've already drained everything out of those other.
No, we have millions of gallons under Texas. We have tons of oil in California in the desert. We have oil supplies.
Yeah, if I said it once, I said it a million times. I really, truly do believe that oil is I just lost the word. It replenishes itself.
Right. So you're not a fossil fuel. It's dinosaur fossils.
It didn't come from dinosaurs. That is the stupidest idea I've ever heard.
That is a crazy thing that I've heard. But that's
renewable
energy.
If anything, oil, I believe, oil is the thing that makes the earth able to hold its continuity. Like it's just like oil in your engine. That is the engine of the earth is viscous and runs because of the oil that's in the earth.
That's pretty interesting.
That's my belief.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, I do want to shut this one down here. I want to give you both, if you have any final words that you want to say here. I know you both watched the debate. Any final words?
Say what?
Anything we've talked about here tonight.
I think I already said everything I had to say, so we'll leave that for the gentleman.
For Damien? Okay, Damien. Damien gets the final word. Go here. We'll give you your last 2 minutes like Trump got or Biden got and Kennedy got. So we'll give you your last 2 minutes here. Say whatever you want to say. Close us.
I don't believe in any of them. I honestly don't think. I don't think. You really want to know my honest opinion? I think somebody like us should be in office, because then I think things would get done that would benefit the people, and not big businesses, and not corporations, and not politicians. And I don't want a ton of freaking money. The president doesn't make shit while they're in office. What they make is benefits from corporations and people paying them off to make certain decisions. And that's where they get their money. That's where they get their huge amounts of money. Same with Congress. Same with senators. They're all yes, they're paid by people who have a vested interest in getting a certain vote. So in my honest, humble opinion, I think somebody who cares honestly about the people, one of the people, should be the president. I don't think you should have, because I looked into running for the president. You have to have $1 million in donations before you can even think about running. Because I was going to run, but there's no chance in hell that I would ever win. So I abandoned that.
And they make it so hard, so difficult. And that's one of the things that I really have enjoyed about watching RFK Jr.'s run here, because he is setting a blueprint for the future for people who think, hey, maybe I can run too. And he is showing you, even at his level, how difficult they're making it for him to run as an independent candidate. And we
will never have an independent president. Never.
I think we will. I think we won't
because it's a two-party system.
Yeah,
and
but I don't.
He's
But
not
I don't
part
believe
of the party.
Yeah, and I don't believe Trump is either, though. So I think there's loopholes. There's loopholes. There's ways around this. But I think this is all leaning towards where we need to get to, is to get away from the two-party system, and the more that we can do to get away from the two-party system, the better. If we just give up and say it's always going to be a two-party system, guess what? It's always going to be a two-party system. If we realize this is the system we have, how do we change it? How do we fix it? Really, how do we get back to where the founders were? Because when the founders started this country, it wasn't a two-party system. So at some point, they were doing
because we had the Whigs too. We had Republicans, Democrats. Well, at first we had the Democrats and the Whigs. And then
we had parties,
and then
you also had you also had where it wasn't a president and a vice president. It was whoever got the most votes became the president. Whoever got the second most votes became the vice president. So there's definitely things that were set up with our Constitution. So all of us constitutionalists can go back and really see the way that it should have been. How do we get back there at least a little bit? Or how do we respect that? Or how do we do this? How do we change it? I think a lot of the problems, a lot of people given up, and a lot of these young people don't want to be involved.
And the original,
they're busy on TikTok, they're too busy on Twitter. They don't have the time, they don't have the brain capacity to understand what it takes. And that's what I love about it. If you follow RFK Jr., you will see he's going to show you the path and how difficult it is to run against this two-party system, win, lose, or draw.
It absolutely is. It's same with Bernie Sanders.
Same with Bernie Sanders. A little different. And Bernie Sanders, I think, is a little bit different, I would say. But Kennedy was a Bernie Sanders guy too.
He was.
Yeah. So I think that's a good place to close this one out here. We'll definitely be back soon, and I want to thank you, Catherine.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it was nice. What's his name now? I didn't.
This is Damien.
Well,
yeah, he was in the chat as the Reckoning.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, he's with Eric. He's been on a lot of Eric shows here too.
It was good to see Eric again.
Yeah, it was nice to see Eric there. I know Eric's more on TikTok too nowadays, but yeah, it was nice to see him there. But thank you guys here, and I really appreciate this. I gotta jump off here and go see what's going down. Make sure there's no catastrophes downstairs. But I definitely appreciate you both jumping in the chat, and I hope that we can continue this conversation later on too. And
Absolutely. That's always possible.
Awesome. All right.
Thank
Well,
you for
yeah,
having me too.
absolutely. Yeah. Anytime you see me here, I know a lot of people don't get the notifications when I'm live, but you're always welcome to come on and jump in, and we will definitely be back. Maybe tomorrow, maybe within the next couple days here. God bless you, and just remember, Jesus Christ loves you, and so do I. Thank you so much. Appreciate everybody for being here.
Have a good night, guys.
Yeah. Good night.
Have a
too.
good night.